Thanks. You hear me okay?
Oh, yeah. And we are live. Appreciate you guys coming over from the premiere. Piston Twisted, I appreciate you jumping into the discussion here.
Yeah, my pleasure, man.
Well, what do you think about the news there? I know you helped out, so.
I thought it was pretty cool, man. I like the new style that you got going on. It's a lot more laid back, relaxed. It's cool, man. It really is. The hat changing trick, that was pretty neat. I was watching. I'm like, is he? And it wasn't until you mentioned it. I'm like, it makes sense what he's saying about the sponsorships too. They should be rolling in. But no, it was great. Everybody that contributed, it's fun. It's fun seeing all the different channels, the different ways of presenting it, and it's cool to see so much is going on in this whole culture. You know, it's wicked. So yeah, it was good. That was a good one.
Well, yeah. I appreciate everybody contributing. You know, you as well. And yeah, man, I appreciate everybody coming in and watching. That was great. Everybody helping each other out. We got even in here now. We got Rich, Stupid Fast Truck, Mike's Garage, 113.
Thanks for the shout out too, by the way, man. I really appreciate that. I really do.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, man. No, I mean, like I said, you helped out quite a bit with the news there. I appreciate everybody that helps with it. You know, it breaks it up from just me being on there. So,
yeah.
And we get some news from, other places.
Eventually, we're going to start getting some good news.
Well, hopefully soon, right?
From up here, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, you and we also got the news.
Mongrel, he was giving some stuff from up here too.
From up there, and his is a little satire, but it was good.
Mm-hmm. No, we're not satirical at all, man. Like that is, we 100% believe that what is happening is absolutely perfect, and especially with the Dodge Econo cars, what could possibly go wrong?
Right, that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, yeah, no, it's never been a problem before, right?
Although that inline six with a turbo does have some potential to it. It does.
Well, according to the rumors, it's supposed to have more horsepower and wheel horsepower, excuse me, than the 5.7 liter Hemi, not the 6.2 Hemi, not the big Hemi, but the 5.7 Hemi. So, and it's supposed to be, better on fuel and all that other stuff too. So.
And like that's the big thing about moving towards more economical. We can't throw the baby out with the bathwater or get blinded by the electrics are going to be the way of the future. Absolutely, they're here to stay, but by no means do I think we need to be afraid of them replacing all internal combustion engines.
Well,
when you've got an inline six that's more efficient and puts out more power, it's an option, right?
Well, and there's some companies, and I can't remember off the top of my head, but they're moving to zero emission gasoline.
Porsche's doing that. Audi, I think, is researching it as well.
Then there's also hydrogen engines. We shouldn't put all our eggs in one basket. That's the problem with gasoline.
Exactly.
Think about the oil stuff in the 70s. If we had other avenues, electric cars or hydrogen cars or whatever, they wouldn't have had such a change to our economy, to everything.
It's kind of funny that you mentioned that, right? Because if you go back 110 years,
when the cars were all electric,
they were electric, right? So not a word of a lie about this, and people can look it up. Call me out if you want. But there was electric, there was gasoline, there was steam, and there was hydrogen cell. All this stuff was, it was there, and then it was the death of the electric, and the gasoline engine took over. I'm not going to go
way cheaper. Yeah, it was way cheaper. So.
And easier to assemble, a lot easier.
Sure.
Right. And when you got assembly lines where you can mass produce these things, sometimes it's strength in numbers that pushes it through. Right. I'm not going to get into the ifs and ands and pots and pans. If we had done, 50 years of battery research, whatever, we're there, we're getting there. Right.
Sure.
But just like back then, and like you're saying, no single answer is going to solve everything that we need right now. And that's, well, we just can't keep going the way that we were going. That's the big one.
Like Rich says here, nothing is actually zero emissions. And I agree with that. Yes.
He's right. So with the zero emissions, it's the right now, the emissions that a regular internal combustion engine puts out, when you look at everything from getting the oil, getting the crude, processing it, refining it, selling it at the gas station, the making of the vehicle, and firing it out there. So there's a carbon footprint that it leaves. It's not a zero emission, but I would say more like net zero. So the output doesn't
Correct.
exceed what when it, so it's not
And
making
that's what they
things
mean
any
when
worse.
when they say zero, they mean net zero.
Mhm.
So, which, you know, because it takes less to make the, you know, it's better for the environment to make a net zero car than it is an electric car right now, because all the batteries, where they're mined from and everything. So right this second, until they get the electric figured out better, I think that's probably where we need to go. But like I was saying before, we shouldn't put it all in all eggs in one basket. So
I think we're also
what's
going
up,
to
Mike's
see.
Garage? Sorry, bud. Go ahead.
No, go for it, man. There's
I
there's
just
a
want
lot
to
of
say hi
people
to
in the
everybody
chat.
in the chat that has popped in that I haven't said hi to yet. Mike's Garage,
Tim's
Turlo's
here.
Garage, Shopcat Industries.
Shopcat. Yeah.
Yep. Everybody else I think I've said hi to. If not, hi guys. Midnight Road Garage. I didn't see you yet either.
We've already said hi to Rich, but say hi again, right?
Rich. Oh yeah, Rich and Tim Widzer, man. Both of you guys. And you guys do so much to help everybody. You guys are the best. Appreciate you guys a lot.
You know, with Rich's comment, I mean, if we were to fast forward, say 100 years from now, the way that technology is going, yeah, sure. Right now we're in a transition phase, right? And I think that's what we're seeing, is realizing we can't keep going the way that we're going, the direction that we're going in. There's a better way of doing it. That doesn't mean, though, stop with the internal combustion engine. You can make, you know, when you compare power coming out of engines today, especially when you have turbos, superchargers, everything that you can throw on there to get that performance, compared to 20, 30 years ago, that's a huge difference, you know?
Well, for sure. This isn't the 1970s or even the 1980s. The Geo Metro, I guess that was really late, early 90s, but in mid 90s. The Geo Metro, it got 40 miles a gallon or something like that, but it
with the wind,
go at its own way.
With the wind,
right. But now, you know, they have 4-cylinder Mustangs with over 300 horsepower. They still get great fuel mileage. So we can do it. We can have both. There's no reason that we can't.
Absolutely. You know, and it's, if you're going to see internal combustion engines continue on, they have to keep up. They have to evolve, because the consumer demand is going to be, you know, if I'm paying for this, I better be getting something from it. Because now all of a sudden, if you're looking performance wise, you can't beat off the line performance of an electric right now. It's there right off the word.
Yeah,
it's the torque. It's instant. You know, so
I know you're into motorcycles. Have you seen the new Harley Davidson engine?
I was really surprised about that, actually. I'm not going to lie. I thought Harley was going to be one of the last manufacturers to look at the electric side. And I think it's promising to see somebody like Harley taking it seriously to try it out.
Sure.
There were a couple of motorcycles, battery-powered motorcycles, that came out that initially were an absolute flop. I mean, it's a huge problem when you have a power plant that you need, you know, clutch manipulation and shifting gears and downshifting and power manipulation. It is so important in a motorcycle. When you take that away and it's a single power curve, they weren't ready for it. The control, so I'm not talking out of my backside here. The regulator, the power regulator, and the way that it was set up simply wasn't ready for what people wanted, and out of performance wise, right? So a couple manufacturers may have tied the noose around their necks, being the first out of the gate so quickly. But it's cool to see what is happening with tech, with the motorcycle side. The downside, though, like in the UK, you're going to see, or UK, in Europe as a whole, you're going to see like electric scooters, the smaller motorcycles, you know, the metro motorcycles, because, you know, you're zipping around doing deliveries, that kind of stuff. Hey, that makes sense. But for here in North America, larger cruisers, larger motorcycles that are covering larger distances, you know, battery will only take you so far. That's always going to be a limiting factor until we have the infrastructure with power stations every, you know, as often as gas stations. Yeah. All right. Sorry.
No. Hey, Badass 93 Stang, Street Fox 347. What's going on, Mustang guys? Wood metal, yeah. Harley, I guess, isn't just American anymore, but they have to change. If not, they would be left behind.
They were, if they weren't going to change, they were facing extinction. I mean, the writing's already been on the wall for quite a while. So fingers crossed that things turn around for Harley.
Sure.
The last few years have been pretty hard for everybody. It's when you have a clientele that is retiring and giving up riding motorcycles, and you failed numerous times over the last decade to appeal to a younger generation. You gotta change something.
Right. The younger generation doesn't have the nostalgia of the Harley.
No, I mean, the V-Rod it's cool, but it was a flop. A lot of the stuff, they had the opportunity with Buell. I'm going to piss off a lot of people if I continue in this conversation.
No, I mean, it's the truth is the truth. They have an awesome brand.
Mm-hmm.
One of, if not the biggest bike brand recognizable in the world.
And it is as American as it can be, and
Sure.
There was a huge push in the 60s and 70s to really have Harley Davidson be the identifiable American symbol for everything. I mean, you look before that, all the big American names, everything from, Steve McQueen, pictured riding Triumphs, loved riding Triumphs and British bikes. Elvis Presley, the first early pictures of Elvis, he was always riding a British motorcycle. The Wild One, that was a Triumph Thunderbird, right? There was no identifiable, hey, why don't American actors and those people that we see as, this is somebody that personifies the U.S., why aren't they on an American bike?
Sure.
At least North American, right? So the rebranding and pulling up the socks, that was a good thing, and especially competing against the Japanese market when the Fat Boy first came out, that was okay. We're putting our stamp on what an American bike is supposed to look like,
right?
And with how successful it was, you could see that the market was ready for that. They were tired of every decent motorcycle being an imported motorcycle. We want something new, but we want it to be as American as it can be. And Harley really capitalized on that. But now, hey, if you don't evolve, you're going to become extinct, right?
Exactly.
So, but anyway, yeah. So that's cool. I like the way that it's going, and my fingers are crossed because it'd be an absolute shame to see Harley Davidson go the way of Indian. That'd be an absolute shame.
Yeah, and Indian tried to make a comeback there for a little bit.
They tried.
Didn't do so well, and when they tried to come back, they didn't really change anything. So
the stuff that they should have left the same, they changed.
Right.
The stuff that was easy to leave the same, which is why people are moving away from Indian, still there. But yeah. But a lot of the major bike manufacturers went through that. I mean, I'm a Triumph fan. That's and somewhat Norton, right? But not to forget that Triumph, if it wasn't for some dude in the UK who was rich as all hell, who said, I'm not going to see the Triumph brand go under. So when they were going under, he basically bought the company and moved it to another building, to another facility in the 80s. That's the only reason that manufacturer still continued on. But Norton was flopping, BSA was flopping, Royal Enfield. If you want a bike that anybody would picture, the old, peak cap and collared coat, long trench coat, riding around with a cane in his hand and saying, good day. That's your Royal Enfield. And they're trying to rebrand themselves right now too, which is kind of neat to see.
I don't know too much about the British bikes. That would probably be a 113 conversation. But, I mean, I do think they're cool. And,
But the rebranding of things, it's neat to see what's happening in the automotive world right now. And the trucks too. I think we're going to see a lot more conversions too, which is, Ford came out with their old pickup truck that was converted over. There was an S10 at SEMA not too long ago, a few cars, this past SEMA. It's the cost of batteries. If you look at all the components of doing a conversion, when you're looking at battery packs that are still ranging from $20,000 to $30,000, if you can find one, that's huge to say, well, yeah, you get all the components, you can get them used, you can make it work, everything is good to go. You can, find vehicles that were wrecked and take components that were off, just like you would do with any other internal combustion engine, right? So you can make that, and you can make yourself a conversion for, anywhere from 5 to 15,000 total. Great, not including the battery pack, and that's usually the deal breaker. So until that becomes more cost effective, what's the point of putting a 440 in your car if you can't afford the gas for it?
For sure.
So yeah.
Brailsford, I sent you a link, brother. Street Fox. I have not seen Tire Roaster's Garage. I will write that down. I do like checking out channels. Let's see. Yeah, Chevy did announce the new EV Silverado. Rich, I actually would have covered that in the news, but there's not much information on it yet. So by next week, we should have enough information to do a news. In fact, if you want to do a news story in it, Rich, let's do it, brother. Hey, John, cool. Show car builder.
That would be a pretty cool story.
Nick, how's it going, brother? Yeah, I think it would be. Hey, Left for Dead, what's going on, man? This is the first live stream and the first news show of 2022. The news show we were talking about a little bit earlier. I like the rhythm a little better. It is going to change still a little bit more. I think it's going to continue to change until I don't know if I'll ever be extremely happy with everything, but hopefully it'll change for the better every time. I want it to be more natural, more easygoing, than especially when it originally started. So, and I think we're achieving that. But
definitely achieving it, man. And here's the cool thing about it is sitting back and watching, because I fire these, like my segments, I fire them off blind to you, right? We talk about either the week before, you get a rough idea. I'm like, all right, here's what I've got. I'm going to fire it your way. And not everybody is the same, but what's cool is you got, sense of humor where nobody is going over the top and ruining the news segment because they're trying to be, the class clown. People take it seriously. It's good stuff. Mongrel was great with his sarcasm and his satire or satirical point of view on everything happening with that, right? Destroyer's got his style. Everybody's got their style, and it works. And I think if you wanted to change and evolve to something else, we're going to follow suit with that, right? Because
and I like that everybody has their own style or their own thing. There was actually quite a few people this week, and everybody did great, and everybody's stories were the same but different. So the same being news, automotive news, but different because everybody had their own perspective and the way they laid out their video, and then I was just able to come back and go around it. So I like it a lot. I appreciate everybody's input and their help with it, and I look forward to more people doing it, and seeing if we can't get some other people in there.
You looked, and I'll be honest here, right? Like, not to say that I'm the end all be all, but I'm going to look at the chat, see if anybody else agrees. You looked a lot more comfortable tonight than any other news segment before. And I made it that much more enjoyable, man.
That's kind of what I was going for, and I think the more it goes on, I think I'll be more relaxed. I am going to do, like I said, at the end of that one, I will be bringing back the Cletus main character. I'm going to do it a little different, but it's still going to be the same kind of person, and I had fun with it, so if people like it, we'll keep on rolling with it. And Rick, I appreciate that, brother.
If you're having fun with it, man, that is it, right? Because if you're having fun, we're having fun.
Yeah, it's not. I don't think. Now we can start talking about motorcycles, right?
Exactly. Welcome to the motorcycle show.
Yeah, it's a 2-to-1. I like this. This is good.
Yeah.
What's going on, man?
I just want to point out it's still back there.
What's up, Corey?
It's still back there.
Yeah. Your Special Olympics Nazi flagger.
Yep. Still watching ads. I can't get in on my computer over here.
That's good. I appreciate that.
Still got 2 minutes left on the first ad.
Dang.
Yeah. So, guys, what's going on?
Not much.
Well, we're talking bad about you, but now that you're here, we'll continue to talk bad about you. But,
yeah,
it's all right. I'm a member now. I can go back and watch it if you make
it. That's right. No, we were just kind of covering the news for this year and how it changed a little bit, and I think we'll continue to change it some. And
Are you not going to do the suit and tie thing?
I may go back to that here and there, but I don't know. I just want to continue changing it until I'm happy or until I'm having fun with it, which this week seemed to be a lot more fun. I love the idea. I really like the idea. I really like that everybody comes together and puts in their input. I don't really control anybody and what they want to put in. Some people I do send ideas to if they don't have news that they want to cover. But even then, they're right there. They just pick up. I'll send them the story, and then they'll do their research on the story and make it their own. So it's been really awesome. I like it a lot.
Mm-hmm. It's a lot of fun to watch. I learn something every time too with stuff because of course I don't keep up with as much car stuff. I do have some, but there's a lot.
Well, and I think that was kind of the point of why I wanted to start it was because all the news is depressing.
Oh yeah.
So if we get in there and get some car news, even though some of it, like Piston Twisted has some depressing news about Canada and stuff.
We're just a depressing people.
Exactly. But then there's also still the thing where he's saying, hopefully, in 2023 or whatever, there's still the thing where it brings it back around. So it's not just negative upon negative, just reaching for people to. It seems like the news today, anyway, and it's my opinion, guys, but it seems like they're trying to get people's. Trying to be negative because that's what keeps people coming back as the fear. So.
Yeah. I mean, I'm being very cautiously optimistic with a number of things, right? There's this time next year, Summer Nats is happening in Australia right now. This time next year, I'd like to be down there, Yeah, airline tickets definitely need to come with insurance because who knows what next January and December is going to be like.
That's the way it's going right now.
It's also the little shows. I miss, I live in a town with 1,800 people. The next town up the road, same size, but the car shows pull in a lot of people. And I miss going, interacting, and everything else.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm, fingers crossed we can get some of that. I think a lot of people over the last 2 years have also become very reluctant to put themselves out there and say, yeah, we're going to put a show. Like Atlantic Nationals, one of the biggest shows around, and it was the 20th anniversary. That one got scrubbed because of COVID. And then last minute, put things together to try and make them work. That one snuck in.
It's not free to put on them shows. So they spend, even it's a medium show, they say they spend $1,000.
Yeah,
on getting it all ready and their time and everything, and then nothing happens. Then it's a waste of money and time.
Yeah, 21 was a hard year, especially when you're looking at shows that need that sponsorship, right? So sponsors are hesitant to say, hey, I know we haven't been sponsoring a lot of shows.
Yep.
And you'd think that we'd be able to sponsor yours if it goes. But at the same time, we haven't been making the sales to be able to afford those major sponsorships either. So,
exactly. I'll tell you, speaking about sponsors, I've reached out to hundreds, more than 100. I don't know about 200 yet, but plenty of sponsors. And over half of them have came back and said, hey, we're not doing sponsorships at this time because of COVID. When we come back to doing sponsorships, make sure to reach out to us again. Of course, I don't know when they're going to come back to it, but then there's some sponsors, give you the, not right now, or we already have our sponsors for the year or whatever. But it's definitely hard for them too. I mean, that's a good way to get their name out. But if their events aren't happening, then, the names aren't going out. Well, I think this year in the U.S. anyway, we're still going to be doing car shows. I know the number
hopefully
right this second. Luckily, so far, the deaths has skyrocketed. The deaths are going up a little bit, but not like the last time.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of people getting sick, but not a lot of people dying.
On different news to go away from that, did you see that Toyota is now the number one selling car maker in the United States for the first time since ever? Like since the 30s. Yeah, they beat GM, actually, I believe, is number one. But they did say, and GM also said, it's going to be short-lived. The real problem was basically whoever got products this year and could build cars, that's who was going to sell the most, and that was Toyota.
Makes sense.
So, since like 1930 something, I think is what it was, that GM was number one.
I know the best-selling pickup for the last 8 years or something is the Ford F-150.
Yeah, the number one vehicle, period, has been the F-150, hadn't it, for quite some time?
It was between that and the Camry. I'm not exactly sure on the
Yeah.
numbers, but I know it was them two.
Yeah. That's just kind of surprising to me that Toyota actually did beat. Yeah, I know it was kind of asterisk kind of deal, but still, you know. Yeah.
You know, throw the asterisks in today's day and age. The asterisks are everywhere. Just accept it as. I mean, that's cool that it's Toyota. You know, because looking at the silver lining, you know, hopefully that is going to be very encouraging for the North American based manufacturers, right, or other manufacturers. Because, like you said, yeah, it's because a lot of products that would have been out there weren't available, and it's going to catch up. It may be the new norm, right? But products will start coming back. You're going to see this happening, and I wonder if it's going to be that, you know, slingshot effect of we've been waiting for so long. Now we've got a whole lot that's out there. When you're oversaturated with products to go out, now it goes from a seller's market to a buyer's market.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden, but it's not just the vehicles too. I mean, your aftermarket products.
Oh yeah,
we're waiting for those. You know, we're waiting for stuff from Comp and Edelbrock now. Without being upset with them, it's understanding the distributor shelves are empty. It's not they don't want to send anything to us; they have nothing. And stocked, as soon as they have a bit of stock,
out there still, right?
What's that?
Plenty of container ships sitting out there still. So
yeah. But like,
hey, Destroyer.
Hey, a good segment for he did today.
We'll get there. We'll get there, right?
Yeah. Even if this sticks around, we'll figure out how to deal with it better. I mean,
of course,
that's what we do. You know,
that is exactly it. Yeah,
it might take us a little bit, but we'll get there. What do you guys think about the 5,000 subscriber goal?
I think that you have everything in place for that to happen.
Okay.
Yeah,
I appreciate that.
I think it's a high goal, and I think it's a great goal because I think it's attainable. I mean, I definitely do. With as much as you're pushing the channel, I think because I really think these midweek lives are going to take off. You know, the midweek news, and I think you'll pick up a bunch from that too. So, I think it's definitely possible.
I was hoping or thinking that with the LSV or Volvo build, I think that's going to help out a lot. I may be way off. Maybe nobody's going to care about that.
I'm torn. I don't know.
What's one of the hardest things to do on YouTube right now when it comes to content is come up with something original. You find me another project like that, and sure, I think you're sitting on a. Sorry, go ahead, man.
No, I agree with you, but you know, Volvos and LS, they've been done a lot, but nobody's done anything. I have not heard of anybody do anything like this. One, you got multiple channels coming together. You have a timeline where it's going to be, you know, a week, hopefully 3 days, but you know, it's planned for a week. That to me is what is the best part with it. And then you
even
have
a week. That's pretty.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
My friend's been doing his for months and months, so you know.
Well, we have 4 months before it's there. Luckily, the Volvo engine's already out, and you know, I've got to pull the engine out of this GMC now, but
you gotta have a place to put it too.
Yeah, I know.
So it's real fine in that truck. You know.
Exactly. I don't think it'll take much to pull it, but I think yes, a lot of people have done it. Not that many people have done
like
the 960 and the 6.0, and with all these other channels involved, there may be even other channels that come through that aren't involved all the time.
Yep, I agree, and I think that's what makes it unique. Portion of it with it.
I'm really pushing for some sponsors because you know we still got to be able to afford it anyway. So far, we have the vehicle, the engine.
You gotta get Airbnb to sponsor. That's what we need.
You know, actually, I haven't hit them up, and I will.
There you go.
It would be great for them, and it'd be great for us because we're going to need something. That's a lot of people. And even if we rented just another house for the whole time, a 3-bedroom house, that's good. You know.
Hey, Cletus, I don't mean to be a dink about this, but have we been pushing people's comments in the chat at all?
Sometimes, most people are just saying hi to each other.
Okay.
Sorry, 815. I seen you struggling for new people. Yeah, man.
Sorry, I don't mean to Take
No,
over.
no, you're right. We do not want to forget about the chat, guys. I appreciate everybody in the chat. Turlo, see you later, brother. Sorry I missed that part. 8:15, man. Everybody's here for each other, dude. This is a great group of people. If we can do anything to help you get more subscribers or more views or whatever you're going for, let me know, and I will do what I can for sure. But
Exchanging
also,
tips and tricks too, right?
Do what Piston Twisted did, 113 did, Midnight Road here, Destroyer. I'm not saying just make a news segment, but if you do that, not only are you showing on my channel, but also I'm pushing you out on all the social media. I'm tagging you in, in the video. I'm tagging you on Instagram, all that stuff. So, not trying to push you into doing it here.
When I don't know, later on tonight, we'll talk about some tips and tricks to help each other out.
Yeah. I got a pen and paper sitting over
MRG
there.
says he's been an LS swap for a couple of years and has finally ran. So,
Yeah.
what do you think about the 3-day goal?
Pardon me for a second. Gotta go all the way over to the shop fridge.
6.0 4L80. The 79 Camaro. That's an awesome build. I love the look of the 79 Camaro, but that original engine is pretty junk.
Yeah, gutless.
Just yeah, it wasn't as bad as some of the 80s, but it still wasn't.
Yeah. So I'm making a goal of 15,000 subscribers just to up you a little bit. I mean, in like 50 years, but yeah.
Okay. Well, I was gonna say, I wouldn't want. I want everybody to do well. I don't care if you're doing better than me or not. That's awesome. Old car guy, he made 10,000 subscribers this year.
That's great.
I'm not, people, they get upset or get competitive. I'm a very competitive person, but when it comes to that, I'm not. That's freaking awesome. If I can help them get more, I'll do it. It's not saying I helped them get all the subscribers because I didn't. I'm just saying if I could, I would.
Yep.
Chef Shade Tree put 2 videos out today. Buddy putting up a new shop. Okay. Them are great videos. 113 can attest to putting up a shop video. They do well.
Oh man, those shops videos do awesome all the time. I mean, they just keep going and keep going and keep going.
Oh, Midnight Russ says he thinks 3 days is doable. And the only reason I do is because we already have the vehicle. We already have some know-how. People that are going to be there already know what they're doing. But also, we have so many people there.
Yeah.
So it might be a total.
Like I said, people like Wasted Talent Fabrication, CP, that have already done LS swaps and have a good job. Have done multiple on some of these, and so that little stuff that you don't think about, that's what I think is really going to be key. So,
well, and I think, and with all the notes I'm getting from him, I think he knows about a lot of stuff we're going to run into. Now, of course, it's a different. Volvo's a different vehicle, but we already know we're going to keep the radiator. We already know we're going to ditch the fuel tank. We're going to, instead of the 2-piece driveline, we're going to go to a single piece. That's why we're ditching the fuel tank. We already know some things that are going to help smooth out and speed up the build.
Yeah, and I mean, you've already looked into motor mounts and that kind of stuff too.
Mm-hmm.
So,
which at this point we're still thinking, he's going to build the motor mounts.
Twin turbo BMW with the 6.0.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
That has got to be the funnest name I've ever seen.
Which one's that?
You'll know it when you get to it.
On his name?
Yeah.
No, I haven't seen. Oh, you talking about the wrench and bolts?
Yeah.
Happiest guy on YouTube.
Yeah, I don't know why he changed his name to that, because it was just wrench and bolts. But hey, buddy, how's it going?
We're talking about it, so obviously it's working.
I want to go back to what 815 was saying about growing steadily. He wants to do some kind of live stream to help other small channels like him grow, sharing tips across the channels and stuff. I will caution you on that. You may run into something. So about a year and a half ago, I was involved in a live chat, 2 live chats, and they were smaller channels, and 2 of them got shadow banned. That was cool.
Oh.
And the reason being is that some of the information that was put out was not completely accurate. So it was misleading. And as such, other small channels weeks later flagged it or tried to flag it. They basically identified it. Sorry. Hey, I quit smoking, so I'm chewing a lot of nicotine gum. I tried the patches. You can't smoke patches. They just don't work. So if you see me chewing a lot, it's because I'm trying my best not to smoke.
Nice.
That's great.
Going
Good
well
luck.
so
I
far.
hope it works out.
Thanks, man.
Going back on what 815 said, though,
So,
you know, this is kind of what this is, you know, and also on Instagram and stuff like that. It's not so much the fact we're telling you what to do, but we can tell you what works for us. You can tell you what works for you, you know, and I think everybody's clearing, hey, this is what I think. Nobody knows, you know, and I don't think anybody here knows what exactly to do.
a lot of it is also
None of us are sitting.
evolving, right? One of the best bits of advice that I had received, and again, I am not, 130,000 subscribers. I talked to a number of people that have been in the film industry and video industry, specifically with motorsports. Not, hey, I film people doing X, Y, Z with horses and, or garden stuff. This specifically within motorsports. And the thing is, it's always evolved. You want to make it more exciting, you change your camera angles. It works for one channel, then another channel is going to pick it up, and another group, then that becomes the norm. So you're going to have to be ready to evolve to do something else. Everything from how you label your titles to your thumbnails to, your format, those things that you put in, so I guess we're talking about what we're going to talk about now. Be ready to evolve.
Of course.
There are definitely things.
The manufacturers we talked about earlier, but also us.
Yeah. There are things that as YouTube grows and the actual availability of things to people that you don't need a set subscriber count in order to be able to get. So for example, hashtags. If you can put keywords in your description to help out with misspellings and stuff like that. If you put hashtags at the bottom of your video description, the first 3 are going to show up. So pick something that's really catchy, but you can have up to 15. But the cool thing is that helps searches. So when somebody searches for those keywords, it's going to help push it that much more.
Exactly.
Everything from your channel and hashtags are something that could definitely be useful within YouTube. Now you can put a hashtag in your title. With what we do with automotive, I'm still on the fence as to whether that's relative or not. If you've put timestamps, you can now have chapters. Go back and put chapter cards. That's now the new norm. We're talking about evolving, right? Where instead of just going through in the video description to have to see where things are broken up, if you put in those chapters, people see it on the timeline. Hey, that's a new feature. People are expecting to see chapters now, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
So
I didn't realize that's what that
how-to videos and things like that for sure.
Yeah. So if you've really, it's awesome because if you put timestamps in your videos before, all you have to do is just go to the stack of your timestamps and just put 000 for the first one dash intro. Then it'll automatically convert the rest of your timestamps over to the chapters because that's all you need to do to convert it over to chapter, right? So it's those little things that just help that much more for video to be visible. And then when people are there, it's easy for them to see it. And remember, when you've got how-to videos, especially how-to videos, if you don't have people watching all the way through consistently, that's cool. You could have one person watching it start to finish and say, all right, I've got first, second, and fifth chapter. I totally get, the third and fourth are where I need the help. So I'll watch that again and again and again, or pause and wait. So that's where the viewer engagement may look a little bit weird, right? So don't be afraid of 40, 50, 60% engagement on videos as your view counts go up because that's significant.
I don't even look at I don't even look at how long somebody watches the video anymore. Because shorts have really moved that around. Now each specific video, I guess I could watch it. I don't know.
What I try and do is on some of them, my early stuff, I don't, just because those are the shop stuff and I'm not doing anything about those or staying the way they are. But the other stuff I kind of look at just to see where stuff's falling off. Sure. If there's something specific that I did or something, that's what I look for. And I make sure not to repeat that. But so far, I have not found a pattern on my stuff of where it is. And most of mine are lower view, so it's, you know, a little easier for that stuff with it, but also harder to find that.
815, 541, man. You could push this year
really
and get
good.
1,000. You can do it, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Last year at this time, I had just hit 500 subscribers.
Make it 542.
Yeah. There you go. You can do it, man. You just got to push it. And you're already at 1,100 on Instagram and 1,300 on TikTok, which means you can go live on
That's
TikTok.
huge. That is huge.
You're there, man. Just
Yep.
push it. You'll get it. Let's see. Midnight Rose says 20 years, not quit smoking.
I thought it was.
That works.
Wow.
Big Bill, he said he had to do 20 push-ups. He quit 99. Every time he wanted a cigarette, he did 20 push-ups. So you're either going to be really strong or you're going to quit, or both.
I just got lots of gum.
Hey, Dennis of Wrenches, how's it going, brother? I appreciate your segment, dudes. That was pretty funny when you said that, you know, you got to turn around. That was pretty good. I guess a lot of people, you know, really like the backup cameras. And I like backup cameras, but I don't know if I could ever go with just using the backup camera.
Mirrors, man. It's all, I'm so used to mirrors. It's unreal.
You know, I've got backup in 2 of our cars, and you really get used to them. I hate it because I tried to turn around, but I noticed today, actually, I was at the grocery, and I started backing up, and I stopped, and I was like, I didn't even turn around and look. And I was like, idiot. So I turned around and looked, you know, as I was backing up, because I had the camera on that car is really wide angle.
Sure.
So you could back up, but if somebody's coming, I don't want to, you know, especially walking more so. If somebody's walking, I don't want to be cutting them off to a certain extent.
Right.
So,
well,
I'll be back in 2 seconds. I just got to take care of something quick.
Sure.
Yeah.
Right. What's funny is in this state where you and I both live, the law is you have to turn around.
Oh, really?
That is the law here. Yeah.
I did not know that. That's a good law. Not sure people follow it or how they're going to enforce it, but, you know.
Yeah,
whatever.
Exactly. 815, man. I mean, we're not the end all, be all, any of this stuff, man. This is just us giving the information we have. And then, you know, I've been on YouTube since 2009. So I can't tell you how to get to 50,000 subs or anything like that. Now, I will tell you that the beginning of 2020 is when I really started pushing for subs. At that point, I had just under 200 subs. By the end of 2020, I had just hit 500 subs. And then 2021, I went from 500 to just over 1,000 by August. So you just got to push, man.
That's
push.
Not that it helps as YouTube, but I just followed him on TikTok.
There you go.
And I agreed.
Yeah, that's good law, dude. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get that too, Bubba. But there's no reason just to rely on the camera. We got mirrors, we got camera. You know, use about all of them.
Yep.
You know, sometimes that camera, it may be too cold outside to see, you know, or too dark. Or a lot of the newer cameras don't have that issue, but
which I don't know why we didn't have this before, but the BMW has the little parking sensors all the way around it and stuff. So when you go to pull out, especially like I was out, you know, 6:30 or so this morning, when I was backing out of the driveway, that car was screaming at me that there was something all around because there was frost all over the car. It was covering the sensor. So halfway down the street, because once you put it in drive, it still leaves those sensors on for a little bit, the camera and stuff. I'm driving down halfway down my street and it's beep, 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 beep. It's annoying, but it worked.
Yeah. I mean, good thing they're not the sensors that stop you.
Yes. Yeah. Out there scraping off your sensors or, you know, blow dryer or something.
I appreciate that, Street Fox. I'm not, guys, I'm not trying to brag. I promise. I was just saying it can happen. If you push it, you set a goal that you want to hit that's achievable anyway. It's not like I'm going to say I'm going to hit 100,000 in a month. You know, make it an achievable or obtainable goal and push. And this community is freaking awesome. They will help you as well. And you can hit that goal. The goal for this year for me is 5K, which is, it's a high goal. It'd probably better if I said 3K, which is still high. But 5K, I'm like, if I really push it with the big build we have coming on and hopefully Hot Rod Power Tour and stuff, I think we could hit it.
Oh, yeah. And I didn't think about that. Yeah.
This community, guys, I'm going back to, I still need you guys' help. I appreciate everything you guys do. Everybody supports each other. So 475 December. Yeah. So 815, you're growing, man. And A steady growth is better than an instant growth in the fact that you also have your watch hours too. So if you have 1,300 subscribers, 1,400 subscribers, and you don't have your watch hours, then it doesn't really, I mean, it doesn't matter, but it does matter. I mean,
It's painful.
exactly. Because you're just watching, the ads are
painful.
still going to be on your videos anyway, but you're just watching it where you're not getting the money. So
I saw Big Belly Rebuild's comment there. Is that a Moto Guzzi? I don't know if he's talking about that one, but if he sees it, he'll know it's not a Moto Guzzi. That's that Vulcan 750. So I'm not sure if that was who he was asking. So if you'll notice, that one's got the headlight all ripped off of it today.
Oh, nice.
Yep, I was cleaning and polishing and working on turn signal brackets and stuff today on it.
Nice.
And then I started polishing.
I have my updated
motorcycle
stuff. License, so I'm going to have to do that. But
yeah, so you better get on it. Well, it's cold weather. You probably don't have to worry about it too much, but.
Yeah, wood and metal. You're right. A lot of people do, the link droppers that just same thing when I was had a Facebook group and I deleted the Facebook group because of it. Because the group I made was to help support people that were interested in that, but people were just going on there and link dropping and leaving. So they want you to subscribe, but then don't help you at all. Which not saying that you have to subscribe and have to help each other, but at least check each other out. You don't know if you're gonna like it if you try it, right? Same thing you tell your kids when you're trying to get to eat something, right? Midnight Road, you'll get there, brother. I appreciate that news story, man. That was golden. You're gonna get there, brother.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Keep doing stuff like that.
The cool thing about having the watch hours and subscribers. So I had 700 when I was at 700 and some subs, I was at 4,800 watch hours, right? Now that was during COVID, and we started hosting every 2 weeks almost. We had Gearhead trivia.
So you had a big upkick.
Huge, right? And so here's a lesson, learn it from me. I had 10 trivia episodes, a couple of live episodes. Because of where I was in the situation I was in, it was easy for me to build an episode on a laptop, basically by PowerPoint, and using a streaming service to pump out the questions and have people tune in. That was great. I couldn't make how-to videos where I was. That's just how it was. 19, 20, and 21 were like that, right? And then I got lazy and I rode the coattails of that. Mm-hmm. And very quickly it was, well, I'll put more content out. Yeah, things are busy. Life is hard. I'll put more content out. And it didn't happen. And then all of a sudden, I'm getting closer to 1,000. But that 365-day clock started to roll around, and now you're going 4,500, 4,300, and now and building that back up is so hard to do because
every day you're chasing it now.
Yep. Now subscribers go up, and I'm very thankful for that, right?
Well,
but there's a big difference between 10 people watching a 2.5 hour long show and 10 people watching an 8-minute video.
Correct. I will tell you that it will catch up with it. Mm-hmm. So I don't know how soon that'll be, but when it does, then it'll kind of level off, and then it'll be, where you need it to be.
Yeah, but that's on me. I'm not blaming any subscribers. I'm not blaming anything from YouTube. That is me not putting content out. Full stop.
And Bubba's right here. If you're not interested, just leave a comment. Hey, thanks for the video, and put a thumbs up. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You don't have to subscribe to everybody. I know I have 2 channels myself. I have my main channel that I'll watch, and I do everything. Then I also have another channel where I, it's just like a backup channel from a work email. So maybe that'll help if people need subscribers. I don't know. But what's going on, dude?
Oh, not much.
Howdy.
No. Hi. How are you?
Officially broke my New Year's resolution again.
Uh-oh.
Drinking?
No.
Don't fall down?
That'd be a good one.
I think that's the one. What'd you buy?
Might be the one. So I am the proud owner of a 1990 1-ton 4-wheel drive pickup now.
OBS is good body style.
Yeah.
Well, this one's kind of a rare bird, so I couldn't couldn't walk away from it. I should have, but I didn't. So.
I'm waiting for the but wait, there's more part. What do you got?
Well, it is a 4-speed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It is a big block.
Okay.
And it's like 120,000 original miles, decent tires, bunch of new work done to it, brakes, brake lines, new gas tank, fuel pump. I mean, just gone through front to back. It needs a windshield and an AC. It's
So
in
what's
Iowa,
wrong?
so it's got the rust.
Yeah.
I'm really failing to see the downside of this.
What's going on, mongrels?
I do not need another truck.
You need a content vehicle. That's what you bought, a content vehicle.
I don't know.
Sell it how we have to. We'll help you out.
Well, and that's just it. So I've had a lot of people asking me about trucks for sale. Hey, if you found a truck, you're always looking, blah, blah, blah. So I'm going to try to just do some general things, fix the windshield, do some little stuff, and see what I can get out of it.
That's right.
Just don't get attached to it.
Yeah.
Flip cars are
That's
great.
just it.
It is a
I got in
great
it.
time to do flip trucks.
I rode her through the gears with that big block, and I went, I don't know. I think I'm up.
4-speed big block. Oh, that's nice.
That's where you mess up. What you got to do
It
then
happens.
is sell me that Camaro for real cheap right there, and then you can have the truck.
Well, the worst part is the guy was actually going to trade straight up for a Camaro for the truck.
Oh.
And I was like,
Oh, really?
I have more money than what this truck is worth, so into my Camaro. So
I bet.
So,
Yeah, them Camaros are steadily going up in value. So before I would trade it for something, I think you should look on eBay.
my dad keeps telling me that. So my dad has an 82,
Uh-huh.
first year of the third gen.
83 was Crossfire, 83, 84. So yeah, just that's the does he have the 305 or does he have the
So they-
6-cylinder or the 5.7 or whatever?
They never offered the 350.
They did.
484. So in 82, the highest option one was your high output 305, which was a quadrojet. But you could get them all the way down to a 2.5 liter Iron Duke in 82.
Hey, that's
They
a great
actually
engine.
put 4 cylinders in them in the first year.
It's not fast, but that's a good engine.
So my dad's is the factory Z28, and numbers wise, it's number 8 built.
wow.
So it's not factory are what's important to him. He thinks that car is going to be worth something someday, so he doesn't do anything but let it sit in the barn.
I believe it's going to be worth something because, like I said, they are steadily going up in value. You see them all the time for $18,000 to $20,000, which people never thought a third-gen Camaro would be worth that much.
I agree with that. See, I got total, and I'm not shy to tell anybody, I got total like $4,200 into mine. So
That's not bad at all.
You're golden.
yeah, I'm not hurting him. And I know I could sell
I
it tomorrow.
guarantee you right now you can sell it for $65 without
Yeah.
doing anything to it.
And if I painted
And
it,
probably
I could get
more than
it.
that. I'm just saying for sure.
No, yeah, that's where I'm putting it at. It's about
Quickly.
$6,500 car.
But you could probably put it up around 8 and get somewhere in between 65 and 8. But
Yep.
I think if you wanted a quick sale, 65 would be easy.
Oh yeah, it'd be gone tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So that's why I don't sell that car, because it's like I really don't need to, and if I wanted to, it's just an easy turnaround.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
It's not a car you got to hold on to for a while and wait for a buyer.
Yep.
Because people are always
Yeah.
wanting third gens. Or
So
I call
my
them true gens, even though I really like them.
I like the
so
generation
my New
before.
Year's resolution has been for the past 8 years now. I'm not going to buy a car this year because I have realistically bought a car every year since I was 15 years old.
Wow.
So
And you're 37 now?
yep.
Yeah, well.
You'll have
Didn't
that.
buy
There's
a
a,
motorcycle last year.
I mean, there's a point. I mean, we'll flip this one on its head a little bit, buy them, but start selling them too. New Year's resolution: I'm going to sell one of the cars off this year.
Well, and see, I used to do that a lot. I used to try to get big into like, I'm just going to sell at least 2 cars this year if I wanted to take on anymore. And I was always selling to buy new ones.
Mhm.
And then I always get in that situation where I'd buy something and I'd be like, man, this thing's awesome. I'm going to fix it. And then I'd be like, I'm going to grab that seat out of that. Oh, I think I just sold. Or I'm going to go get that small block. Nope, I sold that one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then I got into the situation where it's like, I keep wanting parts that I just got rid of. And at the end of the day, I kind of shot myself in the foot because, yeah, I made good money on the car. But if I would have had that brand new reupholstered bench seat, I wouldn't be paying $800 to get a different one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the rule of
Yeah.
thumb. Like, do you exist as your own junkyard, or do you just make money wherever it comes?
Yeah,
Make money whenever it comes.
That's hoarder mentality, though. I mean, it's
Yeah,
one of those.
it is.
I'm gonna throw this broken wrench away, and tomorrow I'm gonna need that broken wrench for something.
Right.
Yes, and I am very honest with the fact that I am self-identified hoarder, and I don't have a
car
problem
holder,
with
for sure.
that. But I do have to do like that self-check, you know, like, hey, maybe you should think about this for a second. Maybe you don't need this, and then I'm just like, but I do.
And the problem is, if you can get it, then it's even harder.
Exactly. And that was like, I literally went over there today, and I probably should make a short video on it just to talk about it. But it comes down to like, I went and got the cash, and I'm like, this is too little of money for this truck. It doesn't make sense. This guy's asking so little.
Well, especially
There's
in
got to
today's
be
market,
something
sure.
wrong with it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, there's got to be something wrong with it. I'm going to get there. There's going to be something wrong with it, and I'm going to have to leave. I mean, I look at a lot of things I don't buy. It's not like I buy everything.
That's me
find
every
it-
day on Facebook, just looking at cars and saving them. It's like I would never go out and buy these, but
I've got a list, right? And Excel spreadsheets are great, but I have a list, and I will check same thing like Kijiji online. It's talking to people, and it's knowing like that Norton Slimline featherbed frame. I know I want to build a 64 Triton when the opportunity comes up. The missing link is the Triton, or sorry, is the frame, right? So as soon as I see it, okay, I want it. I want it. If it's not on the list and it's something that really pops out, I've got to be careful, right? I'll go talk to my wife and be like, hey, what do you think about this? Surprisingly,
Yeah,
most of the time it's
I don't have a list. It'd be too long.
right.
Well, see, that's what I run into is like people ask you, what's your favorite car? I don't really have a favorite car. I enjoy all of them. So
Yeah.
I got into this situation where it's just like, I can in my head build any car if you put it in front of me.
that's my
And just
problem.
like, this is how I would do it. And at the end of the day, it's like, do I even want one of those? Probably not. And I can tell you how it'd be cool.
Well, when do you want to
No, I don't
build a
want a K car.
Pacifica?
What's that?
When would you want to build a Pacifica or an Aveo? Where
Well, you know, I got to fix things every once in a while.
Hey, Pacifica, man, that's a camping car right there. You know,
Oh,
put a bed in the back.
I think anything's possible. Tark.
I think you need to go back in the old Dudes with Wrenches catalog of videos and figure out why you don't want to own a Pacific.
Oh, I
No,
know.
I have- Yeah.
That was a great video.
Yeah.
Both videos. You did a short on one that I think
Actually,
was looking at the
I
rust.
think I
and
saw
where you
the.
went and traded it
Oh,
or
yeah,
took
yeah,
to the
yeah.
junkyard or something. I forgot what it was, but
Yeah, I remember that one with the rust. That's the one I remember.
yeah.
And that one was another one where, like, I really thought about keeping that Pacifica because we literally got it for nothing. But it turned into, like, I could strip out the interior. I could reuse these nice leather seats somewhere. But then it's just like, you know what? They're going to give me $500 for it. I need to just not have this one sitting around and just.
Yep.
Well, it's kind of the same thing with that Maverick that I built. I should have. Well, I probably could have kept it a little bit longer, made some more videos with it, especially since I've seen how many people hated it. But when I got an offer like that, I had to sell it. I'd never get another offer like that on it. And there's a billion, just like the same thing with Pacifica. There's a billion escapes out there. So
I'm very disappointed that the engine was so bad in that Maverick that we couldn't really take it out and go beat the living crap out of it, because I think that would have been so much
if I
fun
had
to
a
do.
trailer, I would have.
Yeah.
Yeah, just so you could get it back.
I don't
on.
want to drive it out there where I can do that and then be stuck. But if I had a trailer, I'd take it out there, do that, and then just load it up.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
Yeah, I would have loved to have taken it on some of the trails I've taken the motorcycle on that are car trail, Jeep type. They're not really
So,
Jeep trails, but
my
they're not
brother
that
sent me
aggressive,
one
but-
today, and I had to think, twice or even three times about it before I said no. He asked somebody he knows trying to sell a Ford Windstar for $400.
There's something I haven't heard.
Oh, wow.
Hey,
So,
they're
and
indestructible if they're still
apparently
going.
all it needs is a radiator hose, but I'm like, it's a Windstar. I'm like, if it was 200, I'd be all over it.
Just tell them that.
Yes,
I'll give you 200
yeah,
for
I
it.
told them that. They haven't answered me back, but
I
if
mean,
it's 200, I'd be
400
all over it
200,
because I
though.
could beat the hell out of it and then go ahead and sell the cats in the vehicle and get my money back.
We could turn
Yep.
that one into like a F-150. You just notch it right behind the door, the driver's doors there. Just
Take
cut
out some
all that
smoke
off
jump.
back there. There you go.
Yeah.
Well, I've gotten pretty lucky with, I scrap a lot of stuff and have over the years, but there's a lot of people I do work for on the side where it's just, I'm doing them a good deal. I'm not making a lot of money off it for doing their mechanical work on their car. But at the end of the day, when their car finally does go terminal enough that I'm like, hey, we're not fixing this thing anymore, it's junk, they're more than happy to just hand me the keys and say, get rid of the work.
Yeah. I wish they did that around here because I would be doing it all the time. I would invest in a trailer that I can go be picking up junk,
Yeah.
Well, see, in our city, it's real common. Like we used to do it all the time. We have a few scrap guys that do it now, but it wasn't a big deal. Just drive around with a trailer on a Saturday, look for cars that had parking stickers on the windshield, and just roll up and be like, hey, I see you got some parking stickers there. And people in the city will straight up be like, yeah, I can't park it anywhere else. It doesn't run. It's going to get X amount of parking stickers, and they're just going to take it.
Yep.
So once they take your vehicle, the parking tickets become void. So you don't have to pay the parking tickets, and then it'll just get sold at a city auction. So if you roll up on somebody that has 3 or 4 parking tickets, and that thing's just going to the city, and you walk up and say, I'll give you $50 for it or 25, they're like, put it on the trailer. I'll sign you the title,
Nice.
Where now we got some junkies in town that will give you $300 for anything that's metal, and it's like, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's because prices are so high up right now.
Yep.
Stupid Fast Truck says, what's your secret guilty pleasure car? I'm not exactly sure what he means by that. For me, I don't have a guilty pleasure car, so I don't
define guilty pleasure.
Yeah, it's one of my first thought is something that you're like almost embarrassed to say that you like, kind of thing. Is that what you're talking about?
All
or are
right,
you thinking something?
I'm known as a Mopar guy. My first car was a Plymouth Duster. I've had Mopar trucks. Anything with that logo is great. So a 1968 Ford Mustang GT, I would give my left nut for.
Oh yeah. See, I wouldn't be embarrassed to say that.
But I have a reputation as a Mopar guy.
Yeah.
Oh, so okay.
That's the thing. So cat's out of the bag when people say if you had a choice between your original first car, the '74 Duster, or we'd be going with Bullet. Don't even a hesitation. It's Bullet all the way.
Well,
first time I seen that movie with Steve McQueen, I fell in love with it.
Oh yeah.
And so when I saw Bullet, like it didn't matter. No, I grew up with it. I was raised, Dodge trucks, especially the Polish immigrant family. The best car you can have is Ram Charger. I didn't even realize that there was an option until I was like growing up. But quietly, it was that is the coolest car ever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the Charger in that movie doesn't get enough recognition.
That's true.
That's a really cool car.
It's true. It's true.
Black Charger. I mean, that's just.
I don't think I've ever seen the movie. So
what? Oh, you're dead.
What?
You're dead to me.
Oh, you're missing out, man.
Done.
You don't have to watch.
I'm not saying I
movie.
won't watch it. I just don't think I've ever seen it.
Just look up.
Chasing.
Yeah, look up.
If you just type in Google,
it's amazing.
That's chasing. It'll show up.
That is.
What's the movie? I want to go watch the movie.
Bullet. With Steve McQueen. I'm not even sure
I've
I've
heard
seen
all kind of things about it. I've never watched.
I have probably seen that car chase way more than 100 times.
It doesn't get old.
At minimum, exactly.
It's
I'm not
the
sure I've seen
yellow
the
and
movie
black
all the way
Mustang,
through.
So
No,
it's the forest green, like the dark forest green mixed with a bit of olive in it.
and it's got like 5-spoke dark gray wheels on it, gunmetal almost. They keep bringing out a Bullet Mustang every few years. They make a new version, a new model of the Mustang in a Bullet version of it. And it's the same color, same wheels. Yeah, it's not as beat up as the one in the movie, but
I'll check it out.
There's actually a documentary on that because they found one of the original movie cars.
Yes, they did.
They did.
Restored.
Yeah,
The-
that's pretty cool.
The
Dark Highland
original,
Green.
the original movie car. I think they found it in Mexico, if I
Yeah,
remember right.
815. I think you're right. The one I'm thinking of is the original Gone in 60 Seconds.
Yes,
Yeah,
the
that's
original
right.
Gone in 60 Seconds is an amazing movie too. And
Yeah,
I always
I've seen
hate
that.
the new one because the guy died making the sequel.
Yeah.
And he did it completely without any
Oh,
production companies. And the fact that his family sold that to a production company to get remade, he would have been rolling over in his grave because of that.
Yeah, I agree.
You didn't
I-
like Angelina Jolie?
I thought
You know,
the movie was okay. I mean, I enjoyed it. The cars and that kind of stuff was really fun with it, but it wasn't the original movie. As far as it didn't have the same feel and everything with it, it
Sure.
was different. So,
and I had watched the original movie because my dad loved car movies. So when let's not call it a sequel, but remake came out, it was a lot of just like, I hate this because it never should have been made.
yeah,
The original Italian Job, vice the new Italian Job.
Yep.
When they have
Oh,
the
yeah.
three minis doing the chase scene through the mall, like that's just cool. Yeah,
with the good minis too.
with the good
I mean,
minis.
those make more
Good
sense.
minis.
And now I
Well,
understand they added all the stuff to them. But
I
still.
guess getting back to Stupid Fast here,
There you go.
my original or my vehicle that is my guilty pleasure. Of course, I'll drive anything. I really don't care. But I think it would be pretty cool to have a standard shift 3-cylinder Geo convertible Metro.
Oh yeah, with the hot boost engine. In it.
You got to have that 3-banger in there. It's only good.
Yeah.
I can have that. No, I want that 3-cylinder gas saver, convertible.
And for me, I think I'd have to say a minivan because I don't know.
Not any
to
minivan
me,
though, right? I mean, I can go pick you I can pick up a Ford Windstar right now.
Aerostar all the way.
Aerostar
1991 Ford Aerostar.
yeah, I would. I don't know. I think a minivan would be like
Freestyle.
Odyssey. It would be more so what I would look at with it. But honestly, the Hellcat minivan would be the coolest. But that's my problem is they have no power, and that's
what would be
they
really cool.
Minivans had tons of power. I'd be all about them.
So
They do. Have you driven a new Caravan?
Exactly.
No,
But
They're
also
pretty peppy.
on the same
Really?
note, okay, so take that Geo with the standard shift and put in the 3.5 liter out of a Honda minivan because you can buy them cheap, especially the 99 and 2000 where they had the bad transmissions. You can buy the engine, they pretty much give it to you. Put that into that Geo. That'll actually be quite a little bit of speed there, and I think it'll fit.
Yeah, if you can get all the other components to hold together.
I just
Well,
as far as van, I really like the utility of the van. That's my whole point in it. I want to be able to fold the seats down, throw a ton of stuff. They'll pick up plywood, close the back of the van, and you just drive home.
Like
I would never LS swap a Metro. Yeah, I wouldn't. That'd be a lot of work, and after all that work, I don't think it would hold up.
it'd just be a shell.
Yeah, that's true.
With
a
So on the
Fiesta.
van front, my mother has had a minivan since late 80s. And it was never for like, hey, let's all throw the family in it. She's always used a minivan. She just buys cheap ones and she uses them for utilitarian purposes.
Yeah.
Plywood, hauling plants, hauling junk. She does flea market stuff a lot. So she'll fill up her minivan with flea market stuff, go to flea markets, sell stuff in the booths,
Yeah.
Hey, Shopcat, Chevettes are cool, bro. I used to want one in high school, so I tell everybody I had a vet.
Corvette?
We had a Chevette when I was a kid. Don't ever buy one.
Never buy one. Okay. Hey, you can definitely swap a Chevette.
We had a.
There's actually a small block with an 871 blower drives around town here locally, swap Chevette.
Cool.
We got hit by a lady
awesome.
in some big 70s car, and we had a 4-door Chevette, and it came all the way through the car. Her bumper hit the front seats, broke the front seats. That's how hard it came through. Over the back seats, into those. She hit us something like 50 miles an hour.
Wow.
Yeah. It didn't end well for any of us. It was bad.
So what's up, Brailsford?
Yeah, man.
Look, man, sorry.
How's it going?
Took a while. I had to talk to my wife for a little bit.
I get it. No worries, brother.
Well, pose the question to Brailsford then.
Exactly.
What's up?
So what is a car that you're embarrassed to say that you like? Stupid fast truck ass.
Fox body
Wasn't
Mustang.
it? Or was it?
Car
No.
no.
That's who it was.
Car that I'm embarrassed to say that I like. Hold on, I'm gonna have to think about this one.
All right,
So everything I
While
like for a reason.
While
Yeah.
you're talking there, I agree with Tarek. I want a Ford Transit so bad.
Well, he's talking about the old
Long
economy
wheelbase,
line.
but I'd love to have an Econoline.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. So in the 90s, my parents had one of those Econoline vans with like the plush interior with all those wood trim
yeah.
everywhere.
Oh,
I would rock the hell out of that. I'd throw a flow. It'd be stupid, but I'd throw a Flowmaster muffler on it, and I'd make that thing. That'd be sweet, just to cruise around and get like 8 miles per gallon everywhere you go.
You'd probably put some wheels that are stick out a little bit on it.
Dude, there's some people around here, a bunch of ex-Marines around here. They buy those things, like the 18 passenger ones.
Yeah.
And they'll put them on some super swampers. They'll give them a lift kit. They get ridiculous.
Overlander. Make an Overlander.
Yeah.
That's huge right now.
Yeah.
I've actually seen quite a few of those Econolines. When you go to the racetrack, I mean, they're a perfect trailer towing rig.
Yeah. Motorcycle guys, more club racing, even some little bit professional stuff. That's what they use, Econoline vans, that kind of stuff. Now, of course, you're going to more transit and stuff, but man, they love those vans.
Man, you guys got me going to look at those now. I'm gonna go look them up on Marketplace.
I look at them all
Gotta
the
have
time, but I'm not embarrassed to say I like those. I mean, that's just that's more. That wouldn't be like a daily for me. That would be like a travel vehicle.
I mean, I had a 1980. My first car ever was a 1987 Z24 Cavalier. So it was the only year they had the functional hood scoop on it. And
So how do you go from liking a sweet Z24 to a Mustang?
He opened
Dude,
his eyes.
honestly, I used to hate Mustangs. I used to only like GM, and then somewhere along the line, a lot of the GM cars started to fall apart. And
No, they didn't fall apart. Come on, man.
So
like
you
them
have
all.
justified hate, you say?
I like them all, though. I like them all. I like the Chevys. I like all the performance cars from each of the big three.
Well,
Yeah.
all of them had great cars, and all of them had crap cars.
Yes.
Yeah. So you can, and I know some people probably get mad about that, but you can like all of them. You
Yeah.
can like
Here's how I look at it. I'm a fan of the reliable cars. I do my research. I want to buy something. I make sure it's going to last, unless it's like a project and I'm willing to tinker with it. But as far as like daily drive, like buying a new car, I'm a fan of whatever's going to be reliable. Like we tried to buy a GMC Acadia until I called the one mechanic I trust to do work other than myself, and he said no, steer clear.
timing chains, transmissions. They're not great. They're not good.
Yeah.
The newer ones are a little better than the older ones, but still, no.
Yeah. So, and I mean, that was the same going along the lines of all the stuff I was reading about him anyway. But we wanted something with the captain's chairs, and we didn't get it, unfortunately.
Oh.
Yeah.
The Ford Explorers are just as bad. The new Ford Explorers, I like the look of them, but
Yeah.
I wouldn't buy one.
Well, we got a 17 Explorer with the 2.3 EcoBoost, but we got two-wheel drive.
The EcoBoost is a lot better than the 2012s.
Yeah, 3.5 was not a good 3.7, 3.5 with the water pump issues.
Well, so this the 3.5. Okay, let's rephrase that. We talked about this on CP's channel. The 3.5 is a I've got that in my Ford Edge. That's a fantastic motor, minus that water pump position. Terrible position, obviously. If you change that out and you're proactive about it, that motor is. I've had that car for. I've had that car since I've had that car since 2012. All I've ever done is oil changes, and I've changed one coil pack.
Well, that kind of goes back to the Cadillac engine everybody loves to hate. It's a great engine until you get
North Star.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, depending on the generation, year, and version of it, there is some good North Stars out there.
To work on, or
it's a Cadillac, so none of it's fun to work on, but some of them are way worse than others.
Yes. Some of the like water pumps, some of the stupidest things you could do.
Starters. See, that's always the biggest defect, is like when you build a bulletproof engine, but then you create issues with the general things that will need to get replaced at 100 and some miles.
Well, think about the 94 to 96, the LT1. Phenomenal motor, will last a freaking lifetime. However, the water pump leaking right on the OptiSpark ignition system, and you have to replace that freaking every time you do a tune-up, and it's
Correct.
a freaking nightmare.
Yep, that was a bad idea.
Yeah. He was asking about Harley mechanics. I haven't worked on. Well, I did in school. I worked on a little bit of Harley stuff, but I haven't worked on anything outside of school.
There's an Econoline here near me. That's an armored Econoline.
Oh,
You
what?
can get 4 miles a gallon.
It's pretty awesome. It looks it looks like a tank.
Sorry, guys. I'm just dealing with some stuff in the background. All good now? Hi, I'm back.
I understand. There's some motorcycle questions in here about Harleys anyway. So
Yeah, I'm out.
Yeah. They're just asking, are you?
if
Harley
people like them,
mechanics.
I like Harleys, and no, I don't work on them because I don't have one, but I would. I don't
Yeah.
work on any motorcycles. I let 113 cycles over there work on them because I just don't work on them anymore.
Yeah.
Not that I
Somebody told
wouldn't.
me I had to own a motorcycle again. It'd still be a Honda or a Victory.
I liked Victories a lot. I liked them a
They haven't
whole
made
lot.
victories for a while.
Exactly.
They're
I don't trust myself on a motorcycle. I feel like I'd end up killing myself.
And that's why I don't own one.
Yeah, I don't do the driving fast and going in between cars, and I'm very old man when it comes to motorcycles.
Well, I'm sure I would be too, but I'm sure there'd be that one urge every now and then to really like kick it up. And
Oh, yeah.
When I was
don't
younger, maybe when I was in Afghanistan as an instructor on a vehicle, I had a soldier that when I told him to turn right, he turned left, and we rode the vehicle. And ever since then, I don't like going fast. It's something I can't control very well.
Yeah.
So on a motorcycle, I do not like to go fast.
See, I think I might have told you guys this before, or at least on one of my streams, but I had a come to Jesus moment with my 05 GT. I was on a back road heading from Raleigh to Norfolk. I must have been doing about 140, and you know the road kind of, you can't, on a back road you never know if a dip's coming up or not.
Sure.
And that moment of weightlessness where you're like just doing this to the steering wheel real quick,
You have nothing.
and
Yep.
you know, you could easily lose control. And I was like, you know what? I just had my first son. I was like, this is stupid. And honestly, I don't think I've gotten the boss. The only time I've really gotten the boss over 100 was at the track.
Yep. I'm a fan of going 0 to 100 real quick, but much over 100, I really just don't feel the need to do that anymore.
Oh, I'd love to do drag racing on a track or on a specific place to do it. But I don't want to, you know, I don't know, rolling over change quick.
I must have been probably 25 years old.
Okay, Mike's Garage, BST Ford channel is a
Ford
good one. So if you guys haven't checked out BST Ford channel, along with all these other channels in the comments, guys, all these guys are in here. Every one of them has a channel, and you know, give everybody a chance. If you don't like it, don't subscribe. But if you do, subscribe and support them, and let's help everybody out. I can't tell you go over there and subscribe. You know, just stay subscribed even if you don't watch, because that's just not how it works. But plus, it really doesn't help them in the end anyway. But
going back to the Harley Davidson question, I mean, we touched on it earlier when it was just Cletus and myself. I try not to be opinionated about a lot of things. I have opinions, right? I'll preface it with that. When it comes to Harleys, though, I think they're more important than just the motorcycle. They're an American icon. If you were to lose Harley Davidson, that'd be as big of a hit as losing the original three, the big three in the North American industry, right? And yes, it's not solely an American-based company anymore, but nothing is. But it's the icon, it's the image of it. Are they the best bikes? No. Are they the worst bikes? Far from. Right? The history of how the two, came up with how to make a functional twin and make it simple and good to go, and how that it has the original potato sound. The reasoning behind that sound and the simplicity of the engineering of the engine to get that V twin and counter everything, it's so cool. that is as American as you could be to innovate things, right?
Yeah.
Would I personally own one? You know, if somebody came up with an 83 or said, hey, would you want to take this for a ride? Of course I'm going to say yes. They're great. They're an absolute fun bike to ride. They're not my preferred ride, but I will never turn my nose up at a Harley-Davidson motorcycle. The riders, speaking about the riders, that's where I draw the line, and I won't comment online. I'm going to leave it at that. But the motorcycles themselves are, from where they started to where they are, they're just, they have so much cool factor about them that they're just, yeah.
Well, here's that new Harley Davidson motor I was talking about earlier.
107.
Yep. It's that new one they've been talking about. And we kind of discussed it a little bit earlier, but anyway.
I don't know much about it.
Okay. Well, let's talk about it real quick. I'm not an expert on it, obviously, but as far as I know, they are EV motors.
Oh.
But there's something special about them. I forgot exactly. It's not going to be in the frame anymore. It's going to be
really? They're gonna get smart.
It's going to be part of the bike and all this stuff. I should have did more research on it. I was thinking about doing it or getting it together for next week's news segment. But yeah, it's supposed to be pretty freaking awesome. So
never mind.
So I missed the finished product there with the whole news thing this week, Cletus.
Yep.
Was I too informal or right where everybody else?
Yeah, it was perfect, brother.
It was good. It was real good. Yeah, I loved the turnaround thing. That was excellent. That 107 came out in 2017, didn't it?
Yeah, that's not the one I'm talking about. Hold on, I'll find you exactly the story.
The same picture you just sent. You were just posting.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about the newest one. And that picture may have been the other one, bro. I got you.
Okay.
I'm going to send you the whole story on it.
Yeah,
so you can research on it because I don't know enough. I unfortunately do not know enough to speak about it.
Japanese inline.
Whoa.
All right.
Must be a Japanese inline or something.
Yeah.
Harley's really aligning with, I can't even remember who it was now. They're big overseas. I talked about it in the news segment when I did it. Dang it, I can't remember now.
They make motors with Buell, don't they?
They used to. Buell's been gone for a while, mostly because they wanted.
That's how little I know about bikes.
Yeah, they've been gone for a little. As far as they left Harley quite a while ago. Buell wanted. They were racing at the time in the AMA, which was still AMA at the time, I believe. And they wanted their motors just weren't fast enough. I mean, the AMA was giving them every concession they could to help them win races, and they did. They won a championship with NES. Like, it was awesome. It's a great thing, but they just couldn't compete. They were running a 600 or 1100 engine in a 600 class, and it just didn't work. So Eric Buell said, "Okay, cool. We want to keep racing. This is our market. This is where we want to be. We want Rotax engines is what we want." And Harley said, "No, you're running Harley engines." And they said, "We can't do that." And then they had a big falling out shortly after that. And then Buell went away from Harley and then became Eric Buell. And he's done a bunch of other stuff since. He actually has closed multiple times and just reopened recently with a new bike.
So maybe you can tell me I'm wrong. I always liked Buells and thought they were pretty well engineered, but I'm no bike expert.
Oh, yeah. Yes, they were very well engineered. The Blast wasn't a great bike, but yeah, the Buells had just amazing technology in it that nobody was using. I mean, fuel in the frame, oil in the swing arm. I mean, they really were just really well enginered bikes. Maybe
Gentlemen,
not the
I'll
best
be right back.
built,
I'll leave this to you guys for a few minutes.
We start talking motorcycles and he runs away.
I'll be right back.
But the engineering, Eric Buell is just ridiculously smart when it comes to that kind of stuff, and he does a really good job on those. Yes, engineering wise, they were awesome.
There are a couple of names that you're going to hear with Harley Davidson that they don't want to talk about anymore. You know, you've got the Fat Boy, you've got the Fat Bob, the Crossbones, huge failure, right?
Yep.
Those that own them will swear, hey, they're great, but it was aimed at the wrong market, right? But this is internal within Harley Davidson. This is them stretching out, and they are not the only ones. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying this is specifically a Harley thing. there were a number of bike, truck, car manufacturers that have done that. The bitterness where Buell comes into place, they had everything on a silver platter to attract a completely different clientele. When Buell came on board, though, and I don't mean to trump what 113 saying, the Harley Davidson Softail Deuce, the Heritage Classic, the Heritage Classic Fat Boy, Fat Bob, the big, that was the 2000s. That was the height of everything really coming to a head with those style of bikes. Buell didn't fit the Harley equation. Harley was doing very well for themselves. They were having massive bike sales. Everything was good to go. And I'm not talking about the 2008 crash. This is their main client base that they were appealing to.
Well, that was the height of
getting
American
older.
Chopper.
They were getting older, and now all of a sudden, you've got Road Kings and everything else that are, sofa on wheels, which is cool. But those bikes didn't appeal anymore. We can speculate. I'll speculate. If Buell, the whole Buell Harley Davidson partnership were to start out today and not back in the late 90s, early 2000s, I think it would take off like that, and just these Buells be selling off like hotcakes, because now you've got this Harley branding that would appeal to a newer generation so perfectly. Smaller bikes, more maneuverable, a lot more women that want to ride these bikes, and here's a way to have a Harley without fitting into that stereotypical Harley rider. Right? It's an option, and it would be a great competition against a lot of the other bikes that are starting to come out now. It breaks my heart, because Buell was so far ahead of its time in that market, in that niche market, that it was almost just excluded. You're the cool kid that, you're great here. You start messing around in this market, nobody wants you.
Yeah.
It was almost perceived as a threat to that Harley Davidson.
Oh,
image.
Absolutely.
And
we went into a Harley dealership and asked about Buell's. I can't remember which one it was. It was the Ulysses when it had come out, and I was really interested in this adventure style bike, upright seating, which was different for Buell.
Yeah.
Still had a 1200 engine in it. They pretty much laughed at us. I mean, she's like, "Well, we don't even know what that is." I'm like, "It's Buell. You have a big sign out front of your building that says Buell. We don't carry those here. We won't sell those here." And you're like, "Okay, all right, well, never mind." And,
See you later.
That is the general attitude I get at the dealerships with Harley stuff anyways with it, towards Buell stuff with it. Every time I went into one, and there was a couple I went into that sold a lot of Buells, but none of the Harley, like I said, it just didn't fit in with what they wanted. You want to piss people off, show up to a Harley rally on either a Buell and tell them it's a Harley, or a V-Rod and tell them it's a Harley, especially an early model V-Rod when the motor was made by Porsche. Then that's how you piss off Harley owners, basically.
What about the AMC Harleys? Did they like them?
They do. I mean, they're not good bikes. They're really bad. I mean, that's where the whole oil leak stuff came from. But they respect those. If you show up on one of those, I mean, they recognize more so now that they're crap. But they'll give you respect with that. Certainly way more respect you'll ever get than showing up on a Buell. Because you're a Harley guy. That's just what I see with them.
It was such a golden opportunity, though. Such a golden opportunity.
Yeah. I hate to get on Harley stuff with it, but I really think Harley is a dying breed. I mean, they're dying slowly every year. The fact that they're branching out now.
And this is just from an outside perspective, because I'm not a big bike guy. I've always not loved Harleys due to their price point. I mean, that was the biggest reason. And then it always just seemed like they're using the worst in old technology when there's so much better out there to go with.
Yep.
I mean, there's no innovation. Why am I going to invest so much more money in a less innovative bike?
But the reason why people like Harley is the reason they buy Harley.
Yeah, exactly. You're just buying into the group. So
correct. But the problem is the people buying into that group are 50 and 60 and 70 years old. So 20-year-olds and 18-year-olds and 30-year-olds aren't generally. There are some. I'm not saying that. But that's not who's buying those. And Harley recognizes that, which is why they're pushing the live wire, why they're pushing the new America that they've got.
Why that was what I was saying, was whoever's buying Harleys are already buying Harleys.
Yes.
They're not achieving a new group.
Yep. Yeah, and they're
the most part. I'm sure they get some, but
yeah, I mean it's I know a guy here locally that does huge stuff with Harley stuff. He stunt rides with them. Younger guy too. I think he's younger than I am. Actually, he's in his 30s. And there's a huge market for those. But that's not what Harley's catering to. That's not the people that that are buying the bikes. You show up to a Harley event, it's not a bunch of younger people, generally speaking. It's older guys.
See, I would definitely, if I had a Buell, I would definitely show up to a Harley event. Just like when we do this Volvo with the GM motor in it, I'm definitely going to Super Chevy.
Yeah. Like, that's going to be great.
Well, and I think the Harley Davidson discussion we're having here is relatable to the car industry too. I mean, perfect example of that is, why do we think we just made the Corvette the way we did? I mean, we saw a dying market that was a great car and it was doing well, but it was only appealing to a certain group. And just by changing it the way they did, it blew the doors open for a whole new generation of people to love Corvettes.
Yeah.
With the bikes, and it does bleed over to the automotive industry. I can't define why mine is so good, but I'll insult yours. So as a Harley owner, it's okay to hate every other brand of bike, especially Japanese bikes. One of the things that gets me is you look at the Fat Boy. So the Fat Boy actually has a very specific origination to its name, and that is it was a direct counter to the Japanese bike market that was starting to encroach in North America and take over. So the Fat Boy is a combination of the Fat Man and Little Boy, the two atomic bombs that were dropped on Japan. Hence the original paint scheme as well, with the golden stripes, the metallic color.
I didn't know that.
Right?
Didn't know that. That's
a little bit of
rude.
It was, even in the 80s, it was like, right? But there you go.
What's up, Pat?
Little nugget of history, right? But it's okay to hate other brands. That's what's coming across in the younger generations, or anybody who didn't like it. It's okay. I don't have to like Suzuki. I don't have to like Honda. I don't have to like Norton. It's okay for all of us to hate Harley Davidson and what's associated with that. And that became accepted.
I don't think
hate's a bit of a strong word, but
I remember being younger and everybody having their own brand of oil or clothes. It was all about brands, and I don't think brands matter as much anymore. I mean, it still does, but
no,
I think people are getting away from brands and they're liking a product.
I think, and this is just me, but I think it's more online shopping has done that.
Yes,
because now
it's
you
about
can get
getting it now.
anything. Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
Obsolescence.
But if I want to run some weird motor oil, I can run that with no problem. I just go online and order it. I don't have to be a mobile guy because that's what I buy.
What actually people say about it. It's not true. I like this brand because I like this brand. It's, hey, this brand did this. You got YouTube, which people review stuff, and you actually get to see it in use. It's a whole different thing than it used to be now. So you don't have to go on it just because it's a brand like Harley Davidson, but you could say, I like it because of this.
Yes.
Well, I think the information is much better out there. And I think most companies have come to the realization they're all generally the same on a lot of products and pieces. And it just comes down to they have to keep some kind of brand loyalism, but then they also have to keep everything at a proper price point to keep that.
Well, Harley Davidson, we can say what we want about them. They have built a brand.
Oh, yeah.
It is recognizable.
Yeah, they're
it is a brand.
This is a manufacturer who has rebranded themselves so effectively. Their first ads were, this is a gentleman's bike, where it is so quiet and so delicate, you will not hear it from the other side of the street, to we are something totally different now. But there was also a huge market that appealed to them right after that 750cc dispatch rider bike that Harley had during the Second World War made a name for itself. And it was a great bike. A little too heavy for some of the muddier areas, fine, so be it, right? But people that wanted that bike after the war found that bike and that look. And the cool thing about bikes is you can make things more efficient with the engine. You can have fuel injection. I mean, there's fuel injected engines. There's the reason they have those air-cooled fins to still look at it, even though it runs a radiator, because it has that look to it. You don't have to change the styling like you do with a car. If the lines work and the look works, keep it. That's, again, I go back to the Fat Boy. It has that look because it's worked for Harley.
Nick says that's a myth on the Fat Boy. So if somebody would like to do some research, next week's news is going to be here before you know it. That'd be a great update and great information. So if it's true or not true, both of them would be cool.
Yeah. Yeah, well, because you could point out, because I'd never heard that before. I mean, I don't know enough on Harley stuff with that to keep up with that. So it makes a good story both ways. Yeah.
I'm just
Cletus, I'm gonna hop out and go. I got another channel of support. I'm gonna go check them out for a little bit.
Yes, sir. Take it easy. Tell them we said hi, and
Yeah. Thanks for coming
good
in.
luck with them. Yes, sir.
Yeah, like I said, just finish up the Harley thing. I just think they're in trouble, but I think their new CEO, I think he went in last year before possibly, I think has made some good changes with them. They're branching out a lot more. They have a lot more options now than they did like 5 years ago. To me, I'm surprised they made it 5 years just because of the fact that they just weren't, because they're doing everything we were talking about, and they've changed a lot of that with the live wire, with the
I don't think
America.
Brewer's still in the chat here, but any other Mopar guys in the chat. What about Stellantis? Do you think they're going the right way on the straight six and the electric vehicles?
I like that picture, dude.
Jesus.
Whoa. I'm going to watch what I say now. I don't know. My thought is with the Dodge stuff, I don't know which way. Well, Jesus has left the chat. I know what it's going to do. It's going to piss off every one of us basically that loves engines, that loves the feel of the engines, the noise of the engines and stuff. But I'm not sure there's anything you can do about it at this point. I mean,
well, even if so, especially if it's faster than the 5.7 liter Hemi.
Yeah.
But wasn't that was that one of the things in Mad Max where they got rid of all the V8s?
Oh yeah. Last of the V8s, the Interceptor. Yeah. I wish we had those cars here.
Dang.
now that is a hairstyle there, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Jesus there. So.
Mm-hmm.
Where'd you go, Jesus?
Well, I moved my phone slightly, and then the thing I have holding my phone held the Bixby button down, and when that happened, it just off the rails.
So, are you at
I
home?
hate Bixby.
So I'm gonna go back to Nick. The first time that I heard that was I was actually, I'm not gonna lie, I was looking at getting myself a Heritage Classic, and my best friend's girlfriend's dad, so not too far of a stretch, but my best friend's girlfriend's dad at the time owned the Harley dealership back in Southern Alberta where I was from. And we started going talking about it, and we talked about the cat squasher and everything else, and he started pointing it out. He's like, man, like right down to the solid rotors on the front wheel, they're made to resemble that on the B29's main landing gear wheels. Like this guy was like totally passionate about it. And I mean, back then in Southern Alberta, that story really didn't seem too offensive, and I didn't take it as wow, you crossed the line. It made sense. This is also the same time frame when you would go down to Sturgis and you would see a Japanese bike being held up with the throttle just maxed, and the bets were how long would it last until the engine burned itself out, right? Drain the oil out and just leave it at high rev and see what it does to itself. Like it was a different time, right?
Yeah.
Now, when I say that, it is not to say Harley is horrible for doing it. The bike and how it was passed to me, the information, it was a counter to the Japanese invasion on the motorcycle front. And in England, it was the same thing. It was 1970 to 74. That was the death of the British bike scene in the UK. Japanese bikes took over with the reliability, the cost, everything else. It was a rebranding of the cafe racer era, if you will, right?
Yeah.
But that's also combined with things like Triumph's oil and frame design of their 1970. And when they went back to a standard style in 1974, they didn't improve from the previous version. So it was already outdated. What is being reviewed, the twin leading shoe front brake was great in 1969. The exact same front hub was used in 1975, and it was reviewed as one of the most inadequate front brakes on the market that day. Things change very quickly. It's a very difficult market to appease everybody. You're never going to please everyone, right? But when I say the rebranding of Harley Davidson, we talked about early in the chat. I don't know if you were there. It is so cool to see those big names in American culture. Again, the wild one. It was a Triumph, Thunderbird. Elvis crossing the river where he's got, water spraying up all over him. Hardcore going through. British bike. Steve McQueen raced on British bikes. The desert sleds going through. Fonzie. Now, so that's a little bit of an iffy one, right? Because they wanted to have him have a Harley. But because of his dyslexia and his inability to control everything, the British bikes, shifter and brake being swapped, it was easy for him to control. So when he had to ride, he was riding British. But the rebranding in that era to say, okay, we need to define American culture on motorcycles, Indian and Harley came to the forefront. And Harley led the way. It's amazing to see in that time frame when, the atomic era, everybody had money, things were getting cool. To have a brand relabel itself by sticking to its roots, its past, and not moving forward with everybody else and saying, nope, this is Harley. And for them to do it, that is an amazing feat. And my fingers are crossed. If they were able to do it in the 50s and 60s and then do it again and push back in the late 80s and 90s, I don't see why they can't do it now.
They'll do it.
But they have to, or they're gone.
They have to hurry.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this new, like I said, the new CO that came in, like I said, I think it was last year, not even the year before, but I think it was last year, the one that canceled a lot of it because they announced a ton of new bikes, including the Pan America. There was a couple others, had some really cool bikes, and they canceled them. I mean, they'd already announced them. They were, they had pictures and everything out and stuff, and they canceled almost all of them. The Pan America was still made, and a couple others were. But that guy, he seems to really be making a difference. He seems to really be pushing more innovation than they had been in the past. Mm-hmm. Hopefully it's enough. They sell a ridiculous amount of electric bicycles. They have their own brand. I don't remember what it's called. It's not Livewire, but they're real big.
It's pretty cool.
They're Harley electric bicycles.
They're bicycles, not motor. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. You go to a bicycle shop to buy them. Yeah.
Midnight Rose says the Harley Davidson is selling to a bunch of old guys, but the car manufacturers aren't making that mistake. And the old guys want gas engines, but the soon-to-be drivers don't.
That's true.
Yeah, and the same thing about the Harleys is there's not only selling to the old guys, right? But the people that are loyal to the brand are aging. Yeah. And the same thing, like he said here, my kids and even younger, they don't care if a car is gasoline or battery driven or hydrogen or whatever. They don't care. They want it to be efficient. They want it to be priced right. And I think, and I may be way wrong, but I think with this younger generation, and my grandkids and they're not going to want to drive at all.
Correct.
So that brings up something interesting that I'm curious about. What I have seen, certainly with my kids and their friends and stuff like that, they don't care about stuff. They don't, not stuff, sorry. They don't care about driving. They have no passion for it whatsoever. It is a mode of transportation. That's how you get from here to there.
A to B.
I know one guy who was in his 20s. It's a friend of mine's boyfriend. I only met him a couple times, but he didn't believe you should own a vehicle in this day and age. It's 2020 and you should not have to own a vehicle. So he was 24, 25 and didn't even have a driver's license and had no interest in getting it. I mean, his girlfriend was the one driving him all around, so I did have some discussions about that. But my point being, I just don't see the passion for stuff, whether it be motorcycles or cars. It's just a mode of transportation, and that's all it is. I don't see the same type of thing.
Well, even when you go to car shows, you'll see that the group is aging.
Yeah.
If I'm the young person at a car show, there's something wrong there. We need to. Now there is younger people, of course, but
so, we are an older style of cars, right? Our generation. Yeah. And what's neat is like we'll have our little meets outside of Canadian Tire in the summertime, and classic cars will be there. You got your coffees, you'll sit, you'll talk, you do everything else. The cars don't drive. And then at the end of the night, just go for a bit of a cruise and whatever. The same nights or, different nights, but once a week or twice a week, the younger generation of kids will have the cars of 2000 to 2005, the Volkswagens, the Civics, and, they're doing stuff, but it's a lot more
nostalgic to them.
It's exactly right. Now, when I say, hey, my first car was a 74 Duster, that was back in 1998.
Right.
So it's not that old, but even back then, oh, that's a classic. Why would you buy that when you could have something with airbags and something with ABS?
and
You know,
and
and something
fuel
that,
injection
and here's the big one, a warranty.
Yeah.
Right.
Warranty suck.
Well,
I don't think that kids these days don't want to drive as much as they want something that's more reliable. So if they're working on it, they're working to improve it, not to fix it. No, it's just.
So here's the thing you got to consider too. So when we're all generally the same age. So when we were 16 or 17 years old, we could go out and we could spend $700-800 on a car, and it would take us A to B. It would give us the opportunity to go meet people, be around stuff, do things. Due to social media, the internet, what we're doing right now, I'm not required to own a vehicle to have interaction. So that takes out a huge chunk. And then we're more worried about our computer, our camera, our phone, our electronics, which cost an insane amount of money anymore. I mean, a new Samsung phone is going to run you $1,500 for the nice one. And a basic junk car is still going to run you $2,000 just for something that goes down the road reliably. And that's all inflation, and people are making more money. But as a teenager, you're going to look at, well, I need my cell phone, my computer, and my blah, blah, blah before I worry about some $2,000 shitbox. You know?
Yeah.
I find it really changing out of necessity as well. So here, it's a lot more rural. It's not that I'm somewhere where it's completely backwoods. The people here are fantastic and they are resourceful. And what I'm seeing is a lot more of the younger kids as well are learning how to fix things and asking for help, how to fix things, how to do everything from basic tire changes, oil changes, how to diagnose things, because they can't afford a $15,000 or $20,000 new car. They can't afford something without warranty. They have a choice. I can either pay for rent or for a car. So if I'm going to have rent and be able to live in today's economy, I need to know how to fix this car that's a hand-me-down or a used car. And so where we were doing it for fun, more for fun, right? Because I didn't have to get a 74 Duster. I liked working on a 318 and swapping it out to a 440. That was enjoyment for me. At no point did I have to face this issue of, if I mess it up, how am I going to get to work? Now it's, you need that car to get you there. And in the middle of winter or summer, it doesn't matter when, if it breaks down, you can't afford to take it to a mechanic. You can't afford to go over the top. You need to make it work. And so there's a huge divide now where those that have fun little sports cars, they're having a blast with it. And then you've got another group that they weren't taught by their parents. They weren't taught by anybody. They've got YouTube. They've got online resources. They've got all this to help them out to figure out how to fix it in their driveway so they can save that money for what they need to spend, right? Yeah.
Well, and there's just way more things to waste your money on these days.
Yeah. And I agree with that. But either way, like I said, a lot of the people that I talk to, younger people, yes, they do have more stuff to spend their money on. Computers, video games, that kind of stuff with it. They still don't care about cars, leaving the house and going out and being independent. And,
I have a bunch of nieces and nephews. They're all about the same age. They're all getting into that driving age. The little Aveo we had on our channel was for my niece.
Yeah.
And we literally got that car for literally free. We had to just put some maintenance items to it and give it to her. And then we were going to sell it and do something with it. But at the end of the day, it was like, this is a good opportunity for her to learn to drive a manual, and have a car that is really cheap to work on and cheap to drive because she doesn't have a major income. So she's been driving that car now for going on about 2 years, and she literally drives it 2.5 hours to and from college every other weekend. So you're talking a little car that just gets a lot of miles put on it. And I would bet anyone you're not just going to be able to find that similar deal in the market anywhere to just hand to your 18-year-old daughter and just say, hey, go out and drive this 4 hours every weekend back and forth with a 5-speed for literally no investment.
Yeah.
And I feel bad for the people that a similar parent would have said, here's a $15,000 car, go out and drive it to do that with. I mean, there's not that market for a good, reliable, efficient vehicle. And a lot of kids, I'm just going to say kids, 18, 19, whatever, even 20, let's say, it's really hard for them to want to get into a $15,000 car when there's so many other things they got to worry about financially.
Mhm.
Yeah. I mean, very much so.
And
I would
I'm
be a
not-
lot richer person if it wasn't for a car hobby. That's all I'm saying.
I was about to say, like, there's no hiding the fact that kids these days are a hell of a lot smarter with their money than I was when I was their age and working on old cars. And
Well, let's just say I've
Yeah.
been blessed with the ability to earn money, which not everybody is.
Mhm.
I'm not going to sit here and say like, "Hey, it's because I was the hardest working guy in the room." Like, no, I've gotten lucky along the way. Everyone has.
Yeah.
I'm humble with it, but if I wasn't making the money I'm making, a car addiction wouldn't be possible. It's just
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
when you get people that just work real hard and they can't sit there and think about, well, I'm going to go out and I'm going to get a new Bronco just because I think they're cool.
Yeah.
that's one thing I love about. So it is, the classic car culture is becoming smaller. I wouldn't say it's dying. I think it's becoming smaller. But when you find those people, especially that are younger, that want to get into it, the thing I enjoy about it now, it's not the long cruises and everything else. It's getting them in it, introducing them to people, showing them, hey,
Yeah.
here are car meets. It's not all these big shows that are formal events where you buy tickets and,
Well,
4 or
I
5
will
of us are
say
going to get
that.
together at Tim's. 4 or 5 of us are going to get together at Burger King or wherever, A&W, right? Just and show them, hey, if you got questions, you can ask somebody there. They want to help you. They want to see this continue on.
And I have seen, in the past, and just to hit on this note before we get too far, the car meets and the car shows, there used to be a lot more car shows. It used to be a lot of like Chevy guys are over there or a Chevy only car show. And
Yeah.
now it's mostly cruises. Like they don't want to section off the car community. The car community as a whole is growing together. And I think it has become a lot better group of people than what it was 25 years ago.
Yeah. I'll
I
agree
didn't
with
go to
that.
car shows 25 years ago. I wish I
did.
would have.
I did. I was
Been doing it since I
really
was
big
2.
into NASCAR stuff.
Well,
I mean, for a
You know,
long
my
time,
mom
so
was
I
a single
always
mom
going to
until she
stuff.
got remarried to my stepdad, and he isn't into. I mean, he likes some cars, but he wasn't a car guy. So
Yeah.
I wish we had YouTube back then. I would have somebody to teach me. But
Yeah.
yeah, all this is pretty much self-taught until I joined the military and went through all their training and stuff. But sorry, I had to step out, guys. My got a call from my kid's school. Apparently, they're shutting all the schools down for the next 2 days here
Yeah.
because almost half of everybody has COVID. So
Yeah, they're
The messages
claiming that
that,
around here.
the messages
That's crazy.
that you hear coming on my phone, if you guys don't mind, I'm going to step out for about 15, 20 minutes or so. I got to make a couple phone calls with work to make arrangements. Oddly enough, man, it is very similar to what you were just saying. Things are changing here very quick. So
yeah,
yeah, I'll be back as soon as I can.
Yeah.
But this is a great. Before I do go though, Mike,
Finish what you said.
not to sound depressing, I don't think we're too far off from that.
Yeah.
We got to be very careful. We're on like U.S. and Canada and the world as a whole. I think we're on a very slippery slope right now. But all we can really do, like I'm not going to just drop that and leave. We talked about it a few weeks ago, right? We are building a community. We are helping each other out. We are becoming very resourceful with our skills, whether it be how to make a YouTube video or how to twist wrenches on certain things. We are making that. And if we continue doing that, we can make YouTube with this group. I really honestly believe we can start with, it's already started, but make it grow to where we really can help each other out. So if we do have pockets within North America that are really starting to hurt for stuff, we are there to support each other.
Sure.
Whether it be information, resources, saying, hey, you know what? I'm only 20 minutes up the road from this guy. I've never met him, but I'm going to drive up. I'm going to help him out with something because he needs it. He mentioned it. I'm
Oh,
there.
absolutely.
Well,
that is something we didn't have 15, 20 years ago that we can take
for sure. And
advantage of.
2021 was supposed to be the year of collaborations. Obviously, it didn't happen too much. But,
Yeah.
with the LSV build this year, that's a lot of collaboration. Plus,
Yeah, it is.
I plan to be traveling a little more myself with the Volvo to collaborate with other YouTubers. So
That
I
is
don't
gonna
think
be
I'll make it
awesome.
to Canada, but
You never know.
I might have to make it down to you guys, right? We'll see how
Yeah.
it is.
There you go.
Airlines work both ways. That's the cool thing, right?
sure.
I did not realize that.
Hey, We might be backwards up here in Canada, but let me tell you, as soon as we take the floats and the skis off our planes, we can go anywhere. All right, guys, I'll be back in about 15, 20.
All right.
Yeah. Well, here's the fun part. So this nice 90 I went and picked up here's tonight.
Yeah.
So that guy, we're like friends now. Never knew him. But he's my kind of guy. Because,
That's awesome.
I rolled up to his house, and his garage is bigger than his house. And I'm looking at his garage going, this can't be his garage. His house is literally small. And then I realized there's a breezeway. Because in my city, your garage can't be bigger than your house unless it's part of your house. So he attached the house to the garage so he could build a bigger garage. And then he's like, well, I got a garage out back too. So then he's got another 2-car garage out back. And I'm like, well, we got to go see what's in that one. And you could tell he was kind of very fearful. Even like, he's not a guy that sells a lot of stuff. He doesn't really like how marketplace works. He's like, I've been dealing with weirdos all week on this thing. And he's like, you guys didn't ask any questions. You just said, when can we come look at it? And that's how I deal with when I buy stuff. I get tired of people asking me questions, and then I get to the point where I don't want to do that to people I'm trying to buy something from. If somebody wants you to be serious about buying, just say, when can I come look at it, and go get it. So he was really weary. He gave us a lot of kind of like, hey, I don't know you guys. And it was just kind of weird because most people ask questions, and you guys just wanted to come over. And then
you see the person, he answered all the questions right there.
Yeah, and once we kind of broke the ice and kind of made him realize who we were, and and this, that, and the next thing, then he was just like very welcome to like, yeah, come check out my Impala and come check out my Grand National in the garage. And, and then we stood there and talked for way longer than I thought we should have just to buy this truck. And then he's just kind of like, yeah, hit me up on Facebook. We're going to get friends. We can go for a cruise together. And it's like, here's this guy I didn't know from nothing, just selling a truck. And now he wants to go cruise cars together at some point in the summer. So it's like, there you go. Car community at its best.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not to interrupt you, but Bad Tree, reach out to me, please, on Instagram or email or something. Let me know about this. I see you say it's in Missouri, which is, right above here in Arkansas.
Ooh. So I was curious. I missed that on there. I just subscribed to the channel. I didn't see where he announced it at, but I'll go watch.
Yeah, he was saying 8th Mile 2-day event in August. And
I'm in Missouri.
We're right here in Arkansas. So that's great. That'd be great for the LSV.
Absolutely.
So is Stupid Fast Truck still in here?
I might be. See, Big Belly Rebuilds. Got to meet a fellow YouTuber. Yeah, it's awesome to meet fellow YouTubers, man. I met in 2021. We got to meet Big Block 402, which is in Arkansas. It's awesome. And then we also got to meet
Iron Horse Garage.
Iron Horse Garage.
Yeah, that was awesome.
UTG. Right. Yeah. I seen he was live earlier, man. That was freaking awesome.
Who is UTG?
Oh, Stupid Fast in here.
Uncle I'd like to roll back.
Oh, okay.
With the question on what is your
oh yeah, you never answered.
You don't want to be seen in.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna start with one that was more like Pistons. That it's kind of a cool car, but I don't know, it's kind of an ugly car. So Studebaker Avante.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, those they're neat.
It's cool.
Yeah, but it's a love or hate relationship for sure.
Yep.
They were rated as like one of the ugliest cars ever built, but there is a niche of people who love them like me. And then also the big one that I've previously owned that I would own again is a 73 through 76, only those 3 years, AMC Gremlin.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And why did you like that? Or would you like one of those? Is it just the body style, or was that the V8?
That specific body style I think is the best for Gremlins. I've owned different AMCs over the years, but that was the first car I ever bought at a younger age that it didn't need to be anything special. There wasn't anybody that came up and hated you for it or was like, ugh, look at that Gremlin. Everybody came up and wanted to talk to you about how they knew somebody with one, how they had one. It was very wholesome just to have all the people be like, I haven't seen one of those. I literally looked it up, and in the state of Iowa, I had them pull all the registered vehicles for the county, and then anything I could pull online.
Wow.
7 registered Gremlins in the state of Iowa.
Wow.
So, when you start talking about number of cars per people, to drive around
Better
in
next.
AMC Dimlin when I was doing it, there was literally none
Crazy.
left. Because it's
Gosh.
not a car that lasted through the winter. It's not a car that held up, period. So
Yeah.
in this area, it's super rare to have one. So all the people that would just stop, pull over, flag you down, and just be like, I need to see this car. And you're just like, but it's not a Chevelle. It's not a Camaro. It's not a, it's a dang Gremlin.
Well,
You know,
Matt
so
says that event is going to start in Iowa. So I don't know if you want to hear about it too, dudes. But
what's the
going to
event?
Iowa, Missouri. He said it was a few days event.
That's the
8 mile 2-day event. August.
So like a
20
drag race event thing?
I
Yeah,
don't
in
know.
Missouri.
He's hopefully
Well,
he's
that'd be an
sending
8
the
mile, yeah.
information. Well, apparently it's
miles of
starting in
driving.
Iowa and going down. They're going to convoy from Iowa. So
Huh.
I guess
So
batteries in
it's
Iowa.
it's a YouTube
See you, Nick.
thing. Later,
I
Nick.
didn't already say it. I think I did. Mike's Garage
Uh,
says, surprised nobody said Mustang 2. Diabolical says, you ever want a Matador? And
So-
Midnight Roads Garage says, dudes, I think you might be a younger, better looking, smarter version of me. He might be hitting on you there a little bit. Maybe.
Maybe. He loves Avantes and Gremlins.
Yeah. He says.
So I will admit that almost any car, if you make it fast, I kind of like it. I mean, it doesn't even matter. Even ugly stuff, you know. If you make it fast, it's already appeals to me a little bit. That doesn't mean I want one.
Think about this. If you go to a car show, it's not just the cool cars everybody wants to see. You go to see something weird. Everybody's going to go look at the weird.
Well,
the wrong link.
that's exactly why rat rods became popular. And I don't care how anybody's opinion on them, but they became popular because they were different.
Yeah.
There you
Because
go.
I mean, you
Bad
can see
trips,
that with
that's
any
your
trend. Is like the really, let's not call people poor, but the people with less, less money,
Battery
less
changed.
ability to build a really cool car. They started to build rat rods because it was affordable. And then after a while, all of a sudden, these people were like, I have all the money in the world, and I just want to buy one. And then you got the patina, and then you got the, all the things that sprung from that has now created this whole car culture of people just want a well-built, well-handling shitbox, essentially. It just comes down to, it doesn't have to have a perfect body to be cool anymore. Where, 20 years ago, you had these super awesome, super restored.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and that's not become normal anymore because it's just not achievable on a certain scale.
Well, yes, and I think a lot of people our age are getting into the car scene more and more.
Yep.
So
yeah,
and we can't all afford the
achievable.
perfect vehicles.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, you start looking at the price of some of this stuff, and it's not achievable to think I'm going to own an all-original 1970 Chevelle with a big block. I mean, it's just
or a 1957 Chevy without a scratch on it.
Yep.
Yeah. So there's one kind of car that I really like. I love seeing, and I don't know exactly what it's called. It's kind of a rat rod, but not really.
Oh.
Dang it, man! Yeah, but lifted, on 44s or whatever. I don't know how that works. No, it's usually they're more of like a 20s style car, in 30s, stuff like that. But they're stupid low to the ground. They have skinny tires on them, but the tires are ginormous on them. Like the tires are almost taller than the cars are. But the cars
are like an old Deuce or something.
Yeah.
What do they call them? They're very large cars, but they look like a smaller version of like a 30s car.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, I've seen them in
coach.
No, not really. They're usually square body stuff. I'll see
in
the picture. Yeah.
This guy's in the old northern east area of Iowa.
So the whole, we don't have a name for it yet, but we're working with the president of the AHRA, Dallas, who you might have seen on Uncle Tony's Garage before. So John Wilburn and Dallas have set this all up. They got the track rented in Sikeston, Missouri, which I believe is called Jeffers Race Park. So the convoy I was talking about is just us driving down from Iowa. It's not where it starts. The whole event's going to be at Sikeston, Missouri. And it's going to be bracket, heads up, and no time. And I think maybe some like kind of shenanigan mini bike race or some shit.
I guess
Or
the
not
reason
contest.
I guess the reason I was mentioning Iowa because dudes and CP are in Iowa as well.
Really?
Yeah, me and Bad
They
Tree have
can link up
talked
with you.
before.
Oh,
I just
okay.
realized that.
Yeah,
Maybe
you're
y'all can
on.
link up and go down to Missouri.
He's on the west side. We're on the east side.
Yep, just 6 hours
Oh.
apart. No big deal.
So he's Tupac. We're Biggie.
So where did you say in Missouri it may be?
Sikeston. It's down
Okay.
in
Oh,
the
yeah.
southeast
Home of the throw
corner,
rolls.
right on the Mississippi River.
Out by Arkansas and
Yep.
Tennessee and Kentucky.
We kind of this all started about 8 months ago. We're doing a kind of a deal like what you guys are doing right now. We're just doing a hangout. Like it'd be really cool to get along and race each other. We're kind of talking about a central location, and Missouri seems kind of like it's that central location. So then John Wilburn, who does not mess around, like the next day, started working with Dallas about securing a track for a couple days, and it's basically going to be all YouTubers. So anybody that's got, I think it's 500 subscriber is the limit. Like the cutoff, you don't, somebody could just start a channel the day before and have 2 subscribers and say, I'm a automotive YouTuber. I've been doing this for,
There's somebody
blah,
that's
blah,
put
blah.
the work in and the time and has
Exactly. So this is basically something to help all the channels grow.
Well, I'd love to take the Volvo there and
Yeah.
I don't know. I'll blow the doors off anybody, but I think I've surprised some people with the
Might blow the doors off the Volvo.
maybe.
And it's all about fun. I'm not an 8th mile racer. I'm a quarter-mile racer. I've never even looked at my 8th mile time, so I don't even know what's good, to be honest with you. So when I heard it was an 8th mile track, I was kind of, But like I said, it's all about the experience. All the channels that show
For
up, social networking.
I'm down.
They're going to live stream the whole event also.
That
So
is
On
pretty cool.
Instagram, if you could send me the information, and next week during the news, I will definitely share it out,
okay.
and I'll keep everybody updated as the more everybody knows, of course.
So John Wilburn and Mr. Rogers' neighborhood, that's
Okay, I know
Dallas,
who.
the president. They're gonna do, I think, on the
Mr. Rogers,
11th.
you talking about the neighborhood bagger, Nick Kittleborough?
Mr. Rogers' neighborhood, Dallas. That's on UTG all the time. He just started his channel. He's
Oh, okay.
the only reason I don't know. He started it because of Tony, and he's got some following going because of it. Which who wouldn't?
Sure.
But he's kind of helping get it all secure.
Tony's
so,
a nice guy. I
oh,
like
he's
him
a
a
hell
lot.
of a guy. On the 11th this month, I believe at 7:00 p.m. Central Standard Time on John Wilburn's channel, he's going to give an announcement with all the details for this event. So if anybody's interested in
That's gonna
watching,
be pretty cool.
it should be. I mean, it's something that all of us creators can get involved with that don't have, we're not the higher echelons of YouTube,
Yeah, we're not freaking
We're
Vice
not the
Grip
stars.
Dodge and Cletus
Right.
McFarland and
Yeah.
you know.
we're all newer, smaller channels that are growing. I think we're all positively growing every day. So
Well, it's a great community at the end of the day.
for sure.
It really is.
Yeah.
I agree.
I like the Dick Trickle right there. He was a
It's
legend.
great.
Yeah, it's a long time since I heard that name.
See, I was trying to do that. Do it for Dick.
That's right. Richard, I should have put it Richard. Richard Trickle. How you doing, fellas?
Doing
Yeah.
good, man.
Everybody
Good to
in the chat?
see you. How you been?
I've been busier than a one-legged cat in a sandbox.
That's what I've been hearing. You've been stupid busy.
Yes, sir.
That's a good thing, though, right?
Yep. There's nothing. I tell you what, 2022 ain't starting off slow. It ain't slower. I can tell you that much. So,
That's good.
I mean, there ain't. If you ain't busy, you're doing something wrong. I'll tell you that much.
Dude, I guess
That's
I'm
all
doing
there-
something wrong.
Well, you're not. You don't have to work. So,
I still need to get out there and sell some cars and stuff, so I need to get busy. You're gonna give me some motivation.
Are the car sales slow?
I'm just not doing anything. I'm just sitting on my
I
ass.
see a lot of car lots are pretty barren lately.
Yeah, I literally know all my buddies up here. They got car lots. They can't keep shit in stock.
Yeah, I actually have some cars right now. I just need to get them, put a for sale sign on them. But
yeah,
I'll get on it.
Well, dude, as soon as taxes start coming here in a couple weeks, boy, you better be ready. They'll put the hammer down on you.
Oh yeah, well that's where I gotta, start putting the bigger price on.
Yeah, this is your bread and butter time. Tax season.
People say, and I don't buy a lot of cars at the same time. So far, every time I've had a vehicle ready, it sells. I've never had a problem. Of course, I started in 2020.
Right now, it's time. It's a time though. Like you can sell anything right now. I mean, you can sell shit on a cupcake right now.
Yep, ketchup, popsicles. Yep.
To an old lady in white gloves.
Yeah,
there you go.
Sell ice to an Eskimo.
Can you use that one anymore? No.
Ice? We prefer
I don't know
snow.
how PC that is.
Snow cones to Eskimos.
I don't know if you can say Eskimos anymore. Who knows?
Oh, you can't use that word anymore?
Indigenous
American.
Is that
I can't
illegal?
put Eskimo pies and everything.
Huh?
I mean, you can't say baby, it's cold outside.
I can't say anything. I can't even say white man anymore, so it doesn't matter.
Whoa.
Like somebody's going to be offended here. Somebody's going to get offended, so it doesn't matter.
I'm not white. I'm mayonnaise American. So.
Yeah,
I'm getting triggered. Watch out.
I'm just an idiot that was brought into this planet by two people.
Lucky enough to be born in the United States.
Yeah.
Short track racer.
Corey's right. Did you know that Dick Trickle had a custom pocket in the Spire suit that would hold his pack of cigarettes, and he had a push button lighter in his car?
A lighter in there.
Oh
And
yeah.
under cautions, you would see him smoking.
That sounds about like what I would do. I mean,
I actually
any man that's got an ear flap hat, you got to know he's just rolling like that.
I'm 50 miles from West Salem, which was his home track.
Oh wow.
Oh really?
And it's a terrible story how he ended his life.
Well, if y'all noticed, I put all the Iowa guys on the bottom there. So.
Oh, you're from Iowa too, Bad Tree, Blake?
Oh yeah, brother.
Are you?
Yeah, go Hawks.
Where are you from?
I'm from a little town called McGregor, also known as the Canton of Iowa.
Yeah, I'm born up in that area.
Are y'all
I'm not even shitting you right now.
Really?
Yeah, I was born in West Union, or in Postville, or West Union actually, but
Little Mexico?
yeah. Well, Postville's Little Mexico, but yeah. I was born in West Union, but I grew up in Claremont.
Oh no shit. That's cool, dude.
My whole family's from up there. McGregor, I go to McGregor all the time. Northeastern Iowa is my stomping ground.
Hey, you'll have to stop in and do a collab with us sometime at World Headquarters.
Yeah, no kidding.
It's a bunch of Mopar stuff. I don't.
Yeah,
what are you into?
I love it all.
Hey.
Trust me, I'm not one of those guys that's brand specific. I mean, you can if you watch all my, which I have like 600 tool videos, but I don't give a shit about anything. I'm not brand specific or nothing.
So,
I don't get into that loyalty bullshit. You know what? None of them pay me.
Building a Volvo right up by you, so
yeah. Oh yeah.
At least stop in if you don't want to come by. And
dude, McGregor is the most beautiful part of the state.
Yeah.
You guys don't even know.
It's just south of heaven, dude.
Yes,
Any further north, you'd be dead in there.
Yep. I mean, I grew up milking cows up there in dairy country, and
everybody thinks that Iowa is just laser flat.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's rolling bluffs. They call it the driftless area because the glaciers never hit this area.
Yeah.
So it's really just.
That's crazy, man.
Hills,
I never knew I'd made another Iowa guy again. That's freaking awesome.
Dude, there's a lot of Iowa YouTubers I didn't know about.
Dude, yeah, there's a ton. Like I have you guys are dudes, and you now are some of the first. I talked to Kevin from Junkyard Digs a little bit. These guys talk to Thunderhead 289 more than I do.
That's Mother's Milk in Iowa.
Up there.
What's that?
Mother's Milk in Iowa.
Beside each other.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's Bush Lattes are Iowa beer. You know that when we went to the Big Ten Championship a couple years ago in Indianapolis, they bitched about Iowans drinking all the Bush Light out of Indianapolis.
When I went to the Orange Bowl in Miami, they shut all the bars down early the night before the bowl game.
Oh yeah, didn't surprise me. I mean,
yeah, they're on the radio. These Iowa people come out of nowhere.
Did you ever? I've told these guys, but so the Nesbitt Distributing is now something else, which is the big Budweiser distributing here. They
Stephen Knight Road.
literally have one whole warehouse, and it's all full of Busch Light here, and it's ridiculous. Like it's
It makes
like
sense.
they don't, huh?
It makes sense.
Yeah, it's like it's stupid. Like it's like 20,000 square feet of Busch Light.
See, I drink Coors Light on camera, but behind the scenes,
Busch Light.
yeah. I
Yeah.
can't play into
We
that
own a bar
stereotype.
down here. Me and my brother own a bar down here, and that's number one beer is Busch Light. So no matter what, so doesn't even.
Hey,
Just
it's
not
either
with it.
you get a bottle with milk in it or a bottle with Busch in it, right from birth. So
Right. That's crazy. Man.
firearms and beer.
Good
What's
to
up,
meet
Mongrels?
you, man.
Oh, not much. Just
Mongrel?
chop it in.
Mongrel, you're gonna have to take over from me as the only Canadian rep here pretty quick.
Oh, I was gonna say we need get another Canadian here. We have Canadians, Iowans, and Arkansans. We need more.
We got your big block in, and then
Okay,
we can.
all right.
The Iowans are multiplying.
I
I'm
gotta
telling you.
ask.
Telling you.
So I was told, and I may be booted off this panel right away. So
I don't know what it is about Iowa, but there's a lot of people coming kind of hot from Iowa. I mean, it's just. Have you got? You know, Street Fox or you guys know what's his name? The guy that won the burnout competitions up there. He's in. Gosh, what the hell is it? Dyersville? No.
Oh no shit.
Yeah, there's a.
That's where Tri-State Raceway's at. That's where I race.
I got to think of his channel's name. They won the burnout contest down at Cletus and Cars, and he's got an F100, and it's just nastier than all hell. Methanol. He's building another one, but he's got a couple 100,000 subscribers now, I think. But he won the burnout contest. He's from Iowa. He's from
Good for him.
Dyersville.
I want to hear.
He's northeastern Iowa. Because I talked to him. My cousin doesn't live too far from him, and I was like, "Man, your shop looks familiar." And I asked him about it. And my cousin he took his 4-wheelers there. He does like 4-wheelers and stuff like that. He works on them, but he's been building trucks. And he's getting bigger into doing these burnout competitions, I guess.
Big belly.
So
Piston, let's hear what you got to say that's going to make us all upset. Before you get
it's always to be said, Arkansas, never Arkansas.
I thought it was
Okay.
Arkansas.
It's Arkansas, but
Arkansas.
But if somebody
People
were to
say
go down there and say Arkansas,
nobody's gonna care. Or
No,
most people.
seriously?
I say it all the
Nobody
time.
might care. I
oh,
don't think.
What's,
No.
what's
Say
the
Arkansas
temperature
all the
up there in
time.
Fahrenheit
They're like,
right
not
now?
your Kansas, but
In
our Kansas.
Fahrenheit?
You know,
it's actually pretty good, man. Right, we're hovering right around 40 right now. It warmed up because we're
Are you
going to
really?
get about 40 centimeters of snow
40
in about 2
Fahrenheit,
days.
right?
40 Fahrenheit. Yeah.
I was gonna say
You're
40.
warmer than we are.
Oh, that's way
40
too high.
centimeters sounds way better than 6 inches.
I'm gonna start using that from now
Oh
on.
yeah.
Well, we're
What
still
is
hanging
5
around
inches
about
in
minus
centimeters?
25 or minus 30.
Jesus.
So
We hit
that's
minus
special
6 the
weather
other day.
advisory. So there's my conversion thing. This is
Yeah,
this is 12 inches. Doesn't matter what
Yeah.
anybody tells me. So we're looking at getting some parts where I'm at. We're being warned that we're gonna have that much snow in the next 48 hours.
Boy, everything was shut down here. If we got 2 inches of snow, everything shuts
Yeah.
down. I couldn't imagine more than the foot of snow.
Dude, I got a letter from my school that my daughter goes to today.
Yeah.
It says, make sure to pack winter clothing because we expect to not go out for recess at only temperatures below 0.
I'm telling you,
So,
Arkansas.
so that's how Iowa kids are
shut
raised.
down.
Yeah.
We shut down for months.
I thought it was relatively warm today at 14 degrees.
Oh, yeah. After that minus 6 with the minus, 25
The
wind chill
wind.
the other day?
Oh, yeah.
Today
The other
and
day,
the
Arkansas
other end of
went
it.
from 76 degrees, and the next day was 18 degrees.
Oh, that should teach you for living
Yeah.
down there. Now I'm gonna have some fun.
You know what that
It says
means?
I don't know why.
So
I mean, you know what
Mongrel.
that means? You should harden
Yep.
the fuck up.
Mongrel,
I've been
mentioned
having a
this,
headache all day.
a
That's
couple
what it
times there, right?
Yeah.
But up here, we get a dumping of snow all the time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Does it where you're at? Does it piss you off when you hear that Vancouver shuts down because of a half centimeter of snow?
they shut down due to rain, man.
Right?
It's all that
I've
global
seen
warming.
pictures from
now.
Nova Scotia where the houses are buried.
Yeah,
You can't
we
get out
shovel.
the front door.
We shovel our roofs, man.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't even think I have it bad compared to when I hear about shit like that. Like, people, you can't even build houses that don't have like steep pitches because the snow needs. That's why A-frames are so big and up the farther up north you go.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
I was a dock manager for 5 years on the Mississippi River, and we had a 80 by 140 foot dock that we'd go and put up against the shoreline of Wisconsin because the current's not as fast in the Mississippi River there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, in March, so you like to move the docks over right before it freezes, so they freeze into place, so the ice helps hold them up. That way, if the snow hits the roof, they don't start to buckle and collapse. Well, the ice melted in March, and we got 1.5 feet of snow.
You said
We were over trying to shovel off the roofs, and the old dude that worked with us asked us for a hand with the snowblower, and we walked out from underneath the roof, and 5 seconds later, that whole thing just collapsed.
no.
All the 4x4s went like toothpicks.
Did you say the
His
Mississippi River
weakness
is not
saved our
as fast as
lives.
some river?
Say what?
You said the current in the Mississippi's not as fast as some river?
The main channel is
Yeah.
the swiftest current, and then you have backwater sloughs or east
Yeah.
channels that break off of it. So
The Mississippi is sludged or dredged in, or it's silted in more than it's ever been now.
Yeah.
I
Again,
camped up there
they call it
up in
Mighty
Mississippi on the Mississippi in McGregor there.
Yeah.
I love going because that's where we go to put in it.
it's 2.5 miles wide where we're at.
Right.
Okay. Well, it's,
Really?
it's pretty big. I mean, down here they call it the Mighty Mississippi for a reason. It's a big
Swam in it once.
It is.
Mississippi?
But they have channels they have to go in now.
Spike, dude.
They have to-
Years ago.
You're not going to die from COVID after swimming in the Mississippi.
Hey, dude.
The McGregor Party Bar. We built a slip and slide on the sand dune on the hip side of a sand hill on the
At
Mississippi.
Wailusing
up there.
Beach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That,
My cousin's got a house that overlooks to that point. He built a cabin on that house that overlooks that point down to that beach.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah. Yeah, on that bluff that's up there.
You'll have to get a hold of me, man.
Probably, I don't know if you've heard of him, but it's Ray's Peterson Construction. Peterson Excavating. You ever heard of him?
Hey, Annie. My fiance. Hey, you know Peterson
On a friend.
Excavating?
Ray Peterson.
Greg Peterson? Peterson Excavating?
From where?
Was he from like the Guttenberg area, I'm guessing?
Yep.
I have to look up a face.
She's got to creep him on Facebook.
I
Yeah,
gotta
Ray,
look
my-
I swear to
he's
God,
got-
she's
he's got a
related
bar
to
down-
everybody
he lives
around
in-
here.
He lives in Littleport now.
Peters.
He lives in Littleport now.
Harballs. Who are you talking?
Dick Trickle
Yes,
here.
you
He's not
recognize
actually
these
Dick
guys. Maybe she's
Trickle.
related to them.
I'm like, I thought
Grew
he
up from
died.
around here.
Sorry. I got
And
that
he's stealing the
conversation.
show.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's the same. I mean, when you meet people from Iowa, it's like, I don't get out much apparently. So, but
It's
yeah.
a weird occurrence, isn't
I
it?
got a lot of family up there, so I guarantee you,
Tell me,
like you know my family up there. I guarantee it. I have a ton of family in Northeast Iowa. There's
That's
12 brothers and sisters in my dad's family.
What are their
So,
names?
where
Not
he-
all of them. Not all 12.
And then my grandma's side is the same way.
Dasher, Dancer.
So there's
Donner.
you got 24 chances.
for construction.
24 chances of
So-
offspring.
Like, there are a lot of people I know.
If you come up, Dick, we'll
It's
figure it out.
It's actually CP. CP the Kinetic is my. I just always put my name up for what.
No, you're just gonna always be Dick Trickle.
That's fine. Whatever. You call me anything. I get called anything. I get called all sorts of things, so I'm good.
He's had all kind of names. So
Call
Yeah.
me anything but Harry.
Yeah.
So hey, what Shade Tree was saying about those 2 feet of snow up like that is normal. They'll get a dumping, right? The
Mhm.
people I feel bad for, like Winnipeg will get cold to the point where it doesn't snow anymore. It can't. It's just too cold. But Manitoba's got 2 major lakes on there, and these are almost like the Great Lakes, right? Not as big, but in the springtime, the ice flows off the lake. The wind will start blowing them, and you'll have these massive, massive sheets of ice coming up just on the shore. You never think you'd have it on the lake, but like we're talking houses just getting shoved right off the map.
Mhm.
No second thought to it, right? They'll have winters where it's just wind chill day after day after day. Like minus 60 Celsius is not unheard of. almost no sun whatsoever. And then when it starts getting a little bit warm, you always run the risk of getting completely wiped off the map by this massive iceberg flying at you from a lake. It's why people stop to settle.
Yeah, it makes you
I have
wonder.
no idea.
Why did anybody go more north than Missouri? It really blows my mind. It's the fertile soil, the farmer.
Yeah, we got plenty of fertile soil down here in Arkansas.
Yeah, and it's warm.
Your soil ain't holding the candle to this Iowa gold.
We grow the most
brown.
rice in the world. So,
Well, rice. What, China doesn't?
no, we sell more rice to China than they do.
We sell more soybeans to China.
We do some soybeans here too. We don't do a lot of corn like you guys. Well, there is
Sell a
corn.
lot of corn.
Fuck corn.
They grow
Looking
corn,
at it.
right?
They're selling the shit out of corn. In fact, I know a lot of farmers are almost already sold out.
You hear what anhydrous is at a
Oh,
ton?
it's stupid.
Oh,
Stupid.
I was an LP and diesel salesman for 2 years, and prior to that, I was a technician for 6. So, yeah, the anhydrous deal with Joe. Well,
Yeah,
whatever
everybody's
his
trying to
name
buy
is,
chemicals.
getting in office is really screwing the farmer right now. I mean, I'm not a farmer, but I just know enough about it.
I know that my uncle told me he paid $53,000 just in chemicals last year.
You better just start a koi pond, and every spring just start dumping
Right.
fish in your field.
Right? I think there's going to be a lot of people wish they had cattle to go back to fertilize with before it's all said and done. You know,
Uh-huh.
a lot of
Hey,
those
dudes.
farms gone now.
I gotta head out. So
Oh,
there's
see
that
you,
phone call.
Piston.
Yeah, hey, great chat tonight. This was awesome. Thank you very much, everybody. Cletus, thanks for the show. Everybody in the chat, you guys rock. And stay safe. We'll talk soon.
Nice meeting you, brother.
Appreciate
Good
you
one.
again for helping out with the news, man. And
Hey, it's my pleasure. This is a blast. All right, guys, take care.
Take care.
And then there was.
Dude, what's up, man?
It's been a long day, week, month. I don't know.
You look like you're tired, wore out.
I have not gone to bed before 2 a.m. in probably 5 days.
That ain't good.
And I get up at 5 every morning, so the later you go to bed, it doesn't
Yeah.
change how early you get up.
What did you
That
do?
wears
Just
the
have a
guy's
kid?
that wears the guy's clock out real fast.
Yeah.
I've been going to bed promptly about 11 or 12. I don't mess around anymore.
that's good.
Yeah.
That's how you can get some stuff done, right?
Yep, that's exactly how you get stuff done. You mess around, do live streams until you wear out, and then you're sick. Then you get sick, and then you're begging then you're praying to God you wish you would have never done that.
Hopefully, I don't get sick. But yeah, I know what you mean about
Dude,
the live.
everybody's getting sick. To me, I honestly think it's a good thing because there's a lot of people that are just whipping right through it now. You know, and I'm just like,
Well,
yeah.
it's this new
Called the
variant
common cold.
apparently is-
we're all getting done with it.
Yeah, the new variant apparently gets people sick, but not deathly sick. So that might be better than getting the other variant.
Oh, there's some people
I'm
that
not a
have-
scientist, but
There's some people that I know that have had some rough goes on it. My buddy
of course,
my
yeah.
buddy at the Honda town here, he went 2 weeks in the hospital on a respirator. He had so much mucus buildup, and he's only
yeah,
28 years old.
Good lung, yeah.
Yeah, he's only 28 years old. He just hit him
Well,
hard.
And of course, we're still even now. Everybody's still learning about it. You know, all the scientists even stuff. But they say it has to do with your blood type and all this. There's all kind of things that may or may not affect you personally. So
I must
I've
have
never had a flu shot.
I never had a flu shot
I'm
either. I
going
went
strong.
3 days.
I've had a few. When I was in the Army, you had to get them. So
Yeah. Well, I mean, I did one time when Annie was pregnant with the underlying. She ended up with that diabetic.
I can't even get
Whatever.
vaccinated
What's
for
it
90
called?
days now since I had it. Since I had COVID. You got to wait 90 days to get vaccinated. So
Can't get a
Well,
vasectomy? What?
no, vasectomy, right? I tried to do that when I was 25. They wouldn't let me.
oh, really? Too young?
That's
Yeah.
ridiculous.
They say you're too young. You need to think about it first, huh?
I had a
Just feel
friend that
wasted,
got
dude,
one.
and get one of your nuts removed.
No, yeah, exactly. If I'd had
I had-
ball cancer,
I had a
Like
buddy that
wasted
got
talent.
one. Ended up having a daughter. They tell you you're supposed to go home and practice knocking a few out before you go back into the deep end.
Right.
Yeah, he didn't practice long enough.
Practice makes
On his
perfect. I guess,
backstroke or
right?
whatever. Anyway, hey, I got a joke for you guys, and I'm gonna head out because I got to get my daughter to sleep.
Okay.
So, why didn't the lifeguard save the hippie?
I don't know.
Because
No
he
idea.
was too far out, man.
And he just left.
Now he's
All right,
gone.
buddy.
See you later.
He just dipped.
He said, "Well,
Just like an island, right?
what was his channel?
Yeah.
Bad Tree Blake.
Bad Tree Productions, I believe it's called.
Bad
Tree
Tree
Productions.
Production.
Yeah,
I'll be damned. God, how the hell do you find all these Iowa people?
I don't know.
I knew who
Hey.
he was. Oh.
How come the guy in Arkansas is finding all the Iowa people?
Man, I talk to anybody. Look at all the Canadians I have on this channel.
Talk to the guy
Yeah.
walking down the street. I don't care.
In
Hey, fella, how you doing?
Oklahoma, you
No,
know,
I mean that's
it's
you're like
crazy.
my dad was. My dad was
Yeah.
like that. I'm not that sociable.
See, in real life, I'm not. I don't talk to almost anybody. I
Really?
mean, yeah, I'm like the quiet guy. You can go to the bar where I'm the quiet guy in the corner. I'm telling you.
Well,
So,
my old
I don't
man
know, it's
going to
just
Hy-Vee
easier.
and drag people right off the door when they're coming in like he was a greeter. He said the Charles City
That'd be my
Hy-Vee, the entrance door and the coffee shop. So like you walk into the entrance door and then the restaurant and all the old farmers there sit there. And my dad would sit there and face that door. Every single person that came in, every single person. Hey, how you doing?
Wow,
How you doing
no, that's
today?
not me for sure.
Oh
No,
my
me
God.
either.
The son of a bitch talked. I mean, you couldn't go anywhere with him because you'd be sitting there. And I remember when I was a kid, I'd be like, Dad, come on.
That's my stepdad.
Yeah.
He
I mean,
loves to talk.
I miss that. I do miss it.
Nothing
I mean,
to do with
I was not, I mean, I'm not going to say I didn't hate it because my dad made a
Sure.
lot of friends, but
Well, yeah, you meet a lot of good people.
I'm too busy of a guy and I just don't have that opportunity to do it. I don't go in and sit in a coffee shop. My dad's done that for years though.
Yeah,
Every Saturday morning he would go sit in the coffee shop for 2-3 hours.
hey, that's
Just
cool.
bullshit with people.
I'm not. Yeah, I don't know. I'm different, man. I guess
Yeah.
online or is garage talk. I like hanging out with guys talking about cars and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
See, if we
Well,
started
that's
talking
what they
about
did
football
too.
or something like that. I'd
Oh,
probably,
They talk about cars until they ended up buying shit. That's how my dad had 17 acres full of stuff. I mean, that's probably how dude got where he got all his stuff at too. Sitting around bullshit with people. Next thing you know, that's what happens. That's
Well,
the
man.
epidemic right there.
Maybe
That's what
that's
happened
why
to Cletus.
dudes
He
can't
started
keep his
talking, man. He got a
resolution.
Volvo. Yeah.
Yep, and you can make it 4 days into the year before you're buying something else. You don't need.
I bought
Oh,
you
yeah.
Stop talking about cars, dudes.
I mean,
Yeah.
isn't that how the
I
Volvo
bought any
built
cars
came?
this year, and I'm a dang car dealer.
Yes.
Dudes, what's
It
going
is
on?
CP.
I got
Exactly
I
how
got a
bought
my
any
couple
this
Volvo came about.
I got a couple hot irons in the fire. I'm gonna slow down on buying tools, hopefully buy cars this year, but I also need to get a building built. So
Yeah, you gotta
You
watch.
I
in the
got a lot of
market
shit
for
going
a,
on.
Buildings ain't cheap.
Nope.
you in the market for a '90s Chevy pickup, CP?
90 Chevy
Of
pickup.
course, of
Yeah.
course.
Yeah, I like those.
2,500, right?
Dually too, isn't it?
The 2-wheel drive, 4-wheel drive.
4-wheel drive,
Four-wheel
single
drive.
wheel 1-ton,
Oh yeah.
big block,
Oh yeah.
4-speed.
Now you're getting me excited now, bud. Is it a 5-speed?
It's a 4-speed. Last year for the 465.
There you go, dudes.
Oh,
Might get
it's a
rid of it yet.
manual too.
Mhm.
Oh God, you just stoked my fire. Dude,
Hey,
that sounds like the perfect. That
dude,
sounds like the
you don't
perfect
need another
hillbilly rig
vehicle,
for me.
dudes. That might be where you
Careful
get
saying fire around here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Saying what? Oh, fire. Oh, we got the heater now. We got the Hexago going, so we're good.
Nice.
That thing. She took her right down to 60 degrees in here. It takes a little bit. They're gonna get it fired up in the morning, depending on what I'm gonna do in here.
So you just retire your other heater altogether?
No, it's still going too. I kept it.
Oh, okay.
I kept it going too.
You got a little further away from you.
Yeah, and turned it on low and made sure there's nothing in the way. But
You froze up there. What was the other heater? Was that the one you did the review on the channel?
yeah, that has to
That
go.
little one?
Can
Oh,
you
okay.
can you hear it in here?
No.
You can't hear it going at all, can you?
Nope.
It's set on low, but it's 60 degrees in my shop. But man, that thing. Now I do have to crack the. I keep a fresh air vent coming in here. You know what I mean? But I haven't done any carbon dioxide. I doubt there's enough carbon dioxide problems because I don't have any roof insulation. So I doubt there's anything staying in here.
So
But it's keeping it at a consistent working 60 degrees, which is perfect. This is what I like to work in, a 60 degree temperature. You know,
my garage is
I got a long
completely
sleeve shirt
insulated.
on. I'm comfortable. I'm
My
not
garage
cold
is
at all.
completely insulated for the most part. There's only a few spots that I would question need better insulation. And I'll run 2 kerosene heaters and then one of those torpedo heaters that's much, much louder than what you have. And all in all, it's like 60,000 BTU on the propane and then 30,000 on each of the kerosene. So it's like 120,000 BTUs heating my garage when they're all on. And I can go from 30 degrees to 70 degrees in a half hour.
Wow.
Takes about an hour to get mine up to about 50,
From what?
40 to 50, 40 to 50, it takes about an hour.
What does it
It's not
start
bad.
at?
In the morning when I start at 7 a.m. It depends on if I'm going to be here or not. So lately, I have not been here because I've taken jobs in shops.
I think he's saying
Which
what
is
temperature
my
it's
plan. My
going at.
plan was in January and February to go help guys at the shops. So I've been working. I'm scheduling out all my jobs in guys' shops these next 2 months because I don't like working in the shop. I don't like spending the money on propane, and I don't like firing up the heater. And if I have to do something here, I can. But you know, it's not necessary. So I haven't really been doing anything here.
I've got in-floor
Little
heating, so
quick things or whatnot if I have to.
What's
I'll do
LB
something
White?
here. Huh?
We
Run
run
an
in
LB
LB White.
White.
I guess it's a type of heater.
Who is? Oh, LB White. Yeah. LB Whites are the old. Those are the ones that killed more people than cancer.
Oh,
Oh,
They're
I'm gonna
the
go
hog
ahead
house
and clo-
heaters. They use them
I'm
in
gonna go ahead
hog
and close
houses.
that Google search right
Yeah.
now.
They're big square boxes.
you're not buying one for 113? Come on now.
Yeah, that's
No,
what I would think.
no.
Everybody used LB Whites as hog house heaters and shop heaters, and they've been
We don't
around
need
forever.
we don't need heaters like that here usually.
Well,
You do need heat.
they
we
run
need
natural
heaters.
gas or propane. They just hang, and they've got a fan that runs out of them, and it's basically no different than a torpedo heater. It's just the old version.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it runs off
Okay.
natural gas.
Yeah.
yeah, I've got in-floor heating in my garage and my basement, so it just leave her go all year round, man. It's
Well, you got
Yeah.
them crazy cold weather up there, so
oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean
I
it's 8 degrees outside right now, and now it's 60 degrees in here with pretty much no insulation.
Damn.
So,
That's impressive.
and that's just off 140,000 BTU XGO heater.
yeah. I
If
don't
I
run
had
my
insulation
heaters
in
the
this
whole time
garage,
I'm out there.
if I had insulation in this garage, that would heat this garage, no problem.
Oh yeah.
And this is a 30 by 24.
See, that's to
So-
say, once I get my temperature up to 70, I'll shut it down to 1 kerosene heater, which will maintain 70 degrees for 8 hours.
You got insulation in your garage?
Yep.
Yeah. I should have insulated this, but I wasn't planning on keeping it when I first moved here, and I definitely wasn't planning on working out of it. My goal was never to work out of this garage, but the last couple of years making my
happened.
adjustments and whatnot, I decided it would work for what I needed it to do.
Yeah.
And we only get 2 really cold months, in my opinion. Maybe, you know, I mean, like January, February are the worst months to be here.
Well, that's the same thing
Yeah.
here. It's
Yeah.
I mean, December.
So-
I think we had 2 days where it got under 40. The
Oh,
I
rest-
mean,
yeah.
you know, it's costing me a little bit of money not working out of my garage because I can't, do the things I need to. But yeah, it's been a little bit
Yeah.
slower, but it's not been because I've already had 6 shops where guys have quit this year,
oh,
Oh
damn.
really?
and people are leaving all over the place.
Well, I've been hearing that. I don't know if they're going to other shops or they're
Yep.
starting other
Going to other
businesses.
shops.
Somebody told me that last month or the month before for 2021 was the biggest point ever in the United States where people quit their jobs simultaneously.
Wouldn't surprise me because there's
Yeah.
been so many. So the biggest thing is now is everybody's offering
Sign-on bonus.
bonuses, sign-on bonuses. So a
Oh,
couple
yeah.
dealerships put out sign-on bonuses, and
Well,
they just
there's-
collapsed the market around here.
There's no retirement. So with no retirement
Yeah,
and a
it's no
sign-on
reason to
bonus
stay.
and probably getting paid more,
Yep.
why stay?
Or
Well,
even if you're getting paid
when
the
you're
same.
getting offered a job where you're getting paid $35 an hour. So I know my cousin, He switched his job, went from an independent to a dealership. They offered him $35 an hour, plus they gave him a $7,500 sign-on bonus. Plus they paid for all this tool movement and any other expenses that would cost him to transfer jobs.
Damn.
I think he ended up all total with about a $10,000 sign-on bonus.
And see, not to bring in a sore subject, but everybody keeps talking about, well, you'll wait, everything's going to crash, all these prices are going to go down. And what I've been telling everybody, I said, I think everybody's just wages are going to have to change. I don't think we're going to have a crash.
Yeah.
Yeah, people are going to get paid more. I've got a video coming out about this. You shouldn't have a problem. If you're complaining about not making money now, you're doing something wrong.
Sure.
I just don't see how you cannot make money right now. There's so much opportunity.
Badger, you should go into car sales. I'm telling you, if you can find cars to sell.
It's tough. It's tough to be a car salesman when you don't have the cars, though.
That's
what I mean? That's the problem.
When I go to auctions to buy cars, I have a very small dealership. I used to be able to find 2-3 cars at a time. I'll just go to the auction, buy 2-3 cars. Now I'm lucky if I could buy one.
Car repair is where it's at. Car repair is where it's at for me. I mean, people are getting shit fixed, they're spending gobs of money. And when taxes come out,
you can't afford to buy a new one. It's just you can't buy a new one.
No, exactly.
Well, I can't afford it because by the time I buy it and then go to resell it, for me anyway, it's not enough money for me to be out that money that long. To fix it or sell it, or cars are just way too high for me right now.
Well, that's I went and bought this truck tonight because it was something like, well, this is way too good of a deal. I can't walk away from that. I at least got to go look at it. I didn't need a truck, but it was I went over there, I stared at it, I'm like, oh man. Have you ever had that point where you have money and you're like, I don't want to spend this, I don't need this truck, I don't want it, but I'm stupid not to buy it.
What's this point about having money? I'm not familiar with
this. Honestly, you're not wrong, Mongrel. I agree with you 100%. What the hell good does it do you? I mean, it can set in the bank. If it ain't making you interest, you better make something to make money with it.
Sure, turn it over. Well, you got to have the money.
My problem is I'm always spending it to try to earn it somewhere else.
Well, like I said, you got to have the money to make the money. You may not have the money. I think that's what Mongrel's trying to say. Is he ain't got none.
Oh, to start with.
Yeah.
It has been a few years since I've had any spare cash.
I don't have the money, but I'll still spend it.
Oh yeah.
Well, where else are you gonna go buy? I mean, I'll just say I spent $2,500 on that truck tonight. And
nice.
I'm telling you, on a 4-wheel drive truck.
On that 90?
That's a good price.
Well, that's what I go after. I go after the 4-wheel drive trucks.
I bought that same truck in a 3/4 ton, an extended cab, a couple years ago. I bought 7 trucks total this time of year. Christmas time is the best time to lap them up, in my opinion, because usually people are trying to want some money.
People looking for their extra vehicles.
Trying to find cash.
I bought 7 pickups in one shot one year, and I spent a total of $7,000, and I turned it into $20,000.
Yeah, you can definitely do that, especially if you're able to hold that money until tax time.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't even have to wait. I was I had everything gone before March.
You could have made more money at tax time, I'm sure, but that's a pretty big increase anyway. It doesn't matter,
Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't caring. I just wasn't even wanting to sell the trucks, to be honest with you. I was going to keep them all. I just wanted a whole bunch of pickups, but then I was like, this is ridiculous. And I wanted a 5-speed. I wanted a 5-speed 3/4 ton. I got it. And then I was like, I put a new clutch, slave cylinder, shift fork, the whole 9 yards, and a pressure plate. What else did I do to that? New spark plugs, new distributor. I mean, the truck was solid as all can get out. And the kid that bought it was just tickled shitless, but it was a damn good truck. Just had a little bit of rust on the frame. I said, you want to get that boxed in as soon as you can.
Yeah. See, that scares the shit out of everybody down here. I'm telling you, if it's rust at all, they're like, oh, no.
Nope, not touching it.
I look at all the cab mounts, a couple of critical positions, and go, it's fine.
Yeah,
I've seen you're fine with your rust repairs, dudes.
If you've got enough frame left on them, you just cut that shit out and box them in. You'll be plate it, box it in. You'll be all right.
As long as dudes can get the door to close again on the truck, he's good, right?
It's fine as long as he latches.
Speaking of that truck, how's that truck video doing?
Falling out.
That truck video you retitled, how's it doing, dudes?
A couple of those videos I retitled, they're doing pretty good. They're not like blowing up or nothing, but they're getting consistent views. And then I don't know if you noticed, I've just been blasting out Dudes for Wrenches advertisements all week. And that, I don't know, it doesn't get a ton of views, but it seems like a lot of the older videos are now getting a lot of views that never
I've
got
seen
views.
that a little bit myself.
I've had a lot of
Some
that too.
views.
My going on with mine, I noticed comments on videos from like that I haven't seen nothing, any action on for a long time.
Dudes, what you could do is get with CP, you know, on Instagram or something, and get his advice on some videos as well, because he does a lot more videos than I do. So if you take different people's advice and you put it with your own knowledge, I think you could do something.
So what's coming up, just to throw it out there for everybody. So I've been remastering some of the old Fairlane videos I did that were garbage. I'll say they're garbage. They were 40 minutes long.
They were long, but they were garbage. I liked them.
Yeah. So I'm cutting those down to where they're watchable, 10 minutes and under videos, and kind of cutting out all the fat. And so I'm going to bring those out on Saturdays like I have been with regular videos. And then I'm going to keep putting out shorts every day. And then I'm going to bring in some Ford F-150 how-to-ish kind of videos on Wednesdays. So I'm going to be putting in 2 full-length videos plus shorts every day. And I'm going to do that for a month and just kind of see what happens.
Nice.
I'm over
That's a lot of work.
You're over shorts?
Yeah, I don't. I think they bring 2 different kinds of people to your channel, and I don't like it.
And that's what I'm trying to connect. So I'm getting away from the shorts that are just haha, funny, whatever. And I want all my shorts to just be advertising for the channel.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. That's not a bad
doing well
idea.
through Instagram.
That's not a bad
nobody
idea.
knows what Dudes and Wrenches sub count is because he don't tell people.
Tell us.
Well, I'll tell you this. It went up 16 subs since Saturday. So
nice.
Congrats.
Obviously, that's working.
So my shout out didn't help you out much, did it?
Well,
I was hoping you get more than 16.
Well, I'll tell you, I don't know, CP, if you heard it earlier, if you got to watch the news yet or not, but my goal this year is 5,000 subs, and I'm going to be hustling for it. I'm going to be doing car shows. We got the LSV build. I'm going to be out.
Power tool.
Yeah, that's the only way to do it. Honestly, that's the best way. And honestly, I still feel like making videos is making 10 to 20 minute videos is the key.
That's where I try to keep mine in about the 10 to 20 minute range. Sometimes go a little over.
I just make my videos and
I just feel like that's what YouTube is. And
some are 10 minutes, some are 15 minutes, but
I've had over 100 subs on a lot of my videos that I put out recently, and the shorts haven't done shit. And I have had just a lot better success, and I've had a lot more views on my videos, on some of my videos lately, and I'm completely happy with that.
I'm guessing your TikTok does pretty good though.
TikTok's a joke though. The thing is, TikTok, the only thing it does is it draws a few people to my YouTube because I use the link. I use the link portion of it.
Yep.
But those views on TikTok don't mean that. I mean, dude, I've only made on TikTok you got to look. I have 21,000 or something like that on TikTok, which ain't shit compared to most people on TikTok.
No, there's hundreds of thousands.
They're and that.
Even they don't. I know a guy that has 260,000 on there, and he was bragging because he made like 400 a month. I'm like, dude,
it's not even worth. It's a waste of time.
Yeah, I mean, he's on there every day, every day.
And that's what a lot of people on TikTok think that they're going to make a bunch of money, and it's honestly, you're wasting your content for TikTok is the way I look at it. You're going to get more revenue out of YouTube.
I was just curious if it brought people over to YouTube.
Yeah, it does, but not a lot. But it does bring people over, and that's all I care about doing with it. Just like my Instagram. Yep. My Instagram is just filler to my YouTube is where it's at. I mean, that's
your money train or whatever.
Yeah,
I can't get behind TikTok.
Yeah, TikTok. Well, it's fun. It's not.
Oh, I watch a lot of it.
It's so diluted with trashy women.
No, it's not. It's not that. It's where it's from. Where's the money going?
Whoa, back it up. What's this on TikTok?
Exactly.
I've been avoiding it.
I call it titty talk for a reason. I call it titty talk for a reason because
YouTube's trying to destroy it with YouTube Shorts.
Yeah,
YouTube's trying to destroy Twitch with these lives that we're doing.
Instagram's
YouTube-
trying to too. They're all trying to compete with it, but
YouTube and Instagram both put money into their shorts and reels to go against TikTok.
Get the
So-
content.
and it's
And
working.
I realistically think
YouTube
if you could
and-
somehow make it so people
Facebook.
can't just repost the same crap on 15 different channels. If you
Yeah.
would stop that and add some copyright, TikTok would die in a day.
Well,
Dude,
TikTok
you
has
can
no
see it with
copyright.
all the overlays
So,
over video.
You can go
Yeah.
and you can download all of there's things where you can download TikToks and take the little TikTok symbol out. As long as it doesn't have
Yep.
music, you could take their videos and put it
Yeah.
on YouTube. And if you blow
That's
up,
what
you can't do
everybody's
nothing about it.
doing. It's just diluting the water with bad content, as far as
yeah,
I'm concerned.
Well, I'm just
there's
saying you steal other people's stuff and they can't do nothing about it because there's no
Right. That's the
even
other thing,
rule
too.
against it.
Right.
yeah, and you
I've
can
seen
get
a lot of YouTubes do that. Like, look at all these TikTok fails or these
the
TikTok.
one
Oh,
thing
yeah.
about TikTok
It's just
is
other
it
people's
doesn't
videos.
your account isn't protected. At any
Yeah, right.
given time, somebody can report your shit and get your whole stuff shut down. So
Yeah.
everything you've done is a waste then at that point.
And
Oh yeah,
and it doesn't
And
even
don't-
have to be a legitimate
Yeah,
reason.
it
either.
doesn't. No,
Exactly.
I've heard of so many like terrible things that happen. So as far as insurance wise on one platform that I would say is the worst, TikTok is definitely the worst
Well,
for that.
yeah,
Like
13 cycles. Have
don't
you
invest
heard
a bunch of
about
time into it.
how many average views you need on TikTok to get paid?
No.
It's like
Mine, and you know what? I don't
700,000.
even understand.
Holy
I use a
mackerel.
lot of hashtags, which that's what you're supposed to do to get views. But it doesn't. It's so random. Like I can
Yeah.
put up a video and like it won't do nothing, and then 6 months later it'll start getting a bunch of views on it. And like then I'll put up a video that I think is just absolutely atrocious, and it gets 20, 30,000 views on them. I'm like, it makes no sense to me whatsoever.
That's
and
like
all
my
all this
4
based
video.
on
Do you ever
how
go
many
live
views
on there?
subscribers. What's that?
do you ever go live on there?
No, I'm afraid to because it seems like everybody that goes live, that's who has the most problems. They shut down
Oh,
a
really?
shit ton of accounts. Like, and it seems like once you get over a certain number, it's not as bad because you can fight it.
Yep.
But you have to get over a certain number, which it's not. It's more than 20,000. I think it's 100,000 is where you have to be at.
It's quite a bit from what I've heard, which I obviously don't know for sure, but I've heard it's 500,000.
Is where you got to go before they
I
can't
heard
shut
they
you
don't
down.
give you any support really until you hit 500,000.
Yeah, it's a sketchy platform.
It's
Yeah.
China.
Oh, I agree with that. Yeah.
So it is what it is.
Now, I would like to back up.
I
for a
would say
second.
invest your time into YouTube.
I'd like
Yeah.
to back up. So mongrels. So you did finally find the White Devil video then?
The White Devil?
A White Devil
White
video.
Devil.
Are we talking the truck?
Yes, we are.
I did find it, yeah. Well, I go back and I watch I pick one of you guys and I go back and I start watching your content from the beginning.
Oh, don't
So
do that to
that-
mine.
Yeah, I got 220 videos. Don't do
That's
that.
okay.
Yeah.
I've been watching Bryce's stuff from the beginning and leaving
Yeah.
comments and stuff like that, and then I'll go over to someone else and watch them. Just I want to see where you came from, right? It's,
Well,
it's
I started my
fascinating.
channel back in 2009 is when I first put videos up.
Yeah,
I did like one a year since then, so it wasn't like I was trying anything. But the first videos are pretty junk.
well, that's the great part is I go back, I go back on mine, and you go back and watch my script garage, even right, and you watch his first videos and where he started, and watch. You learn something from everyone. That's kind of why I like going back and watching.
My 6th subscriber messaged me on Facebook and said, "You guys remind me of Vice Grip Garage. It's just you're more people." And he said, "I met Derek when he only had 17 subscribers in Missouri, broke down on the side of the road with his kids in a clapped out piece of shit Chevy."
Yeah,
And he's like, "And this car, Blake, I wouldn't even drive it across town." And he's trying to do power tour with it with his family. So Derek got a niche of doing some sketchy stuff. The whole will it run, drive home.
sure.
Well,
You
yeah,
know, it doesn't take a lot of thinking to get into that. So like a lot of other channels that we deal with are technical or build series that take a lot of time. What he's doing is
right.
Every-
It's quicker turnover. It's
Yeah.
on to the next
Sure.
project. Yeah.
It's good. It's
Yeah.
built-in drama and everything else. It's a very good format. You can't knock it for it at
No,
all,
no.
right? Like,
But-
it's brilliant. But
look at all the channels that are doing it. You know,
Yeah, there's a lot of channels that do it, and I just, I might do one or two like that, but I'm more at the technical
I like that.
stuff.
I like it both. I
do too.
don't always want straight.
Drama is always going to get you views.
It'd be cool to do
course.
one or two of those a year. Like
Sure.
if Cletus had something like some kind of A-body Mopar down by his area that was, slant six, something nobody wanted, that was dirt cheap, that would be something I'd be interested to go down, fly down, get it running, drive it back up to Iowa, and I would love to do that kind of stuff.
Yeah, 113, but where some are when you're ready.
Yep. Yes, we do.
Well,
No
when I
rush.
started my channel was because I couldn't find any information on the modern Hemi, and I was like, okay, well, I want to figure this stuff out and help people not go through the same crap I did, right?
Right.
So that's basically why I started my channel. It wasn't to make money or to get views. It's just to see if I could help some people out. And that's what I still do. I put out what I want to watch, and hopefully other people want to watch it too. If they do, great. If they don't, that's okay too.
And
one
now
guy
that
that's real knowledgeable on that Hemi, the newer Hemi or whatever, is Turlo's
Blake?
Garage.
Who?
Turlo's Garage.
Oh, Turlo.
Turlo,
Okay.
yep. Turlo always comments on our stuff.
Oh yeah, great guy.
And just Mopar Joe.
Yep, in Arkansas. Yep.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
He's got a third gen
Not
Hemi
too
in
far
his
from him.
Challenger. I think he's got fiberglass fenders on that car.
Yep. He's what
It's-
do you think 113's about hour 10 minutes from us?
Maybe a little bit more, but yeah, right around there. Yeah.
But we did a
30
voiceover for his 408 Stroker build because he
Oh, really?
so just Mopar Joe and Duddy's Adventures and Bad Tree Productions, that's like our nucleus of the three channels. We work together, share clips.
I didn't know.
It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Like Duddy's Adventure, me and Jeremy got drunk one night and we're like, what if we turned our mini fridge into a teleporter? So we went over to Walmart and got one of them little remember them old signs that you'd see in front of the bait shop with the arrow and you could put your plastic letters in them.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
What are those called? Like a
The road sign. I don't know.
billboard,
I know what you're
whatever,
talking
light
about.
up billboard thing.
Not a marquee, but yeah, I know what you're
But
talking
yeah,
about. Change the letters
so
out.
Walmart sells one of them for $15. It's about this big, and it flashes all different kinds of rainbow colors. So what we did is we put that in the bottom of the mini fridge, ran the power cable into it, turned it on so it's all glowing and shit. Then we ran a tube down the side of the mini fridge into a holder of a Coors Light upside down. That's our fuel source. Then we had a bunch of wires hanging off of it and shit. And then we did some editing of glowing and mechanical noises in the background. And I'm like, hey, man, I was watching The Fly last night. I woke up in the morning. I was watching just Mopar Joe on the shitter. And I realized my clock hasn't been turned forward or back for daylight savings time. And I'm ripping off Back to the Future. And say I go to get my clock and I slip. I hit my head. And that's when I came up with the teleportation device. Well, Duddy's Adventures is working on a 68 notchback Barracuda where the starter took a shit in it. They're putting a Mopar mini starter in it. We happen to have one. We pretend like we send one down to Texas from Iowa, and through movie magic, it looks fucking awesome. And that's the funnest part about YouTube is sharing clips with other cool channels. And I think that's a better way than just giving a shout out.
Yeah.
Well, it's
Of
great.
actually having them on your channel doing a little skit or something.
Well, I was like Cletus today with the news. That was awesome. Thanks, bud. Appreciate
Yeah.
it.
Hey, I appreciate you doing a segment, man. That was freaking awesome. It brings everybody in and gives everybody kind of an insight to your channel, but all just to you, and then go check your stuff out. It's it's all linked into the video and everything. So
Yeah.
Then you got guys like Iron Horse Garage messaging me saying, hey, can we do the teleporter thing too? Maybe ours can run on potatoes.
I know it's Rod's a cool guy. Hey, he come down
Yeah,
and
he's cool, yeah.
come down to Arkansas,
William.
and visited Mopar.
William is
and,
a really nice guy.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you see what he gave Bryce, eh?
No.
No, I didn't see that. I guess.
I think,
Yeah. I know what you're talking about. He sent it to him in the mail.
Yeah, you sent him something really nice in the mail.
Was that Bryce Cold or
The Castro.
The Castro.
Project
No.
Frankenstein got an old
Frankenstein.
70 Ford F250.
oh, different guy? I was thinking of the guy with the 70 Cornet.
No, different guy.
But yeah, Iron Horse Garage, they're the silly 4 horsemen, you know, or 3 horsemen, I guess. But
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and his son does some things on there too, but yeah.
yeah, they're all solid guys, and they're grinding to that first 1,000, and they're doing a good job.
Yep.
Yeah.
And our
I'm
Facebook
surprised they're not
page.
bigger than they are, though.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So our Facebook page, and we've never just, it's called Bad Tree Productions on Facebook. We never once deleted anybody, took anybody's stuff down. We promote other channels to come on and promote their stuff on. So if you want 700 extra eyeballs on your stuff, join our page, share the shit out of your stuff. We don't care. It doesn't have to be Mopar. I mean, that's what we are, but
Yeah. What about
We got-
shit boxes? They like shit boxes?
oh, fucking people love shit boxes, dude.
I love shit boxes.
Yeah.
One of
A
my
lot.
favorite videos was my Saturn SL2 I bought for $200. And I
Dude,
put
I
a
love-
$40 radiator in it and struggled the entire time.
I'm
I
the
ended
same.
up trading it for a 73 D200 Dodge turquoise, rust free.
Nice.
A shit
It had
box
a
is the
blown-up
American
motor in it.
dream.
Yeah. Well, it's exciting. You
Yeah.
know?
Oh, it's affordable. Yeah, it's nice to have a badass car, but I mean, at the end of the day, dude, something's just more customizable
I'll
about
put
a
it
shit
into
box.
what 113 Cycles can understand. It's like that bike behind you versus you going and beating on a moped all day.
Yeah.
You can beat on a moped all day and not get in trouble.
Yeah.
Well,
True. Mini bike.
Or you can get hit by an SUV and ended up with a fucked up spinal cord like me with
Yeah.
2 bulged discs.
Wreck it.
I'm a tight ass. I won't even get my hair cut because I'm so cheap.
What's a haircut?
Oh, well, he ain't got no hair, but I got plenty. Me and dudes are.
I've been
Man,
shaving
dude,
my
they're not.
head since 08.
When my eyebrows start getting bushy, that's when I know it's time to get a haircut.
Well, I gotta trim those daily.
My brother won the mullet contest for the state fair this year, Battery.
Oh,
Y'all have a
Oh,
mullet
yeah?
contest for the
Yeah.
state fair?
He looked like Travis Stritt.
So Mongrel is your channel called just Mongrel?
Mongrel's Garage. Yeah.
Let me sub to that quick.
Dude
Done
just
that.
got the Justin Bieber hair.
Yeah, he does. Where'd he go?
The
Yeah,
calendar.
just up to yours, Bad Tree.
I can't let that grow up top long enough. I just can't do it. I just can't. That the shaggy sheepdog look don't go for me.
You got a dog eating the piston rod?
Yep. You bet.
All right. Boom. Just
I'll
subbed.
grow mine out like that too.
Thanks, man. And 113, thank you.
113. I'm going to hit you up now.
Thank you.
Right.
The worst thing I hate about my hair now is that my back neck is always sweated, and this just holds in the heat. So when I wake up sometimes in the middle of the night, I'm like, God damn it, my mullet's wet, and I gotta take 2 showers.
And dudes
I'm
with
not even
grudges, you're
joking.
just on Instagram or you're on YouTube too? Or...
He's on YouTube.
No, he's on
I get
YouTube.
around.
Well, I know
Yeah, good stuff.
I'm following you on
He's trying to grow
Instagram.
it. Yeah, he's definitely on YouTube. He's trying to grow his channel right now, so he's
Then-
hustling.
Dick Trickle, can you put it in the comments what your channel name is, please?
Oh, CP the Tool Addict.
CP the Tool Addict.
CP the Tool Addict?
Pretty
Yeah.
big channel there. What's up, Brandon? How you doing, bud?
Hey, giving a haircut, eh?
Yeah.
Hi, everybody.
Helping you out,
Ian
man.
Dick Trickle.
I won't even
Okay.
try.
Dudes, is yours just a red circle that says your name in it?
Yep.
Okay. And then you
Dude,
said
we're
DP? DP Tool Addict?
CP. Chad's my name.
I thought it was
CP.
going to be like Donkey Puncher or some shit.
No,
Sorry.
CP's my name.
It would be much better that way, but no.
Yeah, Donkey Punch. Yeah, it's.
Yeah.
I've got a little bit of
Yeah,
everything going on my channel. I got go karts. I got trucks. We're gonna have a whole bunch of shit. We're gonna do a building this year. My plan is that I'm building a
Is it
36 by
is it a
44.
silver and black logo?
Yep. Yeah, it's a Nordic. It's a Thor's hammer.
Oh, you got 7.3, huh?
Yep.
He knows people.
Shit.
They getting it.
People like him.
Fucking
People
shout
love
me
fools.
out tomorrow, damn it. I got to get up there.
What's
Sorry.
that?
Sorry about swearing. My bad.
Oh,
it's all good.
no.
You swore. What?
That's it.
Is
Sorry,
this
I-
after family hour now,
Some
Cletus?
people's channels don't like it when you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't care.
There's some people that don't, but there's some people that get over it too. I used to be really try to be really PG, and I've finally given up on it lately. It's just
Well,
We
my
call-
regular videos, I'll
we
still
call-
be PG-ish, but on these
Yeah.
lives, I mean, it's
yeah. The lives are kind of like Nobody.
We call
There's not a
we
bunch of
call our-
rewatching done on them anyway. So and
our
it's
subscribers, we call them heathens.
Yeah.
On our channel. That's
what?
like how Slipknot calls their fans maggots.
oh yeah.
We call our fans heathens, and
Heathens.
I got some backlash
Fit
from
in
some
well
religious folks.
That's what my dad used to call me. He's like the heathens.
And I'm like, no, heathens isn't a religious term at all with us. Heathens is like thinking about you're an outcast because Mopar guys are outcasts, right? And you're always scratching and clawing your way to make something. And that's
I
our
would have to call
philosophy is doing shit the cheap.
I have owned about every Mopar out there that you can own. I've owned everything. I've owned every Ford. I've owned every Chevy. I've owned them all. They're all junk.
Yeah.
They all
I'd
have their
call
own
my
problems.
channel,
absolutely.
followers or subscribers. I'd have to call them crazy because I don't know why people. I don't know how I have more than 2 people watching my stuff. I don't know.
I thought they were just trash.
Well, my videos are trash, but
Oh, that's true.
See,
Yeah.
I seen that and I laughed my ass off, but I had some really solid advice, I think, in my opinion, to a new channel out of Iowa. This channel's called JRE Racing. He's got a 73 Duster. He races in Cedar Falls at Hawkeye Downs. Anyway, he asked me some advice about his channel. How do I make it grow? And I said, dude, you gotta stop being so stiff.
Oh.
When I first looked at that GoPro, when I started my channel, I didn't know the people I was talking to.
Yeah.
I was intimidated, bashful, stiff. You know, like what Mongrel said. He likes to go back and look at your early stuff. You get to see how uncomfortable
demoralizing.
people are. Well,
Watching
now, you know, after that first 50 subscribers, 100 subscribers, and you
Popping your
communicate
cherry.
with those people in the comments, now when you look at that camera, I'm looking and talking to my heathens or whatever
Yep.
you call yours, you know.
Yeah.
good way to
I
put
make
it.
fun of them.
They're the most supportive
I
people
like
that
that.
you have in your life or your subscriber base, and they
About-
let you know and they back you. So then you get a
About
little
80
bit looser.
About
You know?
85% of your subscribers are always supportive, and then there's about 10 or 15% that just know-it-alls.
Oh well.
All they do is just cheat on you. You
Yeah,
know?
and you know what? Those are donors and we're doers. And the
Yeah.
donors will sit there and tell you what to do while
Yeah.
you're out there doing it.
Oh
So,
yeah,
I'm just
I
starting
couldn't
to get
believe
some
it.
of those now.
I did a video, and then somebody even actually was trying to tell me how to use Super 33 tape on Dude's video, on the video I did about Dudes for Monday, and I was like, I don't even know what they said. I didn't even pay attention to it. I started reading it, and I was like,
Why
Jesus
tell me
fuck.
the way that I should have done it when you watched me go through and do it?
They
and
were
then
telling me about
drive
putting
it?
pipe tape
it
on my
works.
goddamn heater. I was like, oh, you put it on the wrong way, and I was like, I don't give a shit. It's a propane heater,
It
and
works, right?
like, what the?
See,
Are
now
you guys-
I could have a problem with that. I'm in the fire department. I'm the LP guy.
I'm like,
Well,
I
it's
don't.
like-
I'm like, it's a goddamn fitting for a propane tank, like, and it's got a 6-foot line on it. I was like, there ain't no way in hell that thing's gonna catch on fire, and if it does, I'll just kick the whole rig right outside. Throw it in the snow.
As long as it's
Or
not
yellow.
a hydraulic line, you don't have to worry. If it's
Yeah.
copper, bendable tubes,
Well, they're
stuff like
tapered
that.
fittings on them, so I believe they mate inside anyways, and they got a rubber seal inside the tank, so I didn't even need to put tape on it. I was just,
Yeah.
I
It's
did it,
all
and I didn't even need to put
MPT
tape
stuff.
on it. Yeah. So
And
it was like,
it's a flared
Yeah.
mechanical fitting. You don't
Right.
need pipe dope or tape.
yeah, all the
All
seals are
that
inside
does
the
is
tank.
stretches the threads and will cause a leak.
Right. Yeah. Anyways, the guys were all fucking flipping out on me on it, and I was like, Jesus Christ, these fucking people you guys need to take a fucking Xanax or something like that.
Why,
I
you
didn't
got
say
that?
nothing. I just heard their comments and let them go, anymore. I'm not like I used to be. I used to just sit there and I'd be like, what's your deal? Did your mom not hold you tight enough when you were a kid, or?
No,
Well,
it's
you
the
get
other
it
way
Cut,
around,
though, then
man.
you get more of them.
I had
Both
one
goes
guy
both
tell
ways.
me that my 73 D200, because I want to get rid of the floating Dana in the back of it, put like an 8 3/4 in it, put it on top of the leaves, drop the damn thing 3 inches. He types in, "You're gonna ruin that truck. It's not gonna be a truck anymore."
I tell you what,
This fucking truck hasn't been on the road in 15 years. I saved its life. It don't need to do truck shit no more. All
Right.
it needs to haul is
It's retired.
ass.
It's just for beauty.
Yeah. It's you know what? It's your truck. Do what you want with it. That's
Exactly.
And then
what
I
it comes
said,
down to,
and then I
right?
wanted to do a 383 stroker kit and make it a 426 with a 413 pistons and rods, 410 over, and everybody's like, well, why don't you do a 400?
Right.
That's more cubes. Well, I don't know if you know me, but I like to fucking be different.
Right. I like to walk a different line.
And you know what? If I was going to do a 400 stroker, I mean, I don't want this truck to run 9s. You know, what I want to build it for is, you know, it'd be cool if it ran high 11s. You know, I'd like to shoot for mid 12s. And that's what I want it for.
Fast cruiser.
Yeah. I got a 518 with a big block bell housing that just Mopar Joe scored for me down in Southern Illinois for $100. It's a core. But if you watch our channel, we got trannies all the time and rebuild them. I mean, it's just 7 sub-assemblies.
Dad?
Take one sub-assembly and read the fucking book and use your feeler gauges, pack the shit together, move on to the next one.
Yeah.
And by the time you're done, you slam it all together and it works.
Dad?
Well, it's like these videos I see with these guys starting engines now and stuff like that. People get all distressed about what they put in the engine. I see that being a huge deal. Like, oh, you need to put this concoction in there. You need to put this concoction in there. Who gives a shit?
Yeah.
Fucking
Don't
the engine's
use
been
starter
sitting
fluid.
for
You'll blow
40
the engine
years.
out.
Yeah.
It's not going to be a reliable engine anyways. It's been sitting for 40 years.
Yeah, you got to
Like
rebuild
the
it anyway,
valves,
right?
it should be pulled apart and be rebuilt, new seals.
Yeah.
At this point, I think that we're past the fact of worrying about whether the fucking rings are going to be, you just get the sumbitch started and get lube sent on them. The biggest part is getting shit set down on the top of it, getting the lube, to the top of the pistons. And I watched Puddins the other day, and I know the poor guy, the people in the comment sections, I call them the 10%ers because that's what they are. The 10% of the fucking people are just so miserable with their own lives that they got to find something to nitpick on. And it's like,
Well,
you know
apparently
what,
he
guys?
reads all his comments too. Which
No, I don't even read them anymore. I don't even read them because it gets your blood pressure up because it's just stupid. Some people just need to learn that this is YouTube. And obviously after the video's been made, there's nothing you can do to change what was already been done in that video.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay. And I understand there's unsolicited advice and then there's people just, trying to help out.
Well, and especially with him, with Puddin, he's not trying to tell people this is how you do it. Do exactly like this.
Exactly.
He's just having fun.
Right.
And that's why
Exactly.
people watch his channel, or most people.
Yeah. He's learning as he goes too.
Sure. Yeah.
I do the same shit.
That's me. You know what I'm saying? I've never really messed with the carburetor, but look at me now. I'm half-ass building some carburetors.
Yep. Oh, Jesus.
Are we going to helmet off now?
Hey, Greg, we got
The only guy that could ever pull this off was Dale Earnhardt. Don't think that you can do it because you won't.
Well, he didn't really pull it off either.
Did he not?
Yeah, he kind of did live through that.
Brandon,
Somebody else took it off.
know what's going on with your YouTube, man, but I've been having a good time on YouTube, man.
I've been too.
The bad people I just ignore, and then I hang out with people like this here and just have
Knock
fun.
on wood. I don't really
That's the key,
have
really.
anybody negative on my
Ignoring
channel.
those.
I really didn't start getting negative people to around 900 subscribers.
That's when you know you made it, man.
Guess I don't
Yeah,
ever have to
that's
worry
when you
about that.
do know you made it. That's honestly because the more you do and the bigger you get, the more they come in.
It's
And that's
because
all
they're
they do.
jealous because you know what? There might be 1 million YouTube channels that never hit 1,000 subscribers.
For sure.
And we're a very small percentage
Oh, dude, I came
of
in
the ones
hot.
that made it.
I started
And
in
if you
2019.
think of channels under 10,000 subscribers, that's about what, 1% of YouTube?
Yep.
Wow.
I came in swinging with a Louisville Slugger and a sledgehammer, and that probably was not the most conducive way. But boy, I kicked the doors in when I came in, and that, my first 2 videos were pretty decent size for a guy that didn't have any subscribers, 20 and 30,000 views on them, and they just brought all the heat on me. And there's my one video, my Harbor Freight video, where I was sitting in this garage talking in front of that toolbox. That thing's got like 500 comments, and I still get comments every day. You're an idiot.
So what I heard is if your video gets 1,000 likes, it opens up this whole other algorithm that
Oh,
YouTube
really?
will pimp it out even harder.
Oh.
So like the magic number is to, like, pimp out for likes.
Really?
Is what I learned the other day.
I think I've gotten close to 1,000. I don't know if I've got 1,000 or
what
not.
my most likes are on a video.
I've got a couple, like, hundreds of likes on some videos. Like, obviously, I'm this kind of guy. And our best video is a 460 big black truck that we use as our pulling truck. And it's got, I think, 36,000 views on that. Its next video, we did the 460 EFI guy's throttle body on it, which got us a ton of hits. And then the next video we did is a gas mileage update, like hyper miling, not everyday driving. And we ended up getting like 14 miles of the gallon. And that video, all the comments is, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. Did you not watch the damn video? Hey, I'm driving like there's an egg underneath the gas pedal. I'm coasting downhill. I'm trying to hyper mileage this to see what it could do.
Well,
And
the
for a
most
big
likes
block-
I've ever got on a video was 2,136.
Really?
How many
How many
views
views did you get on it?
It's got 151,700.
There you go. So it moved up. That's why you got a bunch of views on that. Actually, went over 1,000. I've never got over it.
That's what sucks.
And it's not just likes to get that 1,000. It's likes
I only
and
get.
dislikes.
I've never had a video over 30,000 views on all my. I just have a bunch of videos. That's why.
I've got a few over at 30,000, but I've been on YouTube forever. Of course, I didn't start like pushing until December 2019.
I make daily content essentially too, so I put out 5 videos a week, which in retrospect, I get 20,000 views a week usually on average, and that makes up for where I say I don't get big views. I get a lot of views on small videos, so
I got you.
I don't know. You can look at it however you want to do it.
500,000 views altogether, so I'm not.
There's always guys that get butthurt about. They're like, I make better content, so I don't make as many videos. And I'm like,
I only get 12,000 a month.
I just make videos. That's all I do, though. I don't have a rhyme or a reason or nothing. There's no method to my madness. That's all. It's just
it works, right?
If you're looking for content, like if you're struggling to do it, these lives are an excellent way to do some filler in between.
Yeah,
so if you wanted to post a video on a Tuesday and go live on a Thursday, and at least have 2 pieces of content out there every week.
Well, that's pretty much what you do anyway.
My problem with lives is that they don't draw in enough of good. Like, I think it doesn't represent your channel enough. Like, I mean, it's good for subscribers to get to know you.
Sure.
But lives are not a good. They're so long they don't get a full view on them.
Right.
So there's good parts in there that you can miss, unless you're watching the whole thing.
You got like these roundtables, like tonight.
Yeah.
And then you could do a live show like what Narcs has been doing, like where it's kind of almost a scheduled time, about an hour cut off. That'd be something reasonable that would help you put that extra piece of content in that week, but like a 6-hour live like I did 2 weeks ago with Duddy's Adventure, nobody's gonna watch that shit.
Yeah.
Well, I don't do these lives. I mean, they do get views. I'm not mad at them, but I don't do them. I do them to kind of get to talk to everybody and just talk to this, pretty much the same group of people every time, but also so I can get some feedback on the news video I just put out, because that's what these lives are for now. Because I want to make the video. I'm having fun with that segment stuff, and I want to make it better. So that's why I'm doing these. But
you should get Dick Trickle to send you a video clip once a week as your
I've been meaning. Cletus asked me to do that. That's a good thing you brought that up, because I keep forgetting to. I've been busy though. When he asked me to do it, I got sick the week after, and then I was kind of like out of it, and I was like, I need to send one in for you.
We started doodling on pieces of paper about making like a magazine.
Yeah.
But we're going to turn it into a calendar. So it'll look like a magazine of car craft, like how to adjust your throttle blade and your torque thermal quad, or, how to, what stall converter is good for you. Like just a bunch of bullshit looking magazine front covers.
Sure.
With pictures of other YouTube channels, cars, into little squares, and make that as a calendar. That was an idea we had.
Did you see the calendar that we made for this year?
Yeah,
you have to check it out, man.
I need to get you some stickers, brother.
Yeah,
I
don't have your sticker yet. So.
I got, and if you guys need stickers,
Well,
made,
it is the current background to the chat screen.
Yeah, I thought that too, but
Yeah,
we rip these things off.
Comment there
constantly.
about the
cool.
chicks.
Oh wow.
That's why I do it too, is for the chicks.
Yeah.
These are 12-year UV vinyl.
Oh, nice.
And my cousin makes them all. I mean, the detail on them is like freaking.
It's right there.
Oh, look at there's the triple pickle, the dart.
The trickle pickle.
You like the jack stand? No lift life, baby.
Is that a Harbor Freight one?
No, it's a Walmart one.
Oh, talk about living dangerously, for sure.
So, mongrels right there. That's his picture in the camera.
Oh, hell yeah. Nice fleet, brother.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So that's January. But,
I like the screaming
Yeah,
chicken.
there's another Canadian there. So everybody
Makes my nipples hurt.
that's in here sent something.
What's that, 65, 66?
I think it's 65. I'm almost positive. And everybody in here, like this is another
yeah.
arcade in here, Big Block 402.
Big
It's
block
like a
four.
ratty ZZ Top or something.
He
Oh, that
lives
truck.
not too far.
Love it.
so. But everybody in here is on YouTubers. So
That's cool, dude.
there's 113
That's pretty
right
cool.
Oh,
That's 113 shop.
So
Oh,
where
that's
you
good.
at?
That's-
113?
Some of his
113's a
I'm in
bit of a.
Arkansas.
Where's
You're in
Waldo?
Arkansas?
You gotta try to find him.
So I
Yeah.
imagine we all started out on bikes.
Cletus.
I like it.
That's
Don't
the
put it on
message.
Yeah,
me.
sexy that is.
That'll make a blind man blush right
Here's
there.
Bubba's in the chat. That's Bubba's thing.
Mannequin
That's
City.
How much
So-
did you have to pay them to stand in front of that truck?
There you go,
Just
Bubba.
kidding. Just
You may
kidding.
not be
just
able to
kidding.
see that picture very well.
But 113. Well, I imagine that almost every car guy started out as a bike guy as a kid.
Yep, I did.
Yeah, I mean, you
Honestly.
probably started with your bicycle, and your dad taught
Yep.
you how to change an inner tube, and it was one time only, and you had to figure that shit out.
No,
rest
my
of your
dad didn't
life,
do
right?
that.
So then, like I started on
Have a dad,
MR50
thanks.
Honda. MR50 Honda Elsinore. That
Oh,
was my
yeah.
first
Yep,
ever bike.
Elsinore. 125.
Those
Yeah.
things, I mean, the scheme, the look, they're awesome. You
Yeah.
can't touch them anymore. They're pretty pricey.
No, yeah, they are.
And then
Yamaha GT80G for me.
I should have kept mine.
my first street bike that I ever rode, I was 15. It was a Honda V65 Sabre.
Ooh,
Oh,
yeah.
God.
And
What
I'm
a
like,
powerhouse.
oh
Heck
my God,
yeah.
it was retarded.
The VMAX killer.
But my favorite bike that I ever had was a Honda VFR.
Yep.
Because sport touring,
Which-
upright position,
which
very
size?
comfortable. 750F with a
I
single
had
sided
a
swing
couple
arm.
800s.
Yep, those are nice too.
Yeah,
And then,
I wanted a 750 though.
So now tied with that is my 2000 Kawasaki ZRX 1100.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
And that
Yeah.
thing, I bought that from a guy that raced it in Michigan. I had cans,
Eddie Lawson
stock shocks.
replica.
Yeah.
Green. Annie could hear me. I played softball in Wisconsin. And she could hear me leaving after the game, coming across the bridge in Iowa. She knew,
Oh, yeah.
she knew if I stopped at the gas station or if I was coming straight home.
I've
Oh,
That
McGregor
thing was
is
just-
down in
that
the
was a
valley, so I could see that.
wrist-breaking
That's a
SOB.
great bike.
Were you playing in Prairie du Chien?
Yep. Right down on St. Ferial Island.
Oh, God.
You know that
I've
big
got a-
ball diamond you see on the left-hand side
Yep.
when you come across the bridge?
Yep.
Yeah. Dude, this
Yeah,
is
I've got-
crazy. This is crazy.
I've got a Suzuki Boulevard
Dude,
M95.
it's like, that's like one time I was going to buy a cabin up there. So, like, I still love going up there. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, I've camped on the island right around the corner from the dam, Lock and Dam there. There's an island that's like right next to the railroad tracks. I've got pictures of it where we camped on it. We took our pontoons. We went down there, and dude, it was the best camping experience of my life. Pulled up to the beach, put the
That
boat
huge
on there. dude.
sandbar, I think they call it
Yeah,
$1 million
dude.
sandbar.
Yeah, oh yeah, dude. And then the barge went by at night. I mean, it was like one of the best memories of my entire life. So
Yep, every summer we
you
go
can't
out
beat the
dragging for
Mississippi.
bodies
I mean,
out of
the
that
Mississippi's
thing.
fun. And then fished in the morning right away. Daybreak was fishing on there. Oh, dude.
So Dick Trickle right now is talking about where I live. There's pools of the Mississippi River, and they're separated by lock and dam. So pool
Yeah.
one starts in Minnesota. Pool, the last pool is in Louisiana. So what we're in is called Pool 10. It's the widest, deepest, most recreational pool of water, voted #1 on the entire Mississippi. So if you want to go duck hunting, you want to go fishing, you want to go deer hunting,
everything.
you want to go tubing, jet skiing, anything. I mean, it's just anything you want to do on water, you got it here.
Walleye
You got all
fishing
these little
galore.
tiny towns with cheap ass fucking drinks too.
No, what do they got? What do they call those? The riffs or the riff rafts?
Wing
Where the
dams.
walleye, huh?
Wing dams.
Wing dams, yeah. The walleye fishing on the wing dams is ridiculous.
So wing dams so the Mississippi River used to be about 5 to 6 foot deep. And what they did is they took barges of rocks and they took willow branches and they made them like the mats that you did in 3rd grade for Columbus Day. You know, remember you'd weave them mats or whatever. We did. They'd weave willow branches and they'd load rocks onto them until they were just buoyant enough they could move them into position. Then they'd load more on, sink them layer after layer. They made them like a V, so the channel wanted to naturally cut out an 8-foot navigational channel for all the paddle boats that were coming out.
Huh.
So originally, the Mississippi River, you could wade across it or jump across parts of it, and a lot of it was farmland.
Yep.
And then after, I think in the 40s, they started wanting to do lock and dam.
Yep.
To move it to a 12-foot navigational channel for like the modern day barges that you see nowadays. So like our main channel in front of our town used to be 6 foot deep, and now it's 27 foot deep.
Yep.
So,
Well, the Missouri is the same way. Like in Sioux City, there was a point where you could literally walk across the river, and deep spots were like 10 foot over in Nebraska. And now it's not even half that wide, and it's 20 plus some foot deep.
Yeah, it's cool up there. And we go to the damn sports bar all the time, hang out. And then
Get a
go
damn
down to
drink when you're there.
Dubuque. Go down to Dubuque and you go to the ferry's right there too. Take the
You gotta
ferry
come
and go
up-
on a
you gotta
ferry
come up.
across.
We got new owners at the River Queen, dude.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, and the Pocket City pub's always fucking awesome.
I should have went more north when I lived in Davenport.
Oh, dude, it's McGregor's awesome. Really is.
It's like I said, it's the Cancun of Iowa.
Yeah, it really is. But the houses
It's
are expensive to buy on the river. You can buy anything off the river for nothing. But if you want to buy
this 3-room mansion that I live in costs $70,000.
yeah, but if you want to buy that and it's on the river, $1 million.
Yeah, basically. But
they did flood there a couple years back.
You can buy some of this hill behind me. They're only asking $2,500 for a lot.
Yeah, the bluffs are expensive too, though. Getting yourself a bluff is like bluffs are cool because you can look right down on the Mississippi. You can see the coal plant down there, and
So in the 90s, it wasn't like this. So you could buy a house cheap as dirt around here. And then for some reason, people from cities like Des Moines, Waterloo, Milwaukee, they found this area and they're like, "Oh, this is really nice."
Yeah.
And then
An undeveloped parcel just down the street from me, one parcel is $30,000.
Yeah, you couldn't even touch anything in Des Moines for that.
Yeah.
In fact, we had a guy I just had a lot where a guy was selling it. They want $100,000 for a bare lot here in Des Moines.
Yeah.
Shit's so expensive here now. I would love to be living. I wish I was already moved out to a smaller town, but the problem is internet resources are not as plentiful in some places.
Hey, you've frozen up 18 times, and I live in a population of 800 people, and I ain't frozen.
I frozen up.
I got fiber optic here, baby.
You I've been freezing up.
Yeah.
I have.
And your Des Moines superior internet.
Oh, I got gigabit. I got gigabit service, but I might be having problems with my internet. I haven't been on my internet. I pay $200 a month for my internet.
I'm out on an acreage, and so
I didn't know I froze up.
It freezes up every once in a while, but my internet's not the
You
greatest.
haven't lost any audio.
Yeah, CP, you don't lose any audio, and you just freeze for a second or two, like when you were
I have
selling the
been.
heater earlier.
I think it's
quick,
your phone though. I don't think
Might be because I was having some streaking.
See that? He just froze.
Yeah, I don't think it's the internet. I think it's the phone.
Huh.
You using MediaCom?
Yeah, MediaCom.
That's your fucking problem.
Well, I don't have any choices.
You can't say that. Over where you're at, MediaCom's all garbage.
It's terrible. We got Alpine.
Yeah, it is
fiber
terrible.
optics.
That's what I have problems with all the time is MediaCom screwing me because my uploading will go to shit.
Mm-hmm.
It pisses me off.
Back when I had MediaCom, when I went to upload a video, it'd take 3-4 fucking hours.
It's
But you
probably
gotta
not as
remember,
bad
though-
up there. You probably are having better internet in McGregor now because they probably got better service there now. But
Well,
you're
then
in
I switched
McGregor.
over to Alpine fiber optic, and
We don't even have that option here in Des Moines.
I can do a 35-40 minute video in like 8 minutes uploaded.
Normally, I
And then
could.
it's already starting to go to high definition.
Well, normally I can upload a 20-minute video in 5 minutes. You know, well, you normally, but I'm out my garage too. My router is in my house, so you know, it is cold.
When we're down at Jeremy's at World Headquarters, where you see all of our videos made, Jeremy doesn't have internet. We steal it from the neighbor.
Really?
He's so old, he doesn't know how to put a password on it.
I spent the money
And we
this year.
can't break.
I spent the money to upgrade this year. Of course, I also do have 2 other things here running. I'm updating my scan tool too while I'm updating a program on my scan tool, so it might be using up a lot of bandwidth.
Dude just bought a set of TTI headers, but he won't buy the fucking header. Oh.
Yep.
What would you rather have, Doug's or TTI? Would you buy $500 Doug's? Or would you buy $900 TTIs?
I'll buy whatever fits.
Does my headers?
I'd buy the Summit specials.
Yeah.
Well,
Exactly.
now let me
Whatever's
rephrase
on
the
eBay.
question.
Whatever's on-
Anybody Mopar?
Whatever's on
That's
eBay
true.
that's got low heat cycles.
See, that's why I can't do Mopar. I'm too poor.
Damn. It's you know what? I only have one kidney.
Oh well, you know. Hey, you and Wasted Talent only has one nut, so you know.
Yeah. It's rough being a Mopar guy, man. You're the outcast.
Wait a second. You only have
Everybody's
one ball
got it.
too?
No,
I
he
got-
has one kidney.
I got
Okay.
enough for everybody.
Okay.
But,
I just want to make sure we didn't have another ball story we had to hear.
ain't Tupac.
Yeah, no, I can relate. It's
You
all
should have
rough
been named One Pac.
with the Mopar stuff. That's sure.
Well, you're
it's not-
doing third gen swaps, huh?
Yeah.
So that's the biggest issue is the price. And I heard Holly is buying Edelbrock, and is that true?
Really?
Is that a thing?
Really?
I
haven't heard that.
Let me look at that.
And
That would be a great news story, right?
Yeah, no
I'll tell
kidding.
you what. I mean, Edelbrock doesn't have anything in the mix for as far as fuel ejection. So
so what I was told was, I don't know if it's happened yet, but it's in the works. And if that happens, then the whole secondary market's going to open up, like how the LS has everything.
Yeah.
It's gonna be-
Edelbrock acquired Comp Performance Group, but
Tom Cams.
that's all I can find.
That's what I'm guessing.
Oh.
Well,
I can see that.
I try
I
to do
just-
it on an extreme budget, and so I use a lot of the factory stuff. So I'll repurpose the factory computer, wiring harness, stuff like that, and just go through it. And you know, one of the channels that have helped out a lot would be like DIY Hemis, and those guys are pretty awesome, man. Those guys help me out a lot. So
We just had a guy that's a fan of the channel over in Wisconsin offers a 5.7 Hemi out of a 07 Ram for $100 with 120,000 miles on it.
wow. Well, I go to the junk. I got one guy at junkyard up here that I deal with, and I can go buy the cores for about $500-600. And usually the engine itself is intact. It's just the accessories that are damaged. So I can go take the accessories off the vehicle I have and just throw them on the engine. And I mean, there's a lot of misconceptions. Like example is the head bolts on the Hemi. Everyone thinks they're torque to yield like the LS. They're not. They're torque to angle. They don't hit their yield point, so you can actually reuse them if you want.
So it's like an LA.
Yeah, yeah. So I mean, it's still like torque 25, 40, and then a 90-degree turn. And as soon as you put the degrees in there, everyone thinks they're a torque to yield, but the bolt doesn't hit its yield strength. That being said, you still got to take a look at them, make sure they're good. But the connecting rods on the Hemi, their bolts are torque to yield, whereas the LS, the connecting rod bolts aren't.
Okay.
So
What about manifold aftermarket carbureted selection?
I don't do it. I don't like carburetors. I just do fuel injection. There is some stuff.
I think
out there.
fuel injection is good for daily driving,
Yeah.
everyday street stuff. But if you want to go to the strip, nothing's going to beat a carburetor.
That's
Yeah.
a bold statement.
That's
Yeah.
the one I said, and I'm going to fucking stand on it.
The Teslas are pretty fast.
You better stand on its throat. So it
Okay,
can't
an electric car, whatever. Come on, man. But I mean, honestly, if you really want to go fast, it ain't going to be with the EFI.
Ricky
You're
Bobby.
talking all day to no LS at all, and I'll run carburetors on anything. But I don't know. There's some fuel injection systems out there. If you want to spend the money, they're going to stomp the crap out of carburetors.
If you have no, I don't believe that. If you have a dialed in carburetor that's set up exactly for what you need versus throwing an EFI, poly, whatever, not whatever Dominator, whatever bullshit they got.
You can
take it to the drag strip and you bolt that on and you run a pass, then you bolt your EFI on. I'm pretty sure.
So if we're talking about
you can tune
carburetor
a
replacement EFI, then I'm going to say yes. There is better carburetors out there. But if we're talking about like port injected, fuel rails. Yeah,
high speed common rail.
Well, I think an EFI I could definitely see because you're not getting you're only getting the same. You're getting fuel put into same single plane.
So EFI is throttle body setup, correct?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, not to mention if you start talking like Rocky Mountain Race Week or Power Tour or something like that. Well, every track.
Well,
definitely. I would definitely not want to have to deal with a carburetor.
Yeah.
I would definitely want
but I'm talking about if you have it set up, you're at that altitude, at that track.
Oh, absolutely.
Your mechanical numbers.
Yeah.
I still would rather have the EFI for me, to be honest with you.
I can
look through all the fuel trim.
But I'm going to stand on my little molehill.
Well, if you're a good enough carburetor guy, if you're a good enough carburetor guy, hell yeah.
And you know what it's going to be? It's going to be a damn thermal quad.
Thermal quad.
I don't know. You lost.
I got one on my motorhome.
If you haven't found out, I like to be funny.
My mommy said.
I can definitely make an EFI run better than a carburetor, from my perspective.
Well,
I know what I'm doing with it.
That's the same here. I used to be totally against EFI. The first time I touched it was my Datsun 280 ZX. I opened the hood on that thing and I'm like, oh my God, what is that?
Yeah,
right?
That was terrible.
Yeah, and then but once I got used to it, I was like, man, I don't ever want to touch a carburetor again.
Yeah. It's one of those things. It's like looking at a train wreck. Sometimes when you have at a glance, it looks worse than what it really is.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, like it's just kind of one of those deals where when I remember when OBD1 came out and everybody lost their mind about that happening, and I was like, I enjoyed it right away. I was like, this is great. This is way better.
I was going to say until you've seen OBD2 and then OBD1 was junk.
Yeah. Well, no.
That was the first wave of college taught scanner operators, not mechanics.
The problem we've got into.
I don't believe that at all. That's who I am. That's how I grew up.
But I would rather hook a OBD2 up any day. I could find you. That's when you start diagnosing.
That's when I grab a screwdriver and damn hose and some starter fluid.
Well, a lot of people.
But the thing is with the
a lot of people
and
are
stuff,
changers.
You don't get fuel wash
exactly.
and stuff like
no,
that.
you're right, please.
You have a lot more longevity to your engines now because you're not.
Yeah, there's no fuel wash. The bores and the cylinders last a lot longer. Look at a 5.9 Max versus an LA.
The biggest thing that I was a four-wheeler, and the number one thing that I hated about carburetors was fuel slosh, especially when you're doing anything, and that was single barrel carburetors were where I lived at. You know, like we're running 2 barrels and
Coonies.
Yeah, anything that was small and would keep it from sloshing. But you couldn't run that shit on the trails. You couldn't run a big carburetor, and you couldn't get a ton of power out of them until fuel injection came along. That's why a bunch of my buddies now do 5.3 swaps in their Jeeps and stuff like that.
I've lost 3 final rounds because of carburetor, and I still love them because I hit the brakes too damn hard and I flooded the bulls, and I sit there on the starting line cranking,
yeah.
and the other guy's already freaking double bulb staged on me.
A guy that knows how to run a carburetor and tune it well, you can't. I mean, those guys they're a dying breed, and they're definitely. I appreciate their knowledge of that. I wish I knew
I could
more.
find a shop around here that worked on carburetors because I'm
work on one,
but
I'm not afraid to tear one
they're
apart.
Not hard, man.
But I just don't know.
But if you don't, they're not
work.
hard. But if you don't know how they work to start with,
right? So
that's
if you look at,
I don't know car carbs at all.
So
I know motorcycle.
A really good example is the thermoquad because Chrysler put it on anything from a 318 to a 426 Hemi, and they were all 800 CFM or 850 CFM. Would have came on like the 440s and the Hemis. So 800 CFM was detuned to run on a 318. You would have never put a Holly 750 double pumper on a 318 or a Edelbrock AVS, whatever. Something huge CFM.
I know that's where a lot of people mess up, and I bought a few cars like that on great price. I got this Holly 750, and I put it on this 350 engine, 350 Chevy.
They don't understand what the term vacuum secondaries.
Everybody and their brother bought 750 Holly double pumpers.
I got
they put them on 305.
It won't run.
Thermoquad secondaries opening up with that bog is like music.
Well,
I mean, carburetors, I haven't figured out. Now, if we go to small engine carburetors, they're basic and easy. I mean, I could work on them pretty well. When we start getting into cars and they got all this, I just haven't figured. I'm learning.
I've always been a Quadrajet fan because the secondaries are just amazing on those carburetors.
Well, Quadrajets are really good on like mud trucks and rock crawlers because they don't. Yeah, Quadrajunks. That's exactly.
They call them that because the accelerator pump brakes on them all the time.
But they don't starve on angles for fuel. So
what do y'all know about motor?
But their secondaries, boy, that's like a jetpack when you kick one of those things. With
a thermoquad, if you got that thing dialed in and you ain't running a hood, you'll see small children and animals.
You suck them right in.
Well, exactly. I gotta admit, I do like it when the secondaries open up on it.
Yeah, the bigger the carburetor, the faster they go. That's everybody.
That works,
when I was growing up, that was every fucking Tom, Dick, and Harry out there.
So you flip your air cleaner lid upside down and listen to the secondary sing, right?
That's 5 horse right there, man.
Yeah. Here's a little input on Blue Chevelle I've been posting lately because I have a bunch of videos of it, but I didn't want to put it up because the car is not done and I didn't film a lot of it. But that motor essentially washed itself out with fuel and took the cam bearings out. And what that guy had done is he had put what we're guessing is right around 1,300 CFM carb.
Oh my God! He put a demon.
It's dumb. It's a pro line that he built and did all this crap to, and we could tell that the secondaries weren't mechanical; they were vacuum. Well, he didn't have the vacuum set up right, so he just had them set up so they were just doing whatever they wanted all the time, and he just tuned the carburetor and added more CFM to get the CFM he needed out of just the front 2 barrels. And it's just like when the 4 barrels came in, it was just killing that motor. I mean, it was
I guarantee it, just dumping fuel.
Yep. So then everybody's like, well, "What are you going to put it on?" I'm like, "I'm going to put an 850 on it. What it deserves. Even built through the hilt, it only needs an 850." So
that video that you put
a blower carb on a 305. It's all good.
What were you saying, 113?
That video that you put up of it running, I just want to loop that and go to sleep to that every night. Some good sounds.
I'm listening to that motor because I couldn't figure out what it was doing, and I finally got it back into time. And then shortly after that, it stopped running again. And then what we figured out is the cam was just gone in it. So I mean, it was just like, nope, this thing's ruined. And it was all because of the fuel washout.
So in our triple pickle quad cab Dodge Dart, we ate a crank bearing pretty hard, and we tore the motor apart, and the cam and the lifters and everything were good, but you know what we didn't do? We didn't tear the lifters apart. So when we rebuilt, we put a stroker crank in it, and we kept it factory bore, so it's not a 408 small block Mopar, it's 402 standard bore. 18 miles is what we got out of it.
So I don't know if you watched, you probably didn't because you definitely would have commented, I'm sure, but I had a video where I was going through a junkyard maybe a month ago now. But I was looking at this car. I'm like, what is this car? It D200. I'm like, what the fuck is a D2? Anyway, you were probably yelling at screen if you watched it anyway. But I was like, what is this? I've never seen. I've seen them, but never in that shape, of course. But
yeah,
I don't remember that one.
I wish I had a picture of it.
I remember the
it's like
big
the
ice
first
cream
one I was
truck.
walking around. I'm like, everybody's gonna be yelling at the screen, telling me what this
I
is.
remember you saying that. Yeah.
It was like a dart.
Yeah.
Oh, was it? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was screaming at that video a lot. So
yeah.
Did you watch mine?
Yes.
Yeah, I bet you didn't scream a whole lot at that one. I
How
spent a
about
lot of
that
time
four-cylinder Mustang?
identifying those cars.
Some of them were a little hard to identify. Plus, you couldn't get close to them because the stickers and
No, and I agree. I mean, I don't know a lot of them anyways. But what I did was the ones that I put in my video, I spent a lot of time going through and figuring out what those cars were.
Oh
If
no,
I
I
had
was just
like
guessing
Chevy
straight on
symbol
the second right there. I'm like, I think this is a. Well, no, that's not it.
Yeah, that's so. What I did when I, like I said, I came home before I posted that video.
There's
and I
a
researched
value in
everything.
that, Cletus, of having no shame.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It is what it is
because it's real life.
Now,
that's my guess.
Most of the cars, I was able to walk around and look a little more, and was like, okay, that's what it is. But some of the cars, I was just like, I don't know what this is, guys. People are gonna be yelling at the screen. I know you guys know what it is. Just comment below.
Anything French? Yeah, whatever.
I don't think I see any French cars. This is all American out there, I believe.
My parents had an MGB convertible, all white.
Oh, there was some MGs out there, wasn't there? There's like 10 of them.
Triumphs out there.
The one build, the goofy off the wall build that I want to do is an MGB with an SRT4 2.4 turbo motor and a Jeep Liberty 5-speed manual, rear-wheel drive, and turn that thing into a donut drift machine.
Did you say Jeep Liberty?
Yeah.
The transmission, the 5-speed.
Yeah.
The tranny out of a Jeep Liberty, the 5-speed manual,
not
will
the
bolt
CPT.
up. The bell housing bolts up to the SRT.
Oh, I thought you were going to build the Jeep Liberty. I was like,
fuck that.
No.
You could just keep the tranny in the Jeep Liberty.
No, I want to make an MG with rear-wheel drive that actually makes like 400 horse.
Right.
Yeah, build a Jeep Liberty. That sounds cooler.
Dude, the motors are junk in them. You'd have to find a motor that would.
Now a Slam Jeep Cherokee.
Yeah, that'd be better.
Like a modern LS or Hemi in it, like an 80s Jeep Cherokee 2-door.
Oh yeah.
Put it on the ground.
Square ones.
That'd be cool.
Put some fat ass tires on it. Make it look silly. Now that'd be cool.
That one guy races that Jeep Wrangler on. I'm not all about it, but it's kind of cool. He races it on Rocky Mountain Race Week.
I think I've seen
of Jeep Wranglers. I've driven a few of them.
It's if you can read this, roll me over, bro. Crowd, hi.
It's just not meant for track racing. That's my only thing.
Driving on the road either.
It's horrible. They're horrible.
I really like
things.
Jeeps when you use them like Jeeps.
No,
that's when they're cool.
I don't even like them for that.
My neighbor had a $40,000 mall crawler.
Yeah, mall crawlers, exactly.
Now I got a Jeep, and like I said, everybody, it's the cheapest side-by-side I'll ever own.
Oh yeah. Oh, for sure.
I've got one out here in the
Everybody
yard.
buys a Jeep, and then they tear it apart and put Ford axles in it. They put
Chevy 350
motors. They put Atlas transfer cases. I'm like, why did you buy a Jeep and just not build a buggy?
Why did you buy a Geo Tracker?
Why not just make a tube chassis? Why not just buy a tube chassis and build everything anyway?
There you go.
There you go.
I'm not going to say anything bad about a Jeep 4-liter. So.
No. Not okay. Pre-2004.
Yeah. Mine's a 93.
Stone X, 300,000 mile motor.
The 4-cylinder I got here is a 06. I don't know what size it is, but it's no balls at all.
A 4-cylinder.
Inline 6 4.0.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So it had a 2.5 Iron Duke in it.
another wacky build that I want is like an 80s Chrysler Conquest.
Oh, there you go.
You know, NASA, the guy at NASA actually designed that car.
Is that like a Dodge?
It's a Mitsubishi Stereon.
There you go.
Okay, yeah. I know what you're talking about now.
Yep. So like Mitsubishi's the Dodge of Japan, Nissan's the Ford of Japan, Toyota, what I guess is the Chevy.
My brother got a 2019 Me So Shitty. I'm not a big fan of them.
But at least, I still wouldn't mind a, GT, 35R Skyline.
You
Oh,
know,
yeah.
oh, you're talking about Nissan. As far as Mitsubishi or Mitsubishi, I like the Dodge Stealth.
Yeah. 3000 VR4.
Yuck.
Yuck.
Oh,
I
come
like
on
turbo.
now. If that thing would have been let go to
3000 GT.
be built,
Yeah,
it would have gotten
VR4.
much better. But
Yeah.
then Dodge is all like, nah, you just
I
want
remember
the
doing I remember doing an
Well-
engine swap on one of those like years ago, and it was the fucking most miserable experience of my
Oh,
life.
yeah, totally.
Well, to do a motor swap, I just want to drive it.
Twin turbo Nissan
They
300
blow up
ZX.
all the time.
Yeah.
They
You know
blow
what?
up all the time. They
have
have
you
the
ever worked
weakest
on,
rod bearings ever.
A Thunderbird with the 3.8 liter supercharged? Or
Oh
a
God,
Cougar?
that was the head
That was a
gasket blowing
nightmare.
son of a bitch. The Thunder Coupe,
Oh,
the Thunder Chicken.
those were ridiculous.
My buddy used to have one of those. In fact, he still probably has it, and it's an SC Thunderbird. But they had two. They had the the Thunderbird with the 2.3 turbo, and then they had the Super Coupe. So
Yeah.
I don't remember what the turbo was called. The 2.3 liter one, with the Turbo Coupe. That was a Turbo Coupe. The Thunderbird Turbo Coupe, and then they had the SC, and the SC was the Super Coupe, and it had a 3.8 supercharge.
Is that like the Fox body style Thunderbird?
No, it
Or
was.
y'all talking
Well,
like
it
the
had
newer-
ground
the
effects
OG
on it.
regular?
It was still a Fox body, wasn't it? I don't know.
Well, I think it's Fox body till what, like 88 or something
What
like
year?
I know a bunch of buddies of mine had them around here, and I fucking did a ton of work on them.
That's
I did
actually
a
Fox
bunch of
body
head
I like.
gasket
I don't
work
like the
on those things.
Mustang Fox
Oh,
body.
dude, we did. He had his whole system extrude honed, the supercharger extrude honed, the head's fucking all port matched and polished, everything done to it. And I mean, we're talking about a 250 horse engine, mind you, stock from the factory, and maybe 300.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know what they were spitting out. It was a 1990 or 91, and
Yes,
it was
still
nice.
better
They had
than that.
nice interiors on them, but they were fucking head gasket poppers.
Yeah.
It's
You
still
know?
cooler than a Buick front wheel drive. with
Those
a
were
turbo.
better though. The 3.8
3.8
supercharged.
supercharged
Supercharged
old
car.
lady cars that
Don't be
smoked
saying
every high
that.
school kid back in the late
The
90s.
GTP.
Hey now.
Well, Bonneville SSCI.
Yeah, Bonneville
That was a
SSCI.
jab right at dudes. I know
Feel
he had
attacked.
the
No.
supercharged.
Come on now.
I had a
I built a
91
lot of the
Buick Regal.
GTPs. I built a
You
lot of
gotta
the GTPs for guys.
You got to
Well,
be
the
young
engines
one.
were good. It was the transmissions that.
Yo,
took the
transmissions, you can
picking
just
off.
chew them up, throw them away.
I did a
The one I
2.4
just
slot
sold-
Dodge Neon RT.
Oh, well.
Oh, I did some stupid
Other
stuff.
head
with that
gas
gun.
blower.
So I
It
used to
was
have
a
a
13
Oldsmobile
cycle
Cutlass
car.
Calais. It was like a 91 or 90. It was okay car, but I took all the speaker vents out, the speaker covers or whatever, and painted them bright white. And then one time I did it neon green. I used to take them out and paint them all the time, paint the dash
Oh
colors.
yeah, everybody did that.
You know, it
Yellow,
was kept my
white.
ride days. You know what I'm saying? It was
Yeah, that was definitely a custom shitbox ride.
well, it was a piece of shit, but I got it for $500. So
Right.
I don't think 16-year-old kids.
Well, they were all
wanna
plastic
get out,
interiors, and the
drive their
panels all
car,
popped out, so everybody could
cruise-
pull them out and spray paint them easy.
Cruise
my
the
daughter,
loop
and
my
then
anymore.
they
daughter
put-
loves to drive now, but she
My
had no-
favorite was they put the yellow or white. They had the wiring loom covers. They would put over the.
Yep. You got red, green,
Oh,
yellow,
fuck,
blue.
yeah.
Yep,
I remember getting those cars in the shop,
What
and the
about the
guy's like,
chrome
"I
windshield
got an
wipers?
electrical problem. I don't know what's going on here." And I pull it apart, and he's got fucking blue wires all over through the car. And I'm like,
So
and he pulled the fucking harness apart while he was putting those wiring covers on.
when we grew up, and I'm really guessing Mongrel and 13 Cycles, probably they're the elder statesmen in the room right now. I'm guessing.
Call it
But
old.
when you got your license, all you want to do is cruise the loop. You know, McDonald's, Hardee's,
You had a license?
down to the island. You know,
We
just
didn't have licenses
cruise
when I
around.
was young.
Yeah.
I don't see this shit anymore.
No, they don't.
They
They don't.
have
Because
licenses.
they
You're
got
not wrong.
stuff like what we're doing right now, where they can just hop online.
Dude, you know the
And
loop
hang
here in Des
out.
Moines. If you were ever down in
So
Des
your
Moines, the
little
loop.
events that you wanted to paint and show off every other week,
Yeah.
why would you do that nowadays? Nobody
no,
wants
you're
to
Yeah,
right.
you don't have anybody show them off to.
Did you
Well,
ever come
we
down
wanted
to
to
Des
see our
Moines and see
friends.
the people that scooped the loop down here, where there was downtown Des Moines, everybody scooped the loop? That is a thing of the past. I had
See, we
no
didn't-
idea.
We
Nobody even
didn't
didn't
loops
do
when I
that.
was in school or even
Yeah,
now.
well, we
didn't
called
do
them
We did.
townies up there.
Everybody scooped the loop
Yeah.
down here on Friday and Saturday
Babies.
nights. If you were under 21,
We had
Just
a
scoop
dig
the loop.
pit where you did burnouts in a certain spot.
Yeah.
and-
I remember going up to Prairie
We
du
would-
Chien and scooping up there
Yeah.
too. Yeah.
So no, in Prairie du Chien's where we always cruise the loop.
Yep.
We go down
I
St.
remember going
Ferial
up there,
Island.
too.
Everybody would park in a line in front of
Yep.
the river. And what I would do is I'd go and fuck with my friends. I'd pop the hoods and pull the coil wires off.
You got to move them around, man.
And well, here's one time I didn't pull it far enough away from my buddy Alex. He was in a Jeep Wrangler, and I'm sitting there, I'm laughing. He's gonna wonder what the hell's going on. The fucker started up and he drove away. And I'm going, wait, dude, wait, come back. Your coil isn't hooked up all the way. I don't know. It's jumping arc to make this thing run. And I'm like, I felt bad because I'm like, he's going to get like a mile away from home and then it's going to shut off from him. It's funny when it's not working when I'm there because I did
It won't start or it runs some crap. He's like, what the hell's
Yeah.
wrong?
But
Well,
when he
yes.
drives away and it's running perfectly fine, I'm like, oh no.
I got a story similar to that. When I was working, putting myself through school, I was working just busting tires, changing oil. We had the one kid there that we didn't like him very much. So one of the mechanics brought his car in. It was a little Dodge Colt, and
40 miles to the game.
yeah, you remember those wire mesh seat covers you could put in with the
Like
kind of
the
wicker
lumbar
wire?
support.
Yeah, the lumbar support. Well, he put that in a seat cover over top of it, disconnected his number one plug wire, and ran a wire to that seat mesh and asked this guy to go get his car and pull it in. So we're all kind of hiding and just like, okay, try not to laugh. We're watching this guy go get this car, and you see him reach for the key, and his hat shoots up and hits the roof, and then we start losing it. We're laughing, but then he did it again.
Oh no!
Same thing, right? Now we're laughing even harder. But the best part is he actually got it started, and you can see him gripping the wheel, and he's like this, trying to drive this car into the shop. And eventually he gets out, slams the door.
When you get shocked, your hands.
Car.
Yeah.
We just kind of lost it.
See, I've been inside the shop ready to whip some ass in.
Yeah, just give me a second. Be back in a minute, guys.
Our math teacher bought a brand new IROC Camaro, like '89. Is white with the black scoop.
Anyway,
Anyway,
like what year? Okay, yeah.
Is that for sale?
So my brother.
No, he's making sure he knew his knowledge here.
Yeah.
So my brother and his buddies, they see the guy's name's Ron Vick. He was a 5th grade math teacher, basketball coach, and he lived in an ex-strip club called Slippery Tit.
That is the proper name for that, man.
Exactly. So he buys this brand new '89 Camaro, IROC edition.
Yeah.
And he's so proud of it, and he's bragging to his class and shit. My brother hears this, and they all get a jack out, some cinder blocks, and they put the cinder blocks vertically underneath the rear axle tube to where the tires are just like, they look like they're sitting on the ground, right?
He wouldn't notice it, right?
And he's out there after school, and you'd wonder why there's about 20 kids standing around watching you, right? It didn't sink in. He's sitting there, I just bought this fucking car, and putting it in reverse and drive and hammering on it. Rah, 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 rah. Gets out freaking out, and everybody's laughing. They finally said, hey, Ron, let's get the jack. We thought you were a smart teacher. You figured it out by now, but
that didn't add up for him, huh?
No. Yeah, he was his whole big deal was he was in a Pepsi commercial. And about 30 years of kids that went through his math class had to watch that fucking commercial.
Oh boy.
That was famous one time.
And it's filmed on the beach that he keeps talking about.
What do you think about an '83 IROC Z Berlinetta?
No such
Berlinetta.
You're right. Of course, you're right.
Say, did the Berlinetta? They wouldn't have made an IROC in a Berlinetta, right?
Correct. Well, they didn't make. Yeah, the Berlinetta was.
Berlinetta was one step up from Camaro Sport, and it was just interior.
What I want to talk about.
Sometimes it had the digital gauges and stuff. It had other options, and the grill was a little different on the front.
Interior.
I did the Berlinetta.
I want to restore a
Nobody wants Berlinetta.
1994 Chevy Corsica.
Say that again.
You want one?
What?
It was a joke. That's the
I was about to
one
say,
car
Dudes
that
probably
we
has
beat
one.
the
I
entire
had a
shit
got
out of.
one.
That would
I had
never
a 91
die.
for a
There you
long
go. Dudes
time.
has one.
5-speed.
So here's a funny story about Corsicas.
What's up, Junker?
They
So
run
So we had a
forever.
Beretta. It was like the Beretta GT, blah blah blah, fancy
Yeah.
one.
Cool,
Had a quad
man.
4 and a 4-speed.
Got
That
the
thing
cool
was
graphics package on it.
little wang. It was good.
Yes.
That was
So-
the pace car for Indy 500, man.
Yes.
Oh, the
So we had
early
that
Pontiac
car.
GTs with the honeycomb taillights.
We beat the living crap out of that car, and we loved it. It was like, okay, it's a nice little beater car. So we went to a city auction one time, and they were getting rid of all these DHS vehicles, and they were all Corsicas. So we bought 8 of them for like $500. And we had to call people to get them all home. And the funny part is because the DHS people, I guess, wouldn't close the gas cap door on these cars, the town fleet just took all the gas cap doors off. So all these cars didn't have a gas cap door. So everybody was just like, what happened to your gas cap door? And everybody asked, it's the same white car. They just think you were all driving the same car. And then we just drive. We had like 6 guys driving these cars in high school. We just give them to whoever wanted one.
The cops show up to your house. Hey, you ran. We're here now.
So we kept messing around with these cars, and as they would break, we'd just steal other parts off other Corsicas to make them right, until we were down to like 2 Corsicas left at always. We wouldn't fix anything major. If we couldn't steal parts, it just got junk. We should have sold them, probably made money, but we didn't care. So the last 2 that got left, my buddy thought it'd be a fun idea to like brake check me on the highway in front of my pickup, and I stuffed him right in the ditch. So stuffed him down in the ditch, downshifted, and left. And then the second one, my buddy got a little smart about it and thought it was real cool. So then we all went out there one day and we took chrome spray paint and painted the entire car, like windows and all. And he wasn't too happy about that. And we just left him with a paint scraper. So he portholed it. You know, he made a little scrape in the driver's window and a little bit over here. He drove that car for like that for a while until he got pulled over and got ticketed for site obstruction. And he said it wasn't worth scraping the rest of the paint off, so he junked it. So yeah, Corsicas were a staple in our high school for about a year.
I had a 4-cylinder, 5-speed 91 Corsica LT.
Nice.
White with the black and red trim and red interior. It was a car.
Well, sometimes the old junky cars are the best cars, man. You can just
Well, it
beat
was new
the
at the
crap out of
time.
them. You don't care. That's
I remember
what
I
bought
had
Dion. Man,
I had an
that-
86
91, I got it in 93.
I had an 86 Celebrity that all I had to pay for it to get it was I had to pay for the tow charge from the city police station. Because my cousin definitely went to jail that night and he wasn't coming back for a while. So I was told, as long as I go pay the tow, the car is mine, he'll sign the title. I'm like, all right, we got a Celebrity. And we never fixed anything on that car. Like, it was always just, if it broke, you just rigged it up, you kept going. We didn't care. The only thing we ever fixed was when the windshield got blown out of it and we were 8th insuring it a while. And then we took the whole windshield out. And I'll tell you, if you drive a car with no windshield down the interstate for like a week, the back glass gets really gross with bugs. And all the back seat gets really greasy. Because it catches everything like a big net. So that car, we broke the shifter cable off going to the top of the transmission on the front-wheel drive. And we went and we got a handbrake cable from like an old straight truck. We mounted it under the dash and you could just pull it and find the gear. We just drilled a big hole. So it just went straight through the bottom of the dash and just pulled on this lever. And we would park people in with that car, just park it across where everybody couldn't get out. And we just throw them the keys and be like, oh, here, go move it. And they'd grab the shifter up here and they'd go shink, shink. And they'd come back in all sad looking like, I don't know how I'm going to tell you. I think I just broke your transmission. And then you go out there and you put your hand up on it. You reach under the dash and you put it in reverse, pull it down like you were shifted, and then back up. And like, I don't know what you're talking about. I just in there. It was broke. It's like, no, it seems to work pretty good. Yeah,
I'm glad it's not broken.
$300 cars back when you could just buy stuff for nothing and just beat the crap out of it and not care.
Yeah. First car was
Yeah, do that
$200.
Like a good running Corsica is now worth like $2,000. So, you know,
It's ridiculous how much.
Should never pay that for those now.
he's probably right though.
A good running Corsica. Do those still exist?
They
That was
do.
not a good era for GM.
There was a 80, I think it was an 84 Escort wagon with 13,000 original miles. Super beautiful black Escort wagon here locally. The guy wants $12,000 for it.
What?
Yeah. And it's like the comments on that Facebook post are the best.
Oh, I bet.
That's insane. 12 grand for an Escort wagon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That whole
Plus,
era
like, we
is
got
just
a
crappy cars.
We got a 90, I think it's a 95 F-250 in this area right now. Perfect paint. It's been restored, but it's got like 220,000 miles on it. And the guy's like, oh, 351, just went through and did this, this, and this. He's asking $15,500 for that truck.
What?
And everybody's just like, are you smoking crack? Like, what?
He definitely.
I'm glad that's what people are saying.
He's not smoking crack. He's smoking meth.
Yeah.
I got my 92 GM truck with the 350 automatic out in the front field there. I bet I could get, what, 20 grand for that?
Yeah, exactly.
$250,000 easy. I mean, there's only a bazillion Ford pickups. I mean, like, you can drive around anywhere here in Iowa and find Ford pickups in any farm field.
That's where I found mine.
I've got at least half the box left on that truck still.
Oh, look at that.
There you go. Berlinetta, baby.
Berlinetta.
This is the one Junker sent to me right here. So
Berlinetta. Berlinetta had their own front clip.
Looking like it's in good
This
shape.
is
Oh,
really
yeah,
good
that's
shape, actually.
That got the Iron Duke in it or the 2.8?
Yeah, I had zero ground effects.
Yeah,
Had that
it's got the
crazy
rotating-
plastic.
It says 305.
Yeah,
Really?
it's got a rotating.
You could.
Berlinettas didn't have any V6s or the Iron Dukes, so I think they should have all had 305s in them.
Look
Yeah.
at this condition, though.
Dude, that
Yep.
thing. But look, did you see the stereo? It's got the rotating stereo on the pill. On
Yeah.
Yeah, they had
Starship
crazy
edition.
interior packages in those.
They're just absolute turds. Mike Buddy had one. I remember he was like and we would like sit there and run it up and down his driveway.
That's a good price, too.
How much?
Dang, that thing's
3,700. Wow.
Wow, that is a good deal, dude. Just for
So here's the thing you got to know about
That
the
is New
Berlinetta.
Hampshire.
So the Berlinettas were all sport coupe suspension. So like they did not handle for nothing.
no,
Like,
they were,
horrible suspension.
yeah, they rode like lumber wagons.
Well, and it's the least desired.
Yeah, because they were
Camaro.
yeah, they were supposed to be fancy and they
But
were
that one was super clean. I mean,
Yeah, it was.
They were a Camaro Sport Coupe, which was the basement bottom dollar one with an interior package and like a different front nose cone and some different graphics, and that was it. And a lot of them came with a factory bra, which was super cool.
Yeah, I remember
Really?
that. And they faded out. Oh, dude, this I had a what year was mine? 87. It wasn't Berlinetta, but it was basically the same thing as Berlinetta, minus.
maybe he needs the money, Junkers. There's a lot of cars that are cheaper right this second
That's
than you
cheap.
with Christmas. That's
I
super
thought that'd
cheap.
be expensive for
How
one of those.
clean it is. I was thinking like 7 grand.
As clean as that is, how many miles were on that?
Oh boy, let me go back.
It's still a
and look.
Berlinetta. What was
It wasn't a whole lot.
That
Yeah,
would
exactly.
be a car that I would put in a building and let
Have
it
a
sit.
good one.
It
Buying
is a
an Escort
Berlinetta.
wagon.
It says 70,000 miles.
Dude, I would buy that and put it in a building and let it sit for $3,750. That's a deal. In 20 years, that car will be worth fucking 15, 20 grand.
I agree with dudes. Still a Berlinetta.
I got $1,000 more into a car that does rolling burnouts and strips the tires between gears in way nicer shape. And I wouldn't say it's worth what it is.
Well, he
It
can't.
did-
He
it's a
can't
cream
figure
color.
it out. He can't figure it out. And the headlights stay on. So he said, "I can't figure it out. I don't have time or money." I guess that's why I
That's
sent
the
you.
only problem it's
Wow.
at.
Where's
That's
it
what it
at?
says.
Yeah,
It's in New Hampshire.
The only
Or
problem.
I'd be
I
on
could
like
get
what?
it shipped for $800.
Yeah, but I'm not. If it was a Z28 or something, maybe I'd be like, New Hampshire.
That's got that stereo, and as clean as it is, worth $3,750 all day long.
Oh, I believe you. No,
Yeah.
I mean, and I bet
I'm
you
not
he'd
saying
take less
he's
than
not.
that for it if he can't figure out a problem. You
Yeah,
show up
it's-
with
it's the headlight.
3,200, I bet he'd do it.
Well, you can pull out a relay for the headlight, and that'll solve that problem.
Yeah, I'd be done with
Yeah.
that until you could figure out where the wire is pinched or straight, whatever.
Probably, it's
Yeah,
probably
but
just a
then you
headlight
still have a
switch.
Berlinetta.
It could be a headlight switch. It could be when they replace the headlight bulb, they freaking, have something, I don't know. It could be something stupid. Could be, who knows? Yeah, CP again. That's good internet he's talking about.
So now that you're mentioning Berlinettas, so my dad had an 86 26. He bought that car for my sister when she was 16. So she messed up pretty good. So he's like, I'm going to sell it. You know, it's one of those things like, I'm going to teach you a lesson. I'm going to sell the car I just bought you. I don't care if I take a loss.
Yep.
So they sold the car. And the guy they sold it to ended up going to jail.
Oh.
So about 6 months later, this guy calls up and says, hey, I went to try to take this car, but I found out that my son never put it in his name. And I don't know where the title is. So come pick up your car. So they roll back over there. They get the car back, take it home. They sell it again. So doesn't take much time. Transmission starts going out of it. My grandpa owned a training shop. So they said, hey, you know, we didn't mean to sell you a car with bad training, because it was a pretty good amount of money they got for it. And they came back in and we did the training job ourselves. So did the training job ourselves. The guy that bought it was like, oh, that was amazing. I didn't think you guys would just do that for me. Thought it was super cool. He drove it for probably 4 years and he died. So his family called us back and said, hey, you want this car back? Nobody wants it. So get it back again. So then they ended up selling it to my aunt, who she started making payments on it and then decided she didn't want to pay and gave the car back. And then we finally sold it to a teenager that he was like, I'm going to put a big motor in it and all this stuff and all this crap. And he tore all the motor out of it and he put all the suspension underneath it and he was doing all this and it's still sitting in a barn. I know right where the car is. And I'm just like, I can't take that car back. I've even talked to him because he's like, I'll sell it back to you. I'm like, we don't want that car back. It's been back to us too many times and it's still a Berlinetta, so no.
Yeah.
And
if that Berlinetta was in Arkansas, I'd definitely be interested in it. But being New Hampshire, I'm not.
You could have it shipped. I wouldn't even worry about it. Like I would buy
that.
Yeah,
but I like to put hands on cars.
$4,000 laying or 4,500 laying around, I'd be all over that. I think.
Well, if it was cheaper, I'd be more interested. But being that price, it's like
that car will make you money.
I'm sure.
I have a car for sale, CP.
Yeah,
that's fine. What do you got?
Hey, I'll give you $45 right now, dude.
Is it as good? Do you have a Berlinetta for sale for $3,750?
It's not a Berlinetta.
It's a Z28.
I don't
I'll
want
give you $4,500 for it right now.
The only reason I want that car is because Berlinettas are going to be rarer than Z28s.
But they're still not going to have value.
You'll see they will, because that car.
All right.
I'm in the Camaro community right now.
Okay.
It's ugly. It's different, and that's
So,
exactly why it'll have.
I'm just going to say this. You're making the same statement as my father, and I'm going to retaliate you saying it because it's the exact same statement my father makes about his 82 100% of the time. It's going to be worth money. And I go, okay.
It will. The 4-door cars are worth money now. People said those weren't going to be worth money.
Look, I'm not saying it's going to be worth money, but it's not going to be worth as much as the Z28. I'm in the Camaro community.
It's not.
The Berlinettas are going up in price as well, but the Z28s are really going up in price.
I guarantee you that car's worth $20,000 in 20 years.
Well, in 20 years.
The ones that are going to be worth money are the 1LEs, Trans Am GTAs.
It doesn't matter. It's going to make money. It ain't going to lose you money. You ain't going to lose money buying that.
In 20 years, you ain't going to be allowed to drive your internal combustion engine down the road.
Probably.
Yeah, convert it to a Berlinetta.
They stop you. That's like saying you couldn't. See, here's the argument I'm going to make about that. I'm going to put that to bed. If that was the case, then why the fuck do we still have horses around?
That's true.
Not for transportation.
But you can't. You can't get on your horse and ride it down a regular road.
Well, Mennonites.
Actually, you can.
Yeah,
technically, I think it's
and they are loud on the road too. And you can. They could not. They said they were going to. Not the horse. They said the same thing with electric cars about horses. They said they'll be getting rid of all the horses and nobody will ever use them. That was not true.
But how
we're
many?
Going to picture it like this. We're going to become the old car guys, and we're going to be like the Amish. We're going to be like in that gas car, just going down the side road.
I don't know. I'm not sure that's
so.
We're going to have our beards and our big hats and be like,
halfway there.
There's one thing for certain is that there's always going to be that one guy that will buy the biggest, like Metropolitans. I mean, those fucking cars were pieces of shit, and there's a market for them.
Oh, yeah,
it doesn't matter what there is out there. If it's got some kind of uniqueness, and the Camaro has got more uniqueness. A Berlinetta's got more uniqueness to it than a Dodge Omni, unless it's an 02 Omni.
Well, that's a debatable point. Dodge Omnis are pretty unique.
not
Neat
the not
pieces
a
of
regular
crap.
one.
How about a Shelby Omni?
A Shelby Omni is different. An O2
There you
or
go.
Shelby is a different type of Omni because that's actually got some. But a regular Omni, there's nobody out there like.
You're right. So if you start talking about 80s and 90s, if you look at 80s and 90s cars, there's not much out of the 80s or 90s that's going to be worth anything. So if we start talking about affordable
Wouldn't
80s
that,
and 90s cars, Camaros,
I don't know.
Berlinettas will have a following, and they will have a cult following for that.
GNSX, dude. Grand National.
There's a lot of 80s
let's
cars.
not go there.
There are a couple specialized cars.
There are a lot of 80s cars that are going way up in value.
People
The
are buying.
Volvos,
Let me
the
tell you, people are
Impalas,
buying
the
Honda
Cruisers.
Accords. Okay,
Honda
And
Accords,
fucking, if you're buying a Honda Accord and saying that a Berlinetta is not better than a Honda Accord, then you literally probably have ate poop at
Well,
work.
I'm going to say a Honda Accord is probably got more power and better performance than
No
a Berlinetta.
fucking way! No way! Jesus Christ.
80
I told
80
you
horsepower
why
Honda.
it would have power to it. You know?
Hey, 80 horsepower Honda or 120 power 120 power Berlinetta.
Yeah, exactly.
80 horsepower Honda motorcycle.
No, cars.
The
back
Honda
then.
weighs 2,500 pounds, where the Berlinetta weighs 4,000. Though.
Yeah. I think it's about the same.
Actually, the Berlinettas, well, they have a lot of junk interior, so they're probably pretty heavy. But they don't have ground effects. They don't have better suspension.
That's
they're probably
true.
tough fight.
That Berlinetta is clean. I want to see that thing again. Send that thing to me.
30
I'm
almost.
almost at the point right now. I'm ready to
He
fucking
wants
buy
to
this
buy it.
thing just to prove a point.
You
All
gotta
right.
buy it.
I can turn around and sell that thing tomorrow for $5,000 or $6,000.
I guarantee you could.
You guys got
Just
better
look, if you
good.
fix the electrical problem, you can get 7 out of it all day. It's
Guarantee
super
you
clean.
I can fix
I'll
it
give you
for
that.
I did not realize my Camaros were 10 grand.
Problem.
It probably is actually.
That
I mean,
guy
I'm
needs to
fine,
dig
yo.
through all 30 of them Omnis and find a GLH.
Yeah, GLA.
And then he's got something.
I owned an Omni. I love
Goes
it.
like
I
hell
naturally
is what it
aspirated.
stands for.
I naturally aspirated. I had a baseline. I bought one because my truck broke down. I needed a winter beater. I bought one for $800, and it was a 5-speed. And I'm not even shitting you. It was a fucking 5-speed 2.2 naturally aspirated, and that son of a bitch was not slow for a
Well, that's
little,
if you
little
truck
car.
broke
The
down, you should
problem
just
is
got
with them
Rampage.
is they're absolute shit. The interiors on them was shit. The exterior was shit. The handles broke off of them. The levers broke off the seats. Everything was
What are you looking at?
This is my
All right.
next video.
Oh, okay.
So check out the editing.
All right, we're back again. We're gonna get the pan off and get the rods, pistons out, crank out cams. We're doing the rest down bear block. So kind of follow along and pay attention.
And there's no possibility that we're gonna fail when I'm wearing the.
Look at that fancy editing.
Yeah.
Telling you.
I'm out of here. Regrets and oh my God.
There you go.
So Dodie, on his channel, he usually slips with a hammer or a drill or something and ends up hurting himself. So that was the whole gag. Was oh, this isn't going to go good. He's got a great channel. He's only 25 subs away from hitting 1,000.
I seen that earlier, Cletus.
Yeah, that was a bad video.
What to expect when spending $30K on a car from Carvana?
I love that voice.
Yeah.
That's the best one.
Car balls. This is classic.
That looks like the guy that unloaded what's his name's Rolls Royce. Chris what's that one guy's Chris Stapleton's Rolls Royce.
Oh,
Have you watched that video? Chris
Yeah.
Stapleton's Rolls Royce. It was an absolute pile of garbage.
Have you guys seen 1883?
Yes, love that
See-
movie.
Yeah, when
No, I
I
haven't
seen
seen
that,
it.
it reminded
That's
me
what it
about
was.
saying, "Don't get in front of the front wagon wheel."
is it a show or a movie?
It's a show on
Paramount.
is it
Paramount
Paramount? Yeah. But anyway, he goes, "Don't get in the front wagon wheel," and the guy's like, "What?" And then he ends up getting ran over and killed.
That was
I haven't watched it yet. But it's
it's-
supposed to be
it's-
the prequel
don't
to
start watching it.
Yellowstone.
It's only got 3 episodes out, so no.
Oh yeah, no, I'll wait.
No.
You gotta binge that shit.
What about
So if
Cobra
you-
Kai? Y'all be watching the latest season?
Oh,
I had
Cobra Kai? Yeah, I binged it. It was good.
What's
Pretty
that?
good.
It was
So
good.
Okay.
So with your boy Narxo,
Which one?
Narxoplexic Customs,
No.
Yeah.
I
Cobra Kai.
hopped in.
Co-
Well, I hopped in with him on a live like the day before Christmas.
Yeah.
And I was down at my grandfather's shop. I don't know if you guys seen any of that, but
Yeah, I was on that one.
yeah, isn't that fucking neat, dude? Like my grandpa since the 70s has been making 1880s authentic apparel. So from Little Hodunk, McGregor, Iowa, Back to the Future 3, those were clothing made from McGregor, Iowa, out of my grandpa's store. Titanic, all the people on the lower deck, those are all his clothes. Lonesome Dove, Hell on Wheels. It's like
Lonesome Doves.
It's like-
No kidding.
like
Hey, that was filmed up here, actually. Lonesome
Dead-
Dove and Hell on Wheels. Hell on Wheels was filmed maybe 30K from my house.
so all the clothes that you seen came from my town.
Yeah, I used to
He
work
does
on
like
some of the
vintage.
movies up there.
He does like vintage 1800s clothes. You know?
Yep.
No
So
shit.
he's been in, his clothing has been in 78 motion pictures.
Wow.
Wow, that's awesome.
Hear that, CP? You need to get some vintage bib overalls.
Dude, I'm like, he got me all excited.
That'd be
So-
What you
great.
don't know is I'm like a Western fanatic. Like I feel like I should was born 100 years too early.
Well, he does the whole hat forming, everything in the shop.
Oh, no
so
shit.
if you need a real cowboy hat.
Yeah, I do.
So if you go back about 3 months ago on my channel, my grandpa's getting old. I never liked him. We always butted heads. He's just an asshole. He's a company man before he's a family man. It's his company that he wants to leave to his family that nobody wants anything to do with, right? So him and his buddies built this authentic 1800 style town on a couple acres of land that they found. So it's just like, I mean, they built storefronts, they got a motel, they got a bar, they got a lake with a little boat floating around in front of it. And I kind of felt bad for not having a good relationship with them. And now that I got this YouTube channel, I thought it would be a good opportunity to encapsulate, him before, the eventual, the inevitable happens. But I made that video about this 1800s town that he built, and everybody in the comments and other YouTube channels say, "Hey, we got to go hang out there.
Right.
We need to do an event." And my grandpa's seen all these comments. He said, "At the end of the summer of 2022, invite as many people as you want. We'll have a poker tournament, and I'll supply people clothing so you can dress like cowboys, and we
Hell
can
yeah.
all have our cameras and shit there." And make our own videos and stuff. And I'm like, that's a cool idea, but I don't know how many people are gonna come drive up to Iowa to do
I'm
it.
sure
But,
people would.
I'll bet you I can bring 20 or 30 people with me.
Maybe a few
well,
people.
there you go, brother.
All I got to do is drive to CP, and I'll let him drive the rest of the way.
Yeah.
There you go. And
I worked on a few of
I
those
know
sets.
my
They're
brother would
pretty
even
cool.
join in. We love
It's like-
poker, but
Deadwood burnt down. That's the whole reason that show stopped. That's
Yeah.
another show that his
Really?
clothing was on.
that
That was
I
a
worked
good
on
freaking show.
Shanghai Noon and Shanghai Nights, and that set's still up here. We
Yeah,
got
his
to
clothing was in that too.
where you at,
yeah,
Mongrel?
we got to use that set for doing our own video. It's on YouTube someplace.
Canada.
We did parody
you
Western.
in South Dakota, Mongrel?
No, I'm up in Alberta, Canada.
Oh, Alberta. Okay.
He's 2 states north of that, bud.
Yeah. Well, actually,
Yeah.
one state would be
States.
North Dakota, then Alberta.
I
There's
thought
a lot
Canada
of,
was a
lot of
state.
Westerns get filmed up here. And, like there's a Tom Selleck one I worked on. I can't remember what.
113.
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
Alberta.
man.
You know by Grovedale, by Peg?
Do I know who?
Peg?
Peg leg.
Some bias players?
Zip ties and bias plies. That's one of our.
Well, he's quite a bit further north than I am, actually.
That's
I
our
think.
17,000 view video. Was when we did his challenge, the Burnout 2020.
Is this your math picture?
I'm pretty far
Stupid.
south.
I
I'm
was on the
close to
Pepsi.
Montana
Yeah. Hey,
border.
Ron Vick, how you doing? I didn't know you ran stupid fast.
I was on a Pepsi commercial once.
Well, he runs stupid fast in his
I actually the only famous thing that I ever really done in the public was back when I was in 5th grade. I got to go eat because I won the government challenge, and I got to go eat lunch with Terry Branstad at the Drake Tavern. And I dressed up in a long black coat, and I fucking showed up there, and I got frisked because I had this because I was wearing a long back dress coat, and they fucking thought I was gonna fucking like do something. I don't know, a 5th grader with a bomb on me or something, and they I go in to get dinner, and they're like, "Why are you wearing a trench coat?" And I was like, well, "This is what my dad told me to wear because it's his business like to meet the governor." I had a suit and tie. I had a tie and fucking suit. I was dressed up like I was some kind of politician, and then I ended up getting frisked. And I was like, I told my dad, I go, "Thanks, Dad." I got in trouble right away. He goes, "Well, anything from a normal day for you."
I'm in the credits of a movie none of you have ever heard of before. It's called 16 to Life, and they filmed it in my town. It's about a 16-year-old girl like wanting to leave a small town. Huh. Anyway, they asked if I knew of anybody that had a car like a creeper would drive, and I'm like, "Well, I'm a creeper, and my drag car is a '79 Aspen with a 500 horsepower small block in it."
You own an Aspen?
They're like, "Can we look at it?" So I would, I had a '79 Aspen. That's what I cut my teeth on in drag racing. But they paid me $100 a day to have that car on set.
Yeah.
And then they paid me $200 a day to do set design. And then they paid me another $200 a day to work security of the set. Because I wasn't doing anything. And then they paid all the people that were in the show. Like there's the girl, the main star is from the TV show ER. And she goes, "I'll give you $200 if you can find me weed." I'm like,
Does it have to be good weed?
there was no such thing back then. It was anything they could get. So I'm like, I'll see.
Y'all didn't have chronic back then?
There was no kind buds back then.
Chronic meat pain.
We're like 2 years away from that shit. So, but
I can ask you, how's your Aspen?
Which one?
It's a little sore. I've been sitting on it for a while.
I mean, I have a modern day Aspen, the War Wagon SUV, but the
essentially
79 Aspen I had that
Chrysler Aspen, I think they're called.
Yeah, I got one of them, all-wheel drive Hemi. It's a pretty good family vehicle. The 79 Aspen I had, it's a Durango.
It's Durango, yeah.
Just a little fancy.
That's what it is. It's a Durango. Moving on.
But my 79 Aspen, I put a 30 over 360 with Keith Black hypertectic pistons in it, M1 intake, Edelbrock heads. That had 294 gear in it. I won a points championship my first year with that car, and I finished second my next 2 years. I would drive 45 miles one way to the track, put everybody on the fucking trailer, and then drive home with the trophies back there, not on my fucking trailer. And I'd run 12 6/8s with 294 gears. And it was just Stone Axe reliable. I ended up going down to Topeka for NHRA Nationals for a team event. I've been an NHRA member ever since I was 16 years old in competitively racing. So I kind of quit it for college. I tried getting back into it a couple of years here and there. I get about 3/4 of the way through the point season, about 3rd or 2nd place, and then like switch jobs, and then you'd have to stop. So points racing is really difficult when you run Saturday and Sunday every fucking weekend of the summer up here. So it's it takes a toll on your family life, your mental capacity, all that stuff. But it makes you a better person, I think.
Sure.
It sucks, really.
Yeah.
It's work.
Points is hard, man. When you go to run for a championship, I was very fortunate to go drag racing my first time and win my very first time out.
Wow.
So my first time out, when I won, my dad's like, "Well, we got to come back next week." I'm like, "Why do we got to do that?" Not that I was like disappointed. Why do we got to do that? But he's like, "Well, you're the points leader. we have to come back and see how you do. So my first year, I never finished worse than third.
Nice.
And I only won one time. So
and that's when you started drinking Busch Light.
No, I started drinking Busch Light like 3 years before that. When I was still on my BMX bike. I was riding Haros. They're like 60-pound BMX bikes. But yeah, my dad knew. He knew when I drank the night before. He's like, man, you're like right on top of the tree cutting like 0.02s. And now you're 0.8. What'd you do last night? Did you drink? No, Dad. No, don't bullshit me. You're hungover right now, aren't you? Because he'd get so mad at me when I'd come close to cutting a perfect light. He'd jump on my ass and be like, you're going to red light. You're going to red light. You're doing too good. Back off a little bit. Don't stage so deep. And this guy taught me everything I knew about drag racing. And about 3 years after me doing it every freaking weekend, it wasn't a points event weekend, and he wanted to race. I was cool with it. I wanted to see my dad have fun too, you know. And this guy taught me, told me, instructed me everything I needed to do. And he gets in the car and he goes, "What do I do?" You know, he never drag raced before, but he taught me. Those who can't do teach, right?
Sure.
So
those who can't teach.
Hold on. Was that why I was an instructor and stuff?
So I told him, I said, it happens really quick from the burnout box to the staging light. And just take a deep breath, be calm, and do everything you told me to do.
Yeah.
He's like, I don't remember everything I told you to do. He ended up almost making it to the final round his first time out. I was so happy. I was so fucking pissed when he lost, though. Because I was so proud of him. And I've never shut the track down until last year when me and my dad both shut the track down. I grenaded a Chevy. I put the rods through the fucking oil pan. My buddy's like, hey, Blake, come see if you can run a faster time in this car than me. I know you're a good drag racer. I'm like, sure, Matt, I'll do it. And I'm like, sounds like your power steering's taking a shit on you. Just squeaking really bad, right?
Do you go to drag race for?
Do you go to Cedar Falls only? That's the only place is there besides Blake? Eddie.
Nice. Guys, I got to pack it in. It's been a great chat.
Mongrel.
You guys have a good night.
You have a good one,
Later,
buddy.
Mongrel.
Yeah.
Hey, I appreciate you doing the news story too, buddy. I
Nice
appreciate
meeting you.
a lot.
Yeah, that was cool.
Black Dolphin office. Do you go to Cedar Falls or do you go down to Eddyville or?
I go to Earlville. It's a true 1320 track with a long
Quarter
runoff. Yep.
Yeah.
True
Where's
quarter
that?
mile.
Where's that?
That's Earlville, Iowa.
Okay.
Right on 20. In between
Right on 20.
Waterloo and Dubuque.
Okay. Cool.
So that's about 45 minutes from McGregor, but I mean it's got a 4% decline on the track, and then the runoff's all I think it's 12% incline.
Gotcha.
And there's 3 cool down lanes to peel off of that. So damn. Was that from the movie Super Troopers? Do you
Borat.
chug?
Borat.
He
right
chugs
there.
Borat,
syrup,
man.
doesn't he?
That's Borat.
Very
I
nice.
want some sexy time, yes.
When you get the pussy back.
You will never catch me.
You can shave the beaver.
Pomela. Very nice.
Can I get the pussy magnet?
See you, stupid fast. Boys, I think we're going to go ahead and wrap this up. I think it's just us watching now, or maybe Bubba in the chat as well.
As soon as things start getting full, Cletus shuts it down.
Yeah.
Well, you know, it's getting late. It's almost midnight here. Well, there too.
It's getting late.
Everybody in here, it's midnight. So
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we all
Kansas down at the bottom and
13
Iowa's
minutes.
up top.
Yeah.
So
Well,
I
I
put
got
my
Slippery
majestic-
Nipple, who used to be Dick Trickle. Over
I just keep changing my name. I get on my computer now, and yeah, my internet's definitely fucking up. I found out that I'm only getting 3 megs of upload, so I'm pretty pissed off.
Yeah, that
But
would
hey,
bad for uploading.
Oh, Diabolical's still here. We got an Oklahoman in the house too.
I got loading.
Keep it central.
Slippery Nipple, join the Bad Tree Facebook channel and share your stuff, and all you guys.
I did.
Pat's here too.
Yeah, we'll have to talk because I'm sure you know a lot of my family up there. So
I need to dilute some of this Mopar feel good frenzy that's going on there.
I'm not a huge car builder guy. I'm a tool guy, and I do mechanic shit. So,
Well, hey, if a guy needs like some decking done or anything like that, are you the guy to get a hold of?
No.
No?
No, I'm not an engine builder.
So you're useless.
No, I fix cars for a living. I fix real car problems for a living.
I'm
For
just
everyday Joes. Like
I need some 12.716 sockets.
just a bunch of 7/16 12 points.
Yeah, they're like 10 millimeters in our shop. That's what them Eagle I-beam rods are. Well, I imagine we're going to tear the motor apart again because a dirty hippie drives it. And he doesn't know how to stay out of 7,000 RPM. So,
Dirty hippie doing 7,000. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
yeah, well, when you're wearing Birkenstocks,
Usually
what do you
usually people that drive Subarus wear Birkenstocks.
Hey, I drive a Subaru.
Just from my experience.
Nice shoes. All right, I'm out of here. You guys have a good night.
Nice meeting you, 113.
Yeah, same here.
Take it easy, buddy.
Later, guys.
Later,
dudes.
dudes. Wrap this up, guys. Hey, y'all
Later,
have a great
Cleet.
night. Appreciate y'all coming on. Bad Tree, I joined your Facebook group. I'll post some stuff on there and check everybody else out. That
Share all your lives, share all your stuff, man. We don't.
Cool.
We're all about helping each other out. So
Everybody in the chat, Diabolical, Pat, Junkers, Bubba. Appreciate y'all staying until the end here. CP, appreciate you always. Do the wrenches. Y'all have a great night. Talk to y'all later.
Later.
peace.